The year is 2025. An extraterrestrial life form invaded the Earth. The situation became tense, and people had to retreat. The year 2038 has come. People have made a breakthrough in the field of genetic engineering, and now, with the help of genetically modified soldiers, they have managed to turn the tide of the war and hold back the onslaught of the enemy. 2050th year, a unified genetic test has officially been launched. People who have reached the age of majority and have scored a sufficient number of points receive a special injection and acquire superpowers. 2137, Sam Levins is a high school student, experiencing the most important moment of human life in this world. Walking down the street, holograms of great gene soldiers greet people and agitate them to fight the alien invaders. A gene soldier or scientist is the only way to achieve participation in a genetic test. If you miss this opportunity, then this era will throw you to the very bottom of society, where a person simply becomes pathetic trash. Now every person from early childhood goes through countless lessons and exams, and all this for the sake of the coveted pass to participate in the gene test. To have the best physique for the single test, people go through intense physical training day in and day out. And after so many years of hard work, today the outcome will be decided. Sam receives a call from his mother, who decides to make sure that his son knows exactly what he is getting into, because the drug has a 1% mortality rate. The son is trying to reassure his mother since he has already passed all the pre-exams, and he would be sorry not to finish what he started. Many of his classmates did not even pass these tests. Mom still doesn't stop worrying, but she wishes her son all the best and believes that the main thing is that he returns healthy. They announce over the loudspeaker that students who want to take a single test and receive a gene injection must go inside. Sam says goodbye to his mother, saying that they are already starting to be called for a test. Inside the building, students are already crowding around and discussing what abilities they can get if they pass the test. Mr. Levins hears the conversations around him and realizes that everyone involved is equally determined to win. He headed to one of the designated entrances guarded by soldiers. He was asked to go to room 25 to receive a gene injection. Before you go inside, your fingerprints and iris are scanned and the check is successful. Walking along the bright corridor, the young man thinks that he doesn't even know what type of gene he will receive. He remembers how in the corridor the girls were talking about an incredible type that increases physical strength. There is also an exceptional type. With its help, people are able to use unique abilities. But there is an important rule. You cannot awaken strange abilities. There are opinions that they are so useless, and because of this, they are easy to defeat. Sam thinks it would be better to awaken something normal, like X-ray vision. His imagination immediately draws images of how he stumbles upon a crowd of beautiful girls and, with the help of his ability, can see them without clothes. In the corridor, he notices a group of guys discussing their fears about the 1% of injection rejection. One of the boys says that he saw photos of those who were rejected. Their bodies look terrifying. But there is one optimist in this company, saying that they have a 99% chance of successful awakening, and from now on they will live happily ever after. The alarmist still insists that there is a big difference between 1% and 0. An optimist is called over the loudspeaker to receive an injection. The young man is sure that he will receive great abilities. Seeing this, Sam thinks that everyone seems to be hoping to successfully awaken the genes like himself. He finally approaches Office 25 and, gathering his strength, wants to enter it. Just as he was about to knock on the office, a powerful explosion occurred to the side of him. The reason turned out to be that optimist. Because of the explosion, the body was on fire in the corridor. His friends immediately rushed to run, and in the meantime, he was emitting terrible dying screams. This turned out to be a side effect of the injection. The staff are trying to put out the fire faster and want to introduce another drug to try to save the boy. The employee extinguished the burning young man with a huge amount of solution from a fire extinguisher. His screams were no longer heard. They didn't have time to save him. His body was very damaged. This is already the 5th student today. This is another student whose genome was destroyed due to an abnormal reaction to an injection. Unfortunately, this young man turned out to be an exceptional fire type. His friends, seeing such a scene, turn pale before their eyes and decide to quickly get out of this place. Sam, who a couple of minutes ago wanted to boldly enter Office 25, now feels wild anxiety. He fully understands that he could die. The main character is seriously thinking about whether he should go into the office and whether he will come out alive. But compared to death, he is more afraid of becoming the waste of the genetic era. It seems to him better to travel beyond the Earth than to live a simple life. Sam decisively opens the door, states his status, first name, last name, and his personal number. A female voice responds by asking him to go inside while typing something in the virtual system. Noticing a pretty employee, Sam takes his breath away a little, and at that moment she asks him to answer a couple of questions before the procedure. The girl reminds him that he must be aware of the possible side effects of the injection, including death. The young man replies that he knows about this, and she asks the question, if he knows about all the risks, does he agree to take responsibility? Sam agrees with this. The whole stage is completed. The employee takes the syringe and asks the last question whether he is sure that he wants to receive this injection, thereby awakening the hidden genes in himself. Sam thinks for a couple of seconds, remembering the optimist who was firmly convinced that it would pass, but in the end turned out to be fried by fire. But even despite all this, he is sure that he will never back down, and in the end Sam loudly says that he is confident in his decision. The employee is satisfied with the answer. She calls his name, status, personal number, and asks him to take off his pants. Hearing her words about pants, the hero was a little taken aback. It's not every day that a girl asks him to take off his pants in order to stick a needle in his ass. She explains that the injection will trigger the activation of the gene, and for best effect, it is injected into the femoral artery. After the explanation, the young man certainly doesn't feel any better, but he obediently begins to pull off his pants. He asks her to be more gentle, but apparently the employee did not have a light hand because his screams were heard throughout the entire floor. The girl summarizes that the drug was successfully administered and distributed throughout the body. The young man's vital signs are stable. The frequency of brain waves is also normal, like the rest of the body. The employee decides to find out how the test subject feels. Sam replies that he feels absolutely nothing, but in his butt, he clearly feels a throbbing pain from the injection. 10 minutes later, she rechecks his vitals and asks again about his condition, but he still doesn't feel anything. This worries him because any changes indicate the effectiveness of the injection. Will he really not be able to wake up? Another 30 minutes pass. The employee notes that no changes were detected during the observation of student Sam Levins. The girl rises from her chair and, turning to the young man, says that this is unusual, and this is the first time she has encountered something like this. The employee approached him and asked him to stand up. For a second, the thought ran through his mind that this was the end, and he would never achieve anything. But he couldn't get up anymore. Sam feels like he's been shaken, and the pressure in his head begins to seem stronger and stronger. He abruptly falls off the couch and begins to make agonizing screams. The employee does not understand what is happening. He no longer hears the girl's screams and questions. He's only worried about his head, which feels like it's about to explode, whether the drug has really rejected him. The employee does not pay attention, begins to check his indicators at the terrible screams. His heart rate has reached 180. His temperature has reached 50 degrees. All his vital signs have deteriorated sharply. Sam feels that he is falling into the abyss. He ceases to feel his body. The hero feels the approach of his death. Finally, he feels light throughout his body. Sam wonders if he is dead. Opening his eyes, the hero sees that sitting in front of him is a huge astral body, resembling him in appearance. Looking at the body, he never ceases to wonder where he is, who is in front of him, and at the same time he begins to distantly hear the countdown. The countdown goes on and a powerful discharge occurs, so strong that it returns Sam to reality. The young man sits up on the couch and hears the employee report that after the first discharge, the student regained consciousness. Recovering from pain, he wants to find out what happened to him. The girl says that 14 hidden genes have awakened in his body. Sam cannot help but be pleased with this news because 14 hidden genes are quite cool. But he is not pleased with the further words of the employee that all these genes belong to the class of erudition. She provides him with a form after filling it out, which they will enter into the database. Sam still doesn't want to believe that all his genes are with the erudition type. He heard that they usually work in public relations departments. Most of the positions will be clerical. He may have to work as an office clerk all his life. The employee asks if he has any more questions, since she has already finished the report and he can read it. Almost crying, Sam wants to find out more about his newfound powers. The girl explains that awakening hidden genes does not mean that he will receive abilities. Even if he received them, they are unlikely to appear immediately, which is why they are classified as a hidden type. It seems that everything is clear to Sam from her words. In addition to everything in common, the employee offers him her business card. If he wants to apply to their university or learn more about the hidden type, he can contact her. Taking the business card, Sam learns that the employee's name is Annabelle Prince, and she is a professor at the Institute for the Study of Hidden Types. He could not even imagine that at such a fairly young age, one could already be a professor. Rising from the bed, he says goodbye to the employee and is already reaching to open the door, but the girl tells him to wait. Annabelle warns him not to get caught by an organization called Dawn Redemption. To Miss Prince's surprise, Sam apparently had heard of this organization before. The Dawn Redemption was a group of people who betrayed humanity and conspired with alien invaders. Because of these traitors, they have suffered quite large losses for the last 100 years outside the Earth. Even now, they do not sleep. They mainly kidnap gifted people for their experiments. The employee adds that 5 students who awaken 10 hidden genes have already gone missing. Sam thanks her for the warnings, but inside he begins to feel fear. He has as many as 14 hidden genes. The thought that he could become a target depresses him. Coming out into the central hall, he can't stop thinking about what abilities he has now. He thinks that it would be useful to gain some kind of combat skill. Sam remembers that when he lost consciousness, he saw 14 points of light. What is the connection between his genes and this astral body with points? His head still hurts by this time. Perhaps these are side effects from the injection. But his thoughts are interrupted by exclamations trying to draw his attention to themselves. He hears someone shouting his name. In front of Sam are his classmates, the joyful Stan Vaughn and the clearly not healthy-looking Chuck Engel. They ask how many genes the young man has awakened. Stan immediately says that Chuck awakened 11 genes, but they are all concentrated in his stomach, and in the future he may gain weight and be fatter than him. The prospect of becoming fatter than Stan clearly does not please the young man, and besides, it's not so easy to endure this pain in the stomach. Mr. Vaughn adds fuel to the fire, saying that there is nothing to worry about. Chuck must be destined to become the first transmutant glutton in history. The guy can't stand it and starts fighting with Stan, shouting that he shouldn't delude himself because his 8 genes are concentrated in the speed of his hands. Only God knows how useless he is. Meanwhile, Chuck decides to ask how many genes Sam has expressed, to which Sam awkwardly reveals that he has 14 hidden genes. The guys forget about their fight and, jumping up to the young man, begin to enthusiastically tell that they have heard the maximum about people who awakened 10 or more genes, but they could not possibly expect that Sam would manifest as many as 14. But in order to cool their enthusiastic exclamations, the main character says that he has an erudition class. They immediately distance themselves from him and will not help him believe what they just heard. Stan thoughtfully says that this is a rather difficult situation. Such genes are difficult to develop, and one cannot immediately find work with them. But Chuck tells the story of his relative, who is also an erudite. Before becoming a monarch, he changed 7 jobs, and now he is preparing to become an abbot. Sam in front of them argues that scholars are not in great demand. Their work is mainly related to the public. The choice of universities is also not great. They can only enroll in care. His situation is also complicated by the fact that he has a hidden type, so he doesn't even know what abilities he has. Perhaps he can contact a university professor. Maybe she can help him. Chuck decides to cheer up his friend, saying that thinking too much is harmful, suggests that everyone go have a snack together. He knows a place with a buffet. Sam refuses the offer, citing his headache, and promises that next time he will definitely treat them. As the friends follow the young man, they wonder if everything is okay with Sam. On the streets of the city, interactive advertising stands carry news about what is happening in the world, talk about new federal policies, new plans for space railways, and also missing students. It is also reported that a team of famous heroes recently encountered drug sales. Sam's headaches do not let him go. Perhaps it is his genes that are making themselves felt. A strange feeling awakens in him. Is this really his ability? He feels how his perception has improved. He turns his gaze to the cafe opposite. Everything that happens there, the arrangement of things, the number of visitors, he feels all this perfectly. He can also feel what is happening in another room of this cafe, for example, in the kitchen. Immediately, he reveals the peculiarity of this ability. He cannot see very small objects. Sam tries to look at the small object again, but he can't. It seems that the current perception of things is already the limit. He gives up his attempts and decides to go home to practice, but some strange feeling does not let him go. But this is connected rather not with his internal well-being, but with some external factor. And these feelings turn out to be not groundless, because at this moment, a man nearby is clearly spying on him. Sam decides to walk down the street a little more to confirm his suspicions. After walking a couple of meters, he notices that there are actually 3 guys following on his heels. They keep a certain distance from him, with members of the Dawn Redemption organization behind him. Sam begins to frantically calculate options for getting out of this situation. If they call the police, they will most likely not believe that some kid has stumbled upon a well-known gang. If he behaves recklessly, he will suffer inconspicuously or die. The young man decides that he needs to call Professor Annabelle, and today he will come to spend the night at the police station until he finds a solution. We are transported to the City Hall of Emerance, where a meeting is currently taking place. The commander of the Merry officers named John Morans is broadcasting. He leads to the fact that the report on the students for this year must be submitted, and anyone who dares to disobey an order will personally know the wrath of the commander. Professor Annabelle Prince was also present at this meeting, and in the midst of the commander's speech, she receives an alarming message on her phone. She asks John for permission to interrupt him to tell him important news. The employee says that one student named Sam Levins asks for help. He said that someone is stalking him. Annabelle wants to know if they will send help or if she should deal with it herself. The commander turns to an employee named Howard Lupin. He flinches at John's communication to him and asks him to wait a minute to give the correct order. The director of the Secret Service exhales and asks Professor Annabelle not to worry. The pursuers discovered by the student were sent by their Secret Service. Sam will be safe next to them. But the professor is wondering why send 3 employees for the sake of 1 erudite. Howard begins to wonder they sent 2 people, why then there are 3 of them on the screen. Annabelle jumps up from her seat. She is sure that the 3rd person may be a member of the Dawn Redemption organization and believes that for his safety, he must be eliminated. The girl turns to Howard again, trying to find out whether he will send someone or whether she should go and deal with the intruder herself. The young man believes that all this is useless, and it is worth leaving everything as it is. 2 agents are enough to protect this student. Annabelle is furious that they may have discovered an enemy stalker, but Howard does nothing, suggesting that the Secret Service are using Sam as bait. The chairman of the Care University Admissions Committee, Hank Smith, intervenes in the conversation, saying that this is a completely rational plan, even though Sam has 14 genes, but he is only an erudite, so they will not suffer major losses, and he is an ideal bait. The girl is horrified and begins to quarrel with them even more, because they dared to catch enemies on a student with so many hidden genes. She wants to know which of them gave such an order. Commander John replies in a menacing tone that it was his order. He did this in order to catch the members of the Dawn Redemption organization hiding in this building and to minimize the losses of university students due to their antics. Annabelle confronts him and says that he can't use a student who has just awakened hidden genes as bait in case something goes wrong. John calmly replies that there are no contingencies in this plan, and many changes, including the death of the decoy, were included in the plan. Sacrificing the life of the polymath student will ensure the safety of many people and will be able to gain some advantage. The girl can no longer listen to this nonsense. She asks for forgiveness and, citing the remaining matters she has, leaves. Hank tries to stop her and asks her not to leave the meeting, saying that if because of her arbitrariness the whole plan fails, then the council members will send her to trial, and this is not worth it. She abruptly removes his hand from her shoulder and replies that she won't do anything, but Sam needs to know about it. The commander allows her to inform the young man about this, but under no circumstances reveal the plan. Annabelle immediately sends a message to Sam while Hank stands behind her, reminding her not to reveal the plan. The message reaches Sam, and from it he understands that 2 of the people are agents introduced for his safety, and the 3rd is a person who may pose a danger to him. This puts him into even greater panic, why the 2 people who are supposed to protect him do nothing. The idea quickly dawns on him that he is bait, and he cannot stand still. He needs to find a way to escape. His legs themselves led him to one famous chain of coffee shops in the city of Emerance. In order not to be on a deserted evening street, he decides to go inside, where an employee greets him and asks what he wants to order. Seeing that the young man is clearly tense about something, she repeats the question, and he relaxed and with a smile asks for hot tea with sweet potatoes and milk, repeating that he needs to boil the tea well. She hands him sweet tea, wishes him a good day, and warns him to be careful. The drink is very hot. Sam leaves the establishment and out of the corner of his eye notices a tall man standing at the entrance to the coffee shop. He goes further and with his peripheral vision continues to follow the object, which does not lag behind him. The main character deliberately slows down his pace in order to reduce the distance between himself and the enemy, and a little later he sharply turns back. This is where the hot tea comes in handy. Lunging forward, he pours this boiling mixture right into the pursuer's face. His enemy clearly could not have predicted this. Pressing the burned part of his face, he is angry with Sam. But he stands on ceremony with the boy for a long time. He doesn't get ready, and jumping sharply, flies at him, saying that if he can't take him alive, then it's better to take him dead. The idea with hot tea was not crowned with success, and now Sam is already flying in the air from a powerful blow to the chest. The main character flies into one of the store windows, breaking the glass into smithereens. The fragments fly around, almost hitting people just passing by. Having landed, Sam feels how powerful this blow was and, having analyzed it, thinks that the genes of his enemy are concentrated, most likely, in his legs. Mr. Levins gathers his strength, points his finger at the enemy, and begins to shout that this man is a member of the Dawn Redemption Organization. People around immediately pay attention to the suspicious man. Sam orders the Secret Service agents to arrest the enemy. Hearing all this, the people begin to panic, and they run away, shouting for help. The Secret Service employees are shocked by the current, like an ordinary schoolboy, discovering a traitor and understand that things are bad. The man, noticing the Secret Service employees, rejoices. He kept wondering how many of them there are. Although he doesn't care about the number, he will still roll everyone into the asphalt. A battle begins between the employees and the traitor, which Sam watches. He notices that the employees are strong, but the enemy is not inferior to them. Meanwhile, the man gives a powerful rebuff to the employees, hitting one of them in the face. The main character, despite the severe pain, decides that this is all not good. He is the target, and therefore must find a way to help. But his attempts to get up were unsuccessful. He was really beaten well. He sadly realizes that someone is in danger, and he cannot help. Sam regrets that he is just an erudite. Suddenly, he again falls into a space unknown to him and sees his astral body. Taking a closer look, he now understands that the 14 luminous points are his awakened genes. And from this, the following conclusion follows. It means that the gray ones are genetic base points that are not awakened in his body. Sam realizes that he can see the structure of his body right now. Perhaps this is his personal ability. Seeing in the projection that the stomach digests food to produce energy, and this power is immediately used by various parts of the body. The main character decides to see if he can control the flow of energy. He feels that there is a reaction. The energy on the astral body moves into the hand. Sam feels like his right arm is starting to hurt, as if the blood vessels are about to burst. If he wants to awaken a new gene point, he will have to train hard and for a long time or use expensive drugs. There is no other way out. He must redirect the flow of energy with the help of consciousness. But something goes wrong, and the point in his hand begins to glow more and more. At the same time, the enemy does not cease to actively rebuff the Secret Service employees. Even the fact that he is alone, and there are two of them, does not help them, and the enemy deftly avoids the blows. He clearly has more strength and skill. Using his signature kick, he sends his opponent flying. A little more time passed, and now the special unit employees were knocked out while the enemy towered over them and rejoiced in their victory. He finally turns his attention to Sam sitting outside the building and suggests that he surrender. The rival comes closer to the young man and warns that no one will save him. He was about to reach out to him with his hand, but suddenly Sam woke up and opened his eyes. The enemy clearly did not expect such an outcome of events, and the main character, taking advantage of his vulnerability, stabs him with his right hand directly in the stomach. The blow was not inferior to the opponent's strength and also sent him to conquer airspace. The wall stopped the flying object, blocking the path. An impressive dent appeared in the wall from the enemy. The Secret Service officers who had come to their senses couldn't believe their eyes, hadn't they been told that this guy was just an erudite. Without wasting a second, they decide to fulfill their duty and take down the traitor. By this time, the meeting was continuing at the city hall. Only Annabelle was not listening to what was currently on their agenda. She kept glancing at her mobile every second. Sam, for some reason, doesn't write to her. She wonders whether he managed to escape from his pursuers or not. Howard's phone rang. He was clearly not happy that they dared to distract him during an important meeting. But after hearing the information conveyed to him over the phone, his face takes on a tense look. The commander notices this and asks him to report the situation. The director of the Secret Service begins to mumble indistinctly, barely pronouncing the name Sam Levins. Hearing this, Annabelle wants to immediately find out what is wrong with him. John loses his temper and yells at him, accusing the service staff of lack of competence, suspecting that the student was most likely harmed. Howard refuses, saying that the young man was not harmed and even helped to fight back. With his help, the agents neutralized and captured a member of the Dawn Redemption Organization. But now there is another problem. The whole city knows that the traitors are going to kidnap a man. They will stop any actions for a while. The commander is just as worried about how Sam was able to find out that he was being pursued by a man from the Redemption of the Dawn. Slamming his fist on the table, he wants to know who divulged this information to him. Annabelle understands what he is getting at and immediately sarcastically suggests checking his communication devices, at the same time thinking that the young man turned out to be savvy. John orders Howard to immediately investigate so that a 20,000-word report will be on his desk today. The young man unconditionally accepts the order. There was a flurry of movement into the Secret Service building in the city of Emerance. The identity of the pursuer was established. His name is Fred Paris. His call sign is Underpants. The employees report to the boss that previously only fighters of rank F appeared, and he has rank E, so 2 agents could not detain him, and Sam Levins is now in the interrogation room. He said that he himself struck Fred. The employees chalk it up to luck. Most likely, the Secret Service employees exhausted the enemy, and Sam simply finished him off. Howard inquires about the student's current condition, to which his assistant explains how Mr. Levins kept yelling about how hungry he was. Therefore, they decided to first give him a snack. Entering the room, they could see a picture of how, one after another, the pies brought to him disappeared in Sam's mouth. Apparently, forced awakening of the gene point not only causes headaches, but also takes a lot of physical strength. The main character understands that he was brought here for interrogation. This was to be expected. The ability turned out to be very strong, but he cannot show it. Otherwise, he will end up on the surgical table for research. Sam admits that he received a message from Professor Annabelle and himself assumed that one of the observers was a bad person. Howard thanks the young man for his courage and apologizes for his agents, for whom he is ashamed. The director had already suspected that Annabelle had spilled the beans, and he also thinks that the young man opposite him showed himself properly. He clearly has potential. Sam thanks him and wants to know when he will be allowed to go back home. Howard decides that they will do this. Mr. Levins must sign a confidentiality agreement, and as a reward for his assistance, he will be given 6 points and given 50,000 in cash. Sam reflects that according to the national merit rules, jointly signed by the genetic commissions, 10 points are awarded for capturing a rank E traitor, so he was awarded the majority. The director had already gotten up and wanted to leave, but a young man stopped him, asking if they planned to continue using him as bait. Howard responds that every year, geniuses with more genes appear in different cities, but many of them later became the target of the Dawn Redemption Organization. Therefore, they decided to secretly work with the Secret Service. As for Sam, the director mentions that he awakened 16 genes today, and now he is under the protection of Secret Service officers. There is only one unpleasant detail. The previous students with genes exceeding the number of 15 were not so resourceful, so they were all captured. Howard has already said a lot of unnecessary things, so he says goodbye and leaves to finish the remaining business. Going outside, Sam immediately decides to dial Annabelle's number and say that he has applied to Keir University, Faculty of Erudition, and perhaps he will soon become her student. The young man also says that the director of the Secret Service said that he will continue to be used as bait to prevent gifted students from disappearing. Sam wants to ask the professor if this is all true, to which she gives a positive answer. The main character understands that danger awaits him, and if he wants to create his own destiny, then he has only one way. This is to become stronger. Meanwhile, in the Secret Service lobby, the main computer lights up and begins to transmit a message that object number 37 has begun to show unusual activity, and that if there is no response for a long time, the task will be solved according to plan number 1. 3 days later, good news comes to the Levinson house. Sam has been accepted into Care University. While his mother rejoices, the son barely crawls out of his room, holding his stomach from hunger. He immediately heads to the table to have breakfast, and his parents never cease to rejoice and already want to send this good news to all their relatives. It's not without reason that Sam is plagued by hunger. In 3 days, he has exhausted his strength to open another gene base point in his left leg. His body can no longer withstand it. The young man even fainted while concentrating. But what's even worse is that it had zero effect. For some reason, the right hand seems more sensitive. It is difficult for him today to become strong, but by entering the University of Genetic Evolution, studying advanced knowledge and using it in practice, he will undoubtedly be able to achieve his goal. The father decides to give instructions to his son before going to university, telling him not to stoop to promiscuity and to do this only at night, but not too often, otherwise the body will be exhausted. Sam clearly did not expect such parting words, and is now awkwardly trying to get out of it, saying that it was all a mistake and he is not like that. But his father interrupts him again, saying that he and his mother have prepared a gift for him. Looking into the box, Sam sees rows of evenly laid capsules. His parents explain to him that the university will require a lot of resources from him, so they give him energy capsules. The main character, again, did not expect this kind of gift from his parents. These were energy capsules of rank E. These capsules are an important gene supplement for enhancing strength, but the vast majority of ordinary people can only afford F-rank capsules since they are cheaper. Sam begins to worry that his parents have spent too much on him. The father objects to him, but they do not have high salaries. But over the years, he has accumulated savings, and they are more than enough to buy these supplements, while the mother is worried about her son and expresses fears about the bandits from the Redemption of the Dawn. He and his father don't want him to be a hero and simply tell him to take care of himself. Sam calmly and with a smile on his face replies that he understands them. In the evening, in his room, he again begins to discover his genes and begins to try to concentrate for this. As a result, after a while, he manages to get into the world of his astral body. Sam watches as many lines appear in his left leg, showing accumulated energy. He feels pain in his physical body. His leg is swollen again because there is too much energy, and if it is concentrated in one point, it will explode. The main character begins to concentrate more strongly. Changes are immediately noticeable on the astral body. Energy begins to be distributed throughout the body. The distributed energy begins to light up at many points. Even in the left leg, the distributed force lights up 2 additional points. Screaming in pain, the hero regains consciousness and tries to catch his breath. He finally succeeded. He was able to awaken 2 more gene points. Sam falls onto the bed, his whole body aching. He reasons that an E-rank capsule will only be able to restore energy, but not mental strength. His eyes slowly begin to droop. He even seems to have time to come up with a solution to the problem, but he cannot resist and finally falls asleep. He awakens from the cries of his mother, who rushes to make sure that her son is already awake. Not wanting his mother to catch him like this, Sam abruptly jumps out of bed, jumps to the floor and pushes off. But he clearly did not take into account the new points he had awakened, because his jump was so powerful that it threw the hero to the ceiling. Having hit his head, he falls onto the bed, and pieces of the ceiling begin to fly on top of him. The parents, hearing this noise, ask if everything is okay with their son. Rubbing the back of his head, Sam tries to show with his voice that everything is in order, realizing that the strength of his leg has finally increased. But such noise could not leave the hero's parents alone, and they burst into his room. Sam gets out of bed and, still rubbing the back of his head, smiles sweetly, telling his mother how hungry he is. But his parents notice another intriguing detail when their son managed to pump himself up so much, because before he was like a match. Yesterday, Sam was able to awaken gene points in 2 places, in his left leg and in his brain. He himself felt how his strength increased. What is surprising is that the strength of the right palm has also increased. It seems that the genes of which parts of the body directly influence each other, but it's best to double-check all this, and the young man decides to throw the card. He tries to hit a tin can with his card, which stands in the other corner of the room, but misses. Strength is of course good, but the main thing is to learn the correct throwing technique. All the cards he threw ended up stuck in the wall. His technique was clearly not enough at the moment. His gaze is drawn to a plate filled with beans on the table. Sam is struck by the idea that the airflow can change the flight path of the map, since it is large but weighs little, but this scheme clearly will not harm the flight of soybeans. Having fired one of the beans, it flies with force and pierces the tin can. This sight impresses Sam. If you use a metal ball instead of a bean and hit it not in a jar, but in a person, the outcome will be fatal. This thought makes the main character happy, because now if he gets into trouble again, he will at least be able to fight back. Finally, the solemn day arrives. Admission to the university. Many people gathered to celebrate. Parents wish their children a bright future and bright youth. Wishing them strives to contribute to the association. While Sam's mother tries to contain her emotions, the father reminds him that his son should take good care of himself, and if he suddenly needs help, he shouldn't be shy and tell them about it right away. Then, out of nowhere, Chuck appears and begins to reassure his friend's parents, saying that everything is under control. He will look after his friend, and with him their son will definitely not go hungry. But someone is clearly missing, and as he finishes chewing his chicken leg, Chuck wonders where Stan has gone. Sam says that their friend called him in his spare time and told him that he had entered Coulter University. Chuck is dissatisfied that he was left in the dark. The main character tries to explain that Stan did not want to tell him, since the boy's mother insisted on entering Coulter, because there are more opportunities there. The only requirement for admission is that after graduation he will have to join Army. The comrade is not happy with this news, because he knows that 20% of the advanced detachments, which Stan will join after graduation, are the first to die. Sam believes that there is no need to be sad. Their friend is a genetic talent. He is strong and fast, quite combat ready, so they should be confident about him. The loudspeaker announces that students should take their seats as there are only 10 minutes left. The main character says goodbye to his parents. They shout after him that as soon as he gets there, he will definitely let them know. All students bring their things and try to get comfortable in the transport that will take them to the university. Throwing his suitcase onto the shelf, Chuck promises that he will have an affair with the first beauty of the university, since he spent his pink school years on knowledge and preparation. The guys sitting nearby, hearing his speech, begin to mock him, saying that they heard about the genes located in his stomach and how they stopped letting him into buffets throughout the city. They do not stop their ridicule, adding that what a first beauty he is, because he is far from even the 10th. Sam decides to stand up for his friend and orders mangacaps to shut his mouth if he can't talk. But Met doesn't see anything wrong with smart people telling the truth. The atmosphere is heating up and the newly minted students are already thinking about starting a fight. But a man who looks like a professor manages to besiege them. He orders them to sort out all their relationships on the street. T grabs Sam by the shoulders and asks him to better forget about everything, because there are teachers here. The main character finally decides to tell Meta to keep his mouth shut from now on. This is for his own safety. The teacher once again warns the children that one more such prank, and he will show them a happy future. The stern man finally decides to introduce himself. His name is Roust Fomé. He works in the education department of the city of Emerance, and he was appointed to accompany them. Roast hopes that students will listen to his commands and maintain discipline on the road, but if someone decides to excel, he will be more than happy to teach them a lesson. Taking his seat, Chuck advises Sam to calm down and distracts him by asking whether his friend knows who is sitting next to mangacaps. Next to him, it turns out, is a student named Tong Werner. He is a real machine, and during a single test he awakened 16 genes. Sam remembers that Secret Service Director Howard may have mentioned this student. Also sitting not far from them is a talented girl named Marie Sank. Chuck believes that this is the perfect balance of strength and beauty. The young man already has hearts in his eyes. Sam tearfully asks him not to make him blush and orders him to erase this stupid face from his face. Professor Annabelle, already familiar to us, suddenly enters the room, leaving everyone around indifferent. Here and there, conversations are heard about what a beautiful woman she is. Her charm and attractiveness catches everyone's eye. She introduces herself to the students and is also among them, accompanying them. Annabelle warns that if anyone has any questions or requests for help, they can safely contact her. Sam's heart begins to beat a little faster. Did the professor also get into this car? At the same time, the transport continues to move further along the given route. Commander John is informed that the transport convoy has already set off, and each vehicle has launched a generator of ultrafine radiation particles, and all signals are turned off except for the military communication channel. In recent years, due to the active implementation of the single genetic test policy, members of the criminal organization have lost a stable source of fighting forces, so the registration season is a high risk of being attacked. The soldier adds that usually the enemies set up an ambush in the middle of the route, so this time it is up to the commander to decide which route the convoy will take. There are about 100 cars here, and finding a car with students is more difficult than taking to the skies. John decides that he needs to be more careful. If the enemies realize that they cannot take the students, they will immediately kill all the soldiers. Machine number 3 is the main priority. They have no room for error. Sam realizes that he, his friend Chuck, Tong Warner, and Marie Senk are the students with the most genes this year. In other words, the treacherous organization has definitely noticed their car. Kyoto, where they are heading, is in the east, but for some reason they are moving to the west. Apparently, they deliberately chose this route in order to confuse their enemies. Outside the window, the young man watches how the forest is entwined with vines and how many unusual plants grow here. Sam thinks, how many years have people not set foot in the wild? Perhaps he himself will try to visit there in the future. Roast asks everyone to pay attention. In 30 minutes, they will reach the first supply point. The escort warns that the car will not stay there for long, so they only have 3 minutes. Under no circumstances should they approach the wall, otherwise the soldiers will kill them. The vehicle parks, and upon going outside, Chuck notes that this base looks scary. Seeing everything that is happening and soldiers armed to the teeth, Sam understands that it is not safe here. Students suddenly run out of their cars and begin to rush to the restrooms, since they have already spent many hours on the road. Having done all his business, Sam notices that a man has locked himself in the booth, and it's almost time to go back. The young man decides to use one of his abilities, using telepathy. He wants to quietly check who is in this booth. Having illuminated the booth, he realizes to his surprise that their teacher Roast is in it, who is trying to stuff something into his mouth. Sensing something strange, the teacher quickly opens the door and looks outside. Not finding anyone in his field of vision, he decisively moves on, while Sam is hiding behind one of the walls. He suspects that the teacher is doing something in secret. The young man decides to turn to the soldiers of this supply point for help. He tells them that their teacher was nervously trying to stuff something into his mouth, hiding in one of the booths. The soldiers hearing this cannot contain their laughter. Sam does not share their fun. They want to know why the student was spying on his teacher, but the hero's excuses are interrupted by the announcement that there are only 30 seconds left, demanding that everyone immediately return to their seats. Sam takes off because the cars are about to start driving away. Roast, who is accompanying him, is waiting for him at the gangway and is already beginning to scold the student for the fact that everyone is now waiting only for him. Already at the entrance to the transport, Sam decides to ask the teacher what he ate then. This question took Roast by surprise. He begins to scream and ask what kind of nonsense his ward is talking about. Sam turns around and says with a smile that he just wanted to know if there was a canteen on base. Entering the salon, the main character apologizes to everyone for making everyone wait for him. Walking to his place, Sam is haunted by the thought that Roust Vomit is clearly hiding something. The convoy leaves the base, and while the main character continues to watch the escort out of the corner of his eye, his friend Chuck offers him a snack. Mr. Levins also noted that the suspect had 2 dentures, but something was clearly wrong with them. He is consumed by the thought of whether he should inform the soldiers about this, or maybe they are at the same time. He doesn't know for sure, so there's no point in putting himself at risk. But if anyone needs to report this, then there is one person whom he can trust. Sam, without a shadow of a doubt, goes to Professor Annabelle and asks permission to sit next to her. She is interested in what he wants from her, and the young man begins to tell her noodles about the fact that he wants to ask a couple of questions about a hidden type of genes. The girl allows him to sit next to him, which causes a heated discussion on the part of young students who believe that such a simpleton should not sit with a goddess. But the professor is not stupid, and as soon as Sam lands next to her, she wants to find out what exactly he wanted from her. The young man carefully hands her the phone, where in the notes he described the whole situation with the oddities of Teacher Roust, separately mentioning his two strange prostheses. Seeing this information, Annabelle immediately gets up from her seat and, heading to the teacher, asks permission to check his mouth. Roast, alarmed, also gets up from his seat, but does not have time to do anything, because the professor has already pressed him to the ceiling with her force. He tries to find out from her what she is doing, but the girl weakens her strength and he falls to the floor with a roar. The soldiers, noticing this mess, take a fighting position and hold the escorts at gunpoint. But Professor Annabelle, with her most fearful gaze, and as if not in her own voice, orders them to sit down. The soldiers, trembling with fear, let go of their weapons, obeying her orders. Meanwhile, the teacher is already wringing Roast's hands behind his back, while he shouts that she seems to have gone crazy. Sam has already rushed to the suspect. On Annabelle's orders, he is trying to pull his dentures out of his mouth. The main character manages to get 2 dentures. He hands them to his ally so that she can conduct an analysis. One glance was enough for the professor to understand that these are magnetized tantalum transmitters. This is a generator of secondary ultra-low waves. Such devices are extremely rare. They are capable of bypassing conventional protection. Realizing the seriousness of the whole situation, Annabelle wants to know who he was passing on the information to. Roast begins to laugh. He didn't even think that he would be discovered. But even with this outcome, they won't be able to do anything. Now no one will be able to escape. Meanwhile, the employee reports to the commander that the transport convoy has begun to move. As soon as they reach the plane, the organization of traders will no longer reach them. But then another employee bursts into the office and reports that car number 3 has gone off the intended course. The messenger reports that vehicle number 3 is requesting direct communication with the commander. Professor Annabelle gets in touch. She reports that an enemy spy was caught in their car, and at the moment their route has been revealed. Commander John is beside himself with rage. He orders to immediately go to car number 3 and change the route. Also, while a convoy of vehicles is moving forward to help, he requests that aviation equipment be convened from nearby military units. The controller standing at the control panel shouts that he notices several flying objects in the air. Energy charges were launched by the enemies in the direction of their transport column. John commands the vehicles to maneuver, but his subordinates were no longer able to carry out this order. The discharges turned out to be faster and had already undermined the middle of the column. John takes the helm and tells all employees that the enemy has precision weapons. The remaining vehicles must hold the line and wait for reinforcements. Annabelle declares an emergency, and as per instructions, she tells everyone to dismantle their seats. Everyone obeys her orders, and while Sam is dismantling the chair, he thinks about how the organization of traders easily reached the students. This is all completely different from what is advertised on TV. Having made shields from specially equipped chairs, the students slowly begin to lower the cars down the ramp. The commander has already arrived on the battlefield, and on the radio he orders to launch projectiles with electromagnetic interference and guided mines, since the enemies have devilish impulsive guns. More and more it becomes more and more dangerous. Every now and then explosions and return shots occur everywhere. Radars detect that an object has appeared in the air, and the guidance systems suddenly begin to shoot simultaneously at one place. From the clouds of smoke, enemies with guns at the ready appear sharply. They deftly maneuver in the air on flying boards. But on the ground they are met by local troops, who successfully fight back and shoot down many from their aircraft. Seeing how deftly the people who got out of his car took weapons, Sam realizes that the soldiers were undercover in the form of students. It seems that the army prepared much more thoroughly than he expected. The commander is informed that reinforcements will arrive at their location in about 3 minutes. Suddenly, the ground under their feet begins to shake, and John, realizing that something is clearly about to happen, shouts that the enemy is underground. As soon as they manage to jump and lift their heels off the ground, they begin to fight their way up under them, like spears made of stones. At that moment, many soldiers are overtaken by death. It becomes clear to everyone that this is not just a weapon, it is the ability of the owner of a hidden type. Annabelle immediately clarifies that this is at least a gradually altered V-rank genetic mutant. Perhaps he has a complete transformation, but his attack radius is limited. In the distance of the forest, they notice 2 opponents, one of whom clearly launched a final deadly attack on them. The troops concentrate on the enemies and return fire. But not everything is so simple. The enemy takes out a katana, and with lightning speed he fights off and dodges bullets. The villain shouts that there is no benefit from training soldiers. Today they will all die. With a new round of strength, he makes his earthen spears even larger and is already pushing the machine onto him with soldiers. The ground where ordinary students stand is also not in a calm state. It begins to collapse. The enemy's target is a car with students. Realizing that things can't get any worse, the commander quickly heads out to neutralize the enemy. The enemy does not have time to get his bearings before John has already cut his katana and pierced the traitor through with a spear. A powerful explosion occurs which throws the accomplice to the side. Henchmen run to the traitor, and the man with the hidden gene orders them to buy him a little more time. At this time, help finally arrives for the guys. Chuck notices that the commander attracted all the enemy fire to himself. Having formed a strong shield around himself, not a single bullet could injure John. He successfully continues to withstand the onslaught of his opponents and scatters them with his spear in all directions. Chuck and Sam, watching this, understand what the expression transcendental power means. Strange sounds begin to be heard from the forest, similar to the clatter of huge paws and hooves. Marie is the first to notice this. Annabelle immediately realizes that these sounds can only be made by mutants who came to the aid of their enemy. Noticing these creatures, the army does not stand still and begins to fire at them from cannons in order to prevent them from getting closer. But the animals turn out to be no less agile, and now the tiger destroys one of the cannons, thereby allowing its relatives to break through. The wolves begin to cut the soldiers with their claws and bite their teeth into human flesh. Sam realizes with horror that the last line of defense is almost destroyed. Roast, lying on the ground, continues to gloat, saying that he warned them of the consequences. Annabelle orders him to be silent and tramples the traitor's head into the ground with all her might. She tries to calm down the panicking students by saying that there are other teachers here besides her, so no one will touch them. Having gathered with other teachers who also have more than one ability, they act as the last line of defense. One of the mutants already wanted to attack the remaining soldiers, but the teacher manages to stop him in time, who suddenly appeared behind him and, grabbing the tiger's skull, began to squeeze it with force. Another young man who looks like a wolverine is constantly cutting down wolves right and left. Commander John yells for them to quickly move towards the third vehicle because the traitors are targeting it. Annabelle replies that everyone has already understood this and there is no point in commanding now. Sam thinks that the professor most likely also has a hidden type. He wonders what methods of struggle she will use. He expected to see anything, but Annabelle simply took out metal balls and, throwing them with force, inflicted a ton of lethal damage on the enemies. She notices another mutant who has already closed his paw on the neck of one of the students. The girl immediately carries out the same attack on him. The tiger manages to dodge while releasing the hostage. The enemy is angry. Where are their distant support units now? Meanwhile, the already familiar energy charges are directed towards Annabelle. But fortunately, the girl manages to use the shield, and the bullets simply get stuck in it, unable to penetrate the barrier. But the enemy's attacks continue with redoubled force. The professor continues to build an even larger and more powerful shield around himself. The mutant decides to try to call for some more reinforcements and emits a loud whistle as best he can. Help comes to the enemy from the air in the form of giant eagles, which quickly dive down to tear the enemy with their sharp claws. Animals and birds begin to attack with redoubled force. The army and teachers begin to rapidly lose ground. In all this chaos, Sam hears Marie screaming for help. He already sees an angry wolf flying at her from above. He thinks how good it is that the steel ball he brought in advance, just in case, really came in handy. The ball flew by so quickly that Marie didn't even have time to understand how the wolf that almost killed her ended up with a hole in its neck. But this maneuver was noticed by the mutant tiger, who had already identified Sam as his next target and was already rushing to finish him off. The tiger was already hovering above him in the air, when suddenly Chuck appeared in front of him, putting his shield forward. But any board was unlikely to be able to stop a mutant with potentially enormous power. The tiger's punch slams Chuck into a nearby rock, leaving a large dent behind him. Sam decides to use the old trick, and again, with all his strength, launches a steel ball towards the enemy. The tiger fails to dodge and, landing on his paws, looks at his opponent with a brutal look, while a small abrasion from the ball is visible on his forehead. The main character is very frightened by this. The mutant's head turned out to be too strong. The attack with the ball did not kill him. He was just about to reach into his pocket again, but his opponent did not stop, and without giving him a second of extra time, the monster was already approaching him. But out of nowhere, powerful plant stems began to emerge from the ground, and they instantly twisted the mutant. Marie came to the aid of Sam, using one of her genes. She tells her comrade to hurry up. The main character again takes out his balls and throws them as far as possible. The tiger begins to laugh, thinking that his enemy simply missed, but it was not Sam's mistake. He hoped that he could throw them as far as possible, and his plan succeeded. The balls were able to fly to the forest, where additional traitor troops were hiding at that time. Annabelle's shelling suddenly stops, and she realizes where her real target is. The bound mutant screams for her comrades to continue firing at her and not give her opportunities. But it's too late. The professor uses his power again, and in quick bursts begins to shoot balls at his new target. This line of defense of the enemy is defeated. Annabelle's power is so powerful that even the crowns of perennial trees turned into splinters. The mutant breaks the vines that were holding him back and is already flying towards Sam, who is unable to find his bearings. But the tiger is stopped by a ball flying through his skull. The monster emits a loud, dying cry. The young man's savior turns out to be the same Professor Annabelle. All the mutants run away from her. Even celestial creatures are overtaken by karma, and the balls quickly knock them down. Help also comes to her from the air. The ships launch an attack on the remaining mutants. Looking up into the air, the commander feels a little lighter at the sight of their warships. One of the main traitors orders a retreat. The operation fails due to the fact that they were unable to finish off the girl. But John does not even think about letting go of the enemy. He is rapidly advancing towards him. The enemy commands his minions to execute the third emergency evacuation plan. Lined up in one line, the obedient soldiers suddenly raise their heads upward from the discharge that pierces them, and they all explode at the same time. At this moment, Annabelle's strength leaves her, and having lost consciousness, she begins to fly down. Sam notices this and, gathering all his speed, manages to catch the professor, who is about to come into contact with the ground. Looking at the exhausted girl in his arms, the young man feels calm. Fortunately, he managed to catch her. John, emerging from the smoke, wonders how he could allow his subordinates to blow himself up in order to escape. The soldiers of his army warn the commander that they are beginning to pursue the enemy. But the commander stops them and orders them to build a fortification and take care of the wounded. At the beginning of this operation, John was confident that everything would be successful, but everything went wrong. After a little time on the hospital couch, Chuck finally comes to his senses. He tries to get up, but his whole body hurts like hell. Sam recommends that he not move, but just lie down. Chuck goes back to bed and wants to find out what happened to their enemy. The main character says that with their joint efforts, they were able to send the enemy to flight. These words calm the student. He already thought that his life was over, and Chuck didn't want to die as a virgin. Sam says that his friend escaped with minor injuries, but he was prescribed rest for the next 3 months. The young man is glad that he at least survived. The main character mentions that if it were not for teacher Annabelle, the circumstances would have been much more tragic. The last thing Chuck remembers is how the snipers pinned her down. Sam begins to tell in more detail how things went further, but he is interrupted by Marie running into the first aid station. The girl reports that Professor Annabelle has woken up and calls Sam Levins to her. They enter her room, and Marie reports that she fulfilled the request and brought Sam here. The girl immediately decides to clarify whether he caught her. The young man smiles and replies that it all just happened by itself. She is also interested to know if he may also have removed the blood on her body. This immediately makes the young student blush. Marie, standing nearby, giggles and says that it was she who cleaned up the blood and changed her clothes. Annabelle throws off her blanket and asks to be taken away, as she needs to talk to the commander. Sam quickly runs up to the bed and, taking the professor by the hand, wants to help her get up, but does not meet with a positive reaction. Behind him, Marie laughs again and says that she would rather help the teacher get there. The young man burns with shame and quickly removes his hands from Annabelle. At the same time, the traitor Roast is being electrocuted. Despite the pain, he screams for them to continue and not stop. Annabelle enters the room with Marie and Sam. John inquires about the professor's well-being. The girl reports that she is feeling better, and she thanks them for their care, and besides this, she asks if there are any results. John says that no amount of torture or drugs forced Roast to speak, and his neighbor said that his family disappeared a few days ago. Apparently, he thought of everything. Annabelle wants to know what he will do about it. to which the commander believes that the traitor should be brought to a military court. Mr. Morans reports that the enemies made a technological breakthrough. The transmitters they removed almost immediately turned off, and now they are ordinary prosthetics that they cannot present as evidence in court. Roast lets out a loud laugh, saying that they are accusing an innocent man. The man will not admit to anything and will wait for trial, and he also promises that Sam Levins will answer for everything. Annabelle asks the commander if wartime rules are still in effect, and John replies that after the attack, he gave permission to accept a military situation. The professor thinks that there will be another attack soon, and they would do well to intensify the interrogation of the spy right now. The commander unconditionally agrees with her and orders the immediate use of unconventional means against the spy during interrogation. Hearing this, Roast begins to shout that they have no right to do this, and when he sees Annabelle approaching him, he begins to shout that he will tell everything and answer all questions. The girl already understands that most likely he did not leave any traces, and his accomplices already know that he was captured, so now he is of no value. She uses her abilities on him, and Roast's body slowly begins to twist into a kind of knot. Annabelle admits that most of all in the world she hates traitors. The traitor begins to emit death rattles, when suddenly Commander John, with a quick movement, strikes the enemy's throat with a dagger. The commander admits that he does not want her to take on this burden. He himself has already claimed many lives. Mr. Maurice orders it to be recorded that the interrogation lasted 5 minutes. Then he notices Sam and says that he showed himself well, and everyone here is indebted to him. John notes that first the young man was able to find the pursuer, as well as find out the identity of the spy. The main character, not knowing how to respond to such praise, simply gives out the stock phrase that it is his duty. Walking along the street at night, Marie decides to ask the professor a question why the traitor was not shot on the spot. Annabelle explains that in the future they will understand that there are certain laws, and sometimes bad people understand them better than good people. She also explains that the commander called her for a reason. She and he are in different camps, and if he writes in the report about her presence, then the higher-ups would have more confidence to lie low. Sam and Marie realize with horror that their enemies have foreseen everything, and it was all a trick. Annabelle says that the real world is completely different from the world they used to know. It is full of lies and deceit, in which enemies are everywhere. Only by working hard will they be able to survive in the Gene era. And the first lesson that the guys must learn is the ability to protect themselves. The convoy of equipment accompanied by air continues on its way. Marie believes that if they were accompanied by air forces, the enemies would definitely not dare to attack. But Sam reminds her that these are the guards of other schools that have just been liberated and flew here. Chuck, lying on the couch and eating a corn dog, argues that yesterday's guy managing the land is a real devil. He almost destroyed the entire convoy. Even the commander could not catch him. Annabelle joins the conversation and says that all the enemy's actions were clearly planned, so they attacked them with the help of the owner of earthly genes. She also notes that Marie Sank has the ability to control plants and radiation, but if it weren't for the plants on the battlefield, she would hardly have been able to contain that mutant, so she and Sam were very lucky. The student decides to ask what their professor's rank is. Annabelle believes that now they can already know that she is a permanently changed C rank. Sam is surprised to hear this news. It turns out that with an S rank you can be a professor at Care Genetics University. The girl adds that as for the transcendental type, the professor must at least have a complete transformation. However, the requirements for the hidden type are relatively small. For those who have special abilities, an exception can be made. Marie does not lag behind the teacher and wants to find out her abilities, but Annabelle only advises in the future not to reveal her abilities to others. This will guarantee that they will live much longer. She tells us to never forget about this, and everyone answers in unison that they understood her. But there is a small discrepancy. Sam reminds that after enrolling they must report their genetic data. He wants to know if this will be a problem. But Annabelle hastens to reassure them, because their data will have a very high level of confidentiality. A large metropolis finally appeared outside the window. The guys, despite all the difficulties, were able to get to Kyoto. The guys see flying skateboards outside the window that cost about $1 million and begin to dream of the same ones. Meth at this moment mocks his classmates, calling them a bunch of sheep who have never seen anything in the world. Chuck decides to approach Sam and ask if he thinks Marie Sank likes him because yesterday she literally didn't leave his side. The young man begins to refuse, and at this moment the girl just decides to sit down with the guys, driving Sam into even greater embarrassment. The cars finally reach Kier University, and the loudspeaker immediately announces that students can take their things and leave the vehicle. It is also loudly announced that the entrance test will be held tomorrow. Chuck is sure that in his current state, he will definitely not pass, and he will be immediately expelled. Sam offers to find out if he will be allowed to take this test later. How lucky it was that paramedics were already heading towards them, and when they saw Chuck, they ordered him to go with them, since in the near future he would be released from any activities. The young man cannot believe his luck and decides, just in case, to find out if it is free, and the answer pleases him even more, because for this period all his expenses are covered by the university. Despite his diagnoses, he surprisingly quickly jumps onto the bed and is ready to go for treatment. Marie warily asks Sam what is happening to their comrade, but the hero only replies that their comrade was happy that he will be eating for free for a month. Finally, the main character gets to his room. During this time, so much has happened and he is pretty tired. He immediately starts thinking about training, but he can't take that risk right now. Although his parents told him not to worry about money, progress in training would come at a cost. If he gets a grade of C in tomorrow's test, he will be rewarded with 20 F-rank energy capsules. Roughly speaking, if you count in money, it will be more than his father's salary. But even if so, subsequent capsules will cost him just as much. At the moment, he has only two problems, money and supplements. Tomorrow he must try. To achieve C rank, he needs to open at least 20 gene points. He is still missing 2. If he can break through today, then almost 1/3 of the entire year's training costs will be solved. This time, his left hand will also be able to throw soybeans. In the morning, exhausted from yesterday's training, he wakes up on the floor to a knock on his door. Getting up and opening the door, he discovers that Professor Annabelle has visited him. She doesn't stand on ceremony. She immediately walks inside without an invitation and orders Sam to close the door. The girl also interrupts him and asks him not to look in her direction. She puts a piece of paper with words on his desk and asks him to focus and read what is written there. Using his telepathic ability, he reads that the piece of paper contains the number of kilograms of apples and their price per unit. Annabelle says that this is enough and asks him to put on his pants. Sam agrees, although he thinks to himself that she herself was stealing here and is now giving orders. At the same second, an older student named Sasha Finke bursts into the room. She is here to raise all the first-handers. But she comes across a picture where a freshman is pulling on his pants and a rather beautiful girl is standing next to him. This makes the whole situation quite awkward, and Sasha hurries to leave as quickly as possible. Sam is shocked by everything that is happening, but the professor doesn't care about all these teenage habits. She wants to know how many base points he has already awakened. He admits that he has opened 20 points so far and wants to find out if he has a chance of getting a C rank. The teacher assures him that if he tries hard, he can reach C rank, but she is here to tell him something important. The professor advises him that when the time comes to undergo testing, she advises him not to show his full strength. Seeing the silent question in his eyes, the teacher invites him to guess where his telepathy can be used. Sam has an idea that his skill could be useful in surveillance. Annabelle is sure that this is the ideal option, and she is also convinced that if everyone finds out about this, he will be drawn into all the internal wars and intrigues of their universities. Of course, he can ignore her instructions and show strength left and right, but Sam says that he understands everything and wants to find out whether he should hide all his strength. She recommends not showing at least half of it. Besides, he studies at the faculty of the hidden type and therefore completely switched under her name. Annabelle wants to know if this state of affairs suits him, to which she receives a positive answer. Since he is satisfied with everything, the professor allows him to sign the report. He sees that he needs to sign a paper stating that he neutralized the enemy during an enemy attack. Sam turns to Annabelle because he has nothing to do with it. It was she who killed the tiger. But the teacher tells him that without him, nothing would have worked out for her. So this is his merit. In addition, the association will give him a good monetary reward. The young man decides to sign the report because the extra money won't hurt him now. They finish here, and Annabelle says that she and Chuck should go take the test, but the main character is a little perplexed because his friend is now undergoing treatment. At the same time, leaning his ear to the door, Sasha tries to hear what they are talking about. Hearing footsteps approaching the door, He quietly jumps to the side and pretends that he is just wandering along the corridor. Sam follows Annabelle out of the room and, seeing Sasha, says that he is ready to go. Sasha grabs him by the shoulders and calls the young man cool because he spent the night with the Ice Queen goddess of the faculty. He wants to know how he managed it. Sam tries to explain to him that he understood everything wrong. She only came to him so that he would sign the documents. He continues to not believe the freshman because he and she were the only two here. The main character says that now, unfortunately, his neighbor is in the hospital. This news puts Sasha into even greater shock. He thinks that Sam specifically sent his friend to the hospital to stay with the beauty and already considers him a real alpha male. The young man understands that he cannot allow this crazy talker to say such things. Otherwise, rumors will quickly spread about him. He must somehow be forced to remain silent. Sam invites Sasha to reveal his secret of seduction and make a bet, to which the guy immediately agrees. The bet is that with his right hand he will throw a metal ball at Sasha. If he dodges, then so be it, he will reveal the truth. But if not, then he will never tell anyone about what he saw. Sasha agrees, and they take positions. The senior student has speed beyond his reaction, and he is confident of his victory. But Sam doesn't give him too much time to think and throws the first ball at him. Sasha barely managed to jump away from the first one, but the second ball landed right on his cheek. The senior student immediately begins to accuse Sam of being a swindler. After all, they only agreed on one ball, and how could they throw with their left hand? The main character reminds that no one said that it was impossible, and if you look closely, it's all one ball. Looking at the floor, Sasha notices that one half of a metal ball lies nearby. Sam divided it into two parts, and therefore technically he did not violate anything, so he won. Well, a dispute is a dispute, and Sasha promises that this topic will not be mentioned again. And the main character was once again convinced that yesterday's training was not in vain, and now the left hand is in no way inferior to the right. She and Sasha come to the test center, and here they each go about their own business. Sam easily goes to the office he needs. Since the erudition class does not receive special attention, there was no queue here. The employee says that the results of his blood sampling showed that in total, he has already awakened 20 gene base points. According to the rules, he can now pass to a low C rank. She also adds that since he has a telepathic skill, he should be tested on a special device, and if his abilities show up well, he will be given an average C rank. Leaving his office, his only concern was how to get a high score when testing the power of telepathy without attracting a lot of attention. Entering the testing room, he sees how one of the students is very tense and tries to find out what is in the dark box opposite him. Seeing how another student is being graded, Sam realizes that if he can move up 2 grades like the previous student, then that will be enough. Applying his skill, he understands what is the optimal distance and clarity he needs to measure. The hero will control his distance to get a good score and make sure that he is given an average C rank. The score is not particularly high and will not attract attention. Sam notices one of the inspectors looking at him and a shiver runs down his spine. Has he really already been figured out? He pretends that his eyes suddenly began to itch in order to divert suspicion from himself. He is called for testing and asked to describe the object that he feels inside the box. In the cube, he senses several objects at once. His maximum distance was 3 meters and 24 hundredths of a meter. Previously, he could only see up to 3 1200ths of a meter. His limit increased by 12 centimeters. It turns out that in a few days, his ability increased. If he shows them all his strength, he will definitely get the best score, but he doesn't want to attract attention because he still wants to live. As a result, for the judges, he was able to see bread, raw meat, coffee beans in a cup, and a half-eaten hamburger. The distance was about 1 63 hundredths of a meter. As a result, he is given a low C rank and his telepathy ability is assessed as normal. Unexpectedly for the hero, the teacher takes him out of the office, introduces himself as an assistant professor at the Faculty of Mental Telepathy named Jean-Paul, and invites Sam to transfer to him, since his telepathy is impressive. This whole situation is straining the young man because he made it clear that his abilities are ordinary. He politely refuses Jean, citing the fact that he has already chosen the faculty of erudition. The teacher keeps up with him and begins to say how much he can get if he chooses his department. Sasha, passing by, having heard about special quotas for recruiting and increasing ranks, begins to get angry that everything is going to Sam again. This makes the main character think, this is too tempting an offer. If his rank rises, it will not only reduce the burden on his family, but will even help him in the future. But he has a hidden type, just like Professor Annabelle, so his strength is clearly more in that direction. The right direction is most important, so he refuses the offer, surprising Sasha. In addition, Professor Jean, having learned that Annabelle was Sam's teacher, immediately began to behave strangely, began to shake a little, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But after a while, he regained his normal appearance and continued to insist that Sam definitely needed to think more, and the faculty would be waiting for him. Seeing these strange mood swings, he thanks the professor and they say goodbye. Walking along the corridor with Sasha, the hero wants to find out from him whether his miracle's power of throwing beans is pushing him to increase his rank. After all, his ability can be attributed to the transcendental type. The assessment of the transcendental is, after all, slightly higher than the secretive. Sasha is confused by his questions about whether the first Vash really decided to compete with him. He advises Sam to just forget about his crazy ideas. The main character heads further to test the strength of his palm, and it's his turn. He approaches the entrance and the system begins to scan him to make sure that it is Sam Levins. Suddenly, a bunch of notifications about unread messages start to arrive on his watch. He decides to look at them after he passes the test, because he has been waiting in line for an hour. At this moment, unexpectedly for everyone in the queue, they begin to push people aside. Some big guy orders everyone to make way for him because he has powers of middle E rank. A skirmish begins between those who agree to skip it and those who consider it impermissible. In general, public facilities and services are given priority to those with high authority. If a person with low authority prevents a person with high authority from doing something, he will be arrested and convicted. Regular civilians typically have F rank credentials, and if they want to advance to the highest, which is E rank, they need to upgrade their skills, which takes a very long time. In a university where all students have F rank credentials, a person with E rank credentials is demolished by God, not to mention the average E rank. Sam reasons that either this guy is very strong and received 50 merit points with his abilities, or he inherited his family's privileges. Having dispersed the entire line, the brute gets to him and tells him to move, again mentioning his E rank. Hearing that Sam has already confirmed his turn and will not give in to him, the big man's tower is torn off, and he begins to scream and orders the hero to get out of here immediately. The main character asks the teacher how many minutes he has left before his turn. He is told that he is next in order, and the wait will be approximately 3 to 5 minutes. The bully is not going to tolerate this, and having lifted Sam off the ground, he already wants to smack him in the face. But the young man stops his fist. Apparently, the bully decided that he was so easy to intimidate. He bends his fist forcefully in the opposite direction so that a loud crunch of bones can be heard. The bully immediately lets him go and tries to feel his sore arm. He cannot stand such public humiliation and, standing up, swings his good arm at Sam. The reaction does not fail the main character, and he notices the opponent's unprotected groin and shoots him a free kick. Everyone who saw this also felt pain in the groin area, and the bully fell to his knees in pain in front of Sam. His henchmen decide to answer for their leader and decide to attack the young man. Before the guys had time to show all their hidden techniques, the main character had already taken out his famous metal balls and launched them into the necks of his opponents. So all 4 hooligans were defeated by the main character and were now lying on the floor groaning in pain. Sasha, watching from the queue, begins to have another attack of envy, because how the first one managed to defeat the 4 of them who also had a high rank. Sam asks the bullies if they are still going to fight, because next time he will throw metal balls in the direction of their eyes and then their heads. The students have already filmed this entire scene on their phones, and now this video is gaining popularity on the internet. Sam already suspects that he is finished. He hasn't been very successful at becoming invisible. Holding on to his belongings, the bully gets up and tries to threaten everyone who is filming this that they will be in trouble, and he will settle personal scores with Sam. Sasha decides to come up and hold his comrade, saying that people from the discipline department will soon arrive here. Sam is not afraid of accusations against him, since there is evidence on video surveillance cameras that he was attacked first, and he was only defending himself. The comrade is worried that from the point of view of the department, all 4 were knocked down, and Sam was left without a single scratch. Even if he is telling the truth, he will also receive punishment, although not serious. The hero still doesn't understand what he did, to which Sasha explodes and says that this bully Gilbert Mulligan has considerable powers, and the fact that he did not let a person of a rank above him pass is punishable by law. The most severe punishment that can be imposed on him is expulsion and compensation for medical expenses. Sam thanks him for the information and decides to look at the unread messages. But since such a case occurs, he decides not to read them further, but simply confirm all the acts sent to him at once. From the messages, it is clear that he is being promoted to a low-ranking position and that money transfers are pouring in from various foundations. Sasha watches as a creepy smile appears on his friend's face. The senior student also decides to ease Sam's situation a little and offers to help Gilbert escort him to the first aid station and dissuade him from making a mountain out of a molehill in this situation. He says that he will forget about this if Sasha apologizes to them all on her knees and pays everyone moral damages. Sam approaches them and thanks the young man for his help, but he assures that he is able to solve his problems himself. He suggests that Gilbert tell the department everything, but not blame him for not giving him a chance. Mr. Mulligan looks down on his rival and says that Sam will regret his words. A representative of the department scolds the guys because they have not yet passed all the entrance tests, but have already violated the rules, and now they will be punished. He orders to send everyone to the department and interrogate everyone, to also take video from surveillance cameras and restore the event, to interview witnesses, students, and teachers. Gilbert does not miss the opportunity to show off his E rank here either. He tells how he simply asked to give way to him, but they refused him, and in addition, they attacked him. The inspector makes sure that his rank is genuine, and in this case he really has the authority. He can tell everything in his own words, and he will not be interrogated. Gilbert is jubilant and asks Sam if he has any courage left, but the young man puts on a calm face, turns to the representative, and mentions that he has the authority of a low D rank, who also takes advantage. Gilbert begins to laugh hysterically, trying to catch his rival in a lie. The representative himself doubts that a freshman can have a low D rank. This is impossible. He himself worked for many years to get the credentials to a high E rank, and for a low D rank, hundreds of points are needed. After checking the data, the representative confirms that Sam Levins is not lying, but has a low D rank. He will now be asked to write a report and send it to the discipline department, and is also in contact if he has problems. Gilbert can't believe his ears that this all turned out to be true. The department representative introduces himself to students as Tim Schema and asks everyone to be mindful of following discipline rules. The hooligans leave along with representatives of the discipline department, having clearly lost this war. The teacher from the screen asks everyone to stop making noise and declares that they will start the assessment again. Sam is finally able to pass the test, and the observer even rewards him for the work he has done. In the next test, the teachers took care of the young man because they mistook him for a descendant of heroes. They even turned a blind eye to the fact that he was late for taking the test. After passing the test, Sam heads to the registration and payment office, where the employee says that his average grade is average C rank, his tuition is $16,000 a year, and the cost of training materials is $1,000. Also, since he has the authority of a low D rank according to regulations, Sam receives a 5% discount, and now his payment amount is $16,200. In the hall, behind the protagonist, they begin to whisper that perhaps this is the young man who fought back against Gilbert Mulligan. Sam hears these conversations and does not like that he is mistaken for a descendant, some kind of hero. The employee finishes and tells the main character that the reception procedure was successful. Having received the documents, he sees a message on his watch from teacher Annabelle. She invites him to come to her at the Genetics Research Institute. This was just right for the young man. He wanted to thank her for the special quota for recruiting students, which raised his rank. Entering the professor's office, Annabelle invites Sam to sit down. There are 3 reasons why she called him to her, but the young man ignores everything because he cannot take his eyes off the girl. Noticing his gaze on her, she threatens to transfer him to the inside class. Mr. Levins admits that she is so beautiful and temperamental that if he looks at her for a long time, he might lose consciousness. Hearing his words, she just sighs deeply, because what can one take from a young guy? Annabelle repeats that there are 3 reasons, the first of which the Mayor's Defense Command sent a letter of apology and asked to give it to him. Sam doesn't understand the point of sending him an apology. They should have apologized to the injured students and soldiers, not to him. The second news is that he is now an intern at Research Institute number 14 and will mainly be entrusted with some cases. As a bonus, he will be given E-rank energy capsules every month. She wants to know if Sam has any objections. The main character has no objections to this, with or without bonuses. The main thing is that he learns to use his powers. The third news concerns his training and choice, whether he knows what is most important for entering the Hidden Institute. To be precise, for this there must be mental strength, and the use of any of their abilities is based on mental strength. Moreover, it itself is a genetic ability. Annabelle takes out metal balls and, throwing them, makes them fly throughout the office. But there is a small peculiarity. When flying, they do not touch anything. The teacher says that enough development of mental strength is not inferior to the unique abilities of an exceptional type. Human research has discovered countless secret cultivation methods, and their type's genetic base also has a secret method called inner vision. Going outside, he suspects that his teacher knew that he himself has inner vision. She also mentioned that anyone who is able to sense the smallest things has inner vision. However, only a small number of genetically modified people and gradually named mutants are able to possess it. Students using this unique method discover an average of 15 gene base points, but they can be either useful or useless, plus there are various side effects. This news makes Sam a little happy, because in fact everything depends on luck. Annabelle corrects him, saying that this is not entirely true. Before it could be compared to playing roulette, but after 100 years, humanity has developed safer methods of awakening genes. The main character also wants to find out if their type has something else besides internal vision. The professor claims that, unlike others, they have a greater chance of discovering new genes. The girl also reminds that full development requires the formation of a series of chains of genetic abilities. Sam also wonders what else inner vision is capable of besides the new genes they awaken. Annabelle says inner vision has several functions, but other than activating new genes, there isn't much to it. The main character thinks that his inner vision is different from others. The teacher gave him these training methods to practice. Walking towards his room in the corridor, he again bumps into his now comrade Sasha. He comes into the room with him to talk about something. While the young man is unpacking his purchases, he notes that their rooms are much better than their old ones. Sam hands him a can of cola and says that Sasha can speak directly to him. As it turns out, they contacted Sasha, introduced the Mulligan family, and they ask for all the problems to go away. They also talk to Sasha's father, and now he has no opportunity to refuse them. The Mulligan family enjoys authority in government circles in Kyoto. The young man asks Sam not to worry because they will not get to their university. He is only infuriated by the fact that they had the impudence to say something to his father. Also, there is not exactly enmity between their family, because no matter how you look at it, the Mulligan family has enemies all over the world. Sasha just wants his comrade to be as careful as possible with them. Bad thoughts immediately enter the main character's head about what will happen if he tries to chew this family apart. Sasha thinks that if he puts pressure on them, they could be expelled. There is a high probability that the discipline department will simply take them under supervision. Sam suspects that it was they who sent his comrade to this conversation so that he would soften up and they would not be expelled at his request. This turns out to be true, but Sasha swears that he just wants no one to get into trouble, and on top of all this, he gives Sam a card with a lot of money, which the Mulligan family presented as an apology. For such a huge sum, all he needs to do is write that there was a small fight among students and not a violation of his authority. With that, they decided he escorts Sasha to the door, and he thanks him and apologizes for the trouble. Having slammed the door, he is left alone with his huge capital. With 8 or 10 of his classmates, he would instantly become rich. He decides now is the time to try the workouts Annabelle recommended to him. Having found a meditation that suits him, he makes himself comfortable on the couch and begins it. Only his concentration is disrupted by thoughts of a beautiful goddess named Annabelle. He remembers how majestic she looked on the battlefield. Just as he wanted to concentrate again, a new message arrived on his watch from Marie Sank. She said that she had already checked into the hostel and invited him to her place, mentioning that she lived with a very beautiful neighbor. And now again, youthful impulses excite Sam's heart. How strong neighbor Marie must be. These thoughts do not leave his head. No matter how much he wants, he is no longer able to return to training today. Gilbert, having finished talking on the phone, reports to his colleague that all issues have been resolved and they will not leave. One of the bullies wants to know if they will just forget about this incident, but Gilbert's father made it clear that they should call it a day. Another of his comrades says that Sam is studying at the Faculty of Erudition, and they are at the Beyond. They have a fairly small chance of meeting him and taking revenge. But one of the hooligans does not calm down, and he has a plan brewing to take revenge on him without doing anything to Sam. All they need to do is lift their fingers. He proposes to use the internet and make all the kids from the exorbitant university hate Sam Levins, so much so that he walks without raising his head. The second day at the university began. Walking down the street with full bags of food, the main character thinks that maybe Gilbert is not so bad. Without his generosity, he would hardly have been able to buy so much. On the way, he decides to check the news and, to his surprise, stumbles upon angry posts about himself. Sam realizes that someone definitely built this. It seems that they are trying to provoke him into a conflict between him and the Transcendental University. But the young man decides not to care about all this because he has an opening ceremony ahead. Crowds of students have already gathered in the square, and the solemn speech begins, in which every student admitted to this university is called Heaven's Chosen Ones, saying that they have the ability to think independently. This speech was given by the rector of the university named Adore Wold. He wants to end his speech colorfully, so he releases purple lightning into the sky. With one snap of his finger, Mr. Wood makes lightning thunder and clouds thicken. From such impending bad weather, all students' ears begin to block. Then the lightning abruptly disappears somewhere, and the students see again a clear sky with no signs of an approaching hurricane. One of the students notices that there is still something in the sky and shouts for everyone to pay attention to it. At that moment, a man descends from the sky like lightning, and everyone, for some reason, immediately takes him for Superman and begins to chant it. But it just turns out to be their rector named Tom, even if he is outrageous. But today he agrees to be a Superman for the students. As the crowd cheers, Rector Ador declares the ceremony over. Here comes the time of long school days in the first couple of this year. A teacher named Severus North introduces himself to his new students. For the next couple of years, he will teach them spiritual power training, the basics of the hidden type theory, and the basic practices of the hidden type. He also notes the horn on his head, which has already attracted the attention of the students. Severus says that this is a consequence of an error during training, and if among the students there are those who want to get a pair of horns, then he allows them to sleep on the pairs. From his speech, Sam understands what Annabelle's teacher was saying about useless genes at the base point. Having said the preface, the teacher suggests starting today's lesson and orders the assistants to distribute the teaching materials. Severus reminds them that they should all know that spiritual power is core to the hidden type. Now they will begin the first lesson on her training. Pointing to the flask, he tells that this technology is needed to accumulate and test this power in the initial and middle stages. The material in the bottle is extremely rare. He orders everyone to pick up the instrument and focus on it, saying that they must give it their all, because this is the only way they can improve their spiritual power. First of all, you should focus your gaze inside the bottle and then feel with all your might what is inside it. Severus reminds that the first time will be a little difficult. The main thing is not to worry, but to slowly pour in your spiritual strength. He just wanted to tell what would happen if he rushed in this matter when a loud explosion rang out across the entire audience. The bottle exploded right in the hands of Sam, who clearly did not imagine his first day of school this way. Severus takes the student to his office, treats his wounds, and asks how the man is feeling. Sam replies that everything is fine, and the teacher notes that he saw his name in the erudition class magazine. Surprisingly, the professor is pleased with his result, the first pair, and he has already blown up the flask, which is already quite talented. He also says that Sam would be better off with 20-gram stones instead of 1 or 5-gram stones. The same story repeats with Severus. As with the other teacher, he again offers a special quota so that Sam goes to him. But, as before, the young man remains faithful to Professor Annabelle and refuses the teacher's offer, which clearly does not please Severus. Although this does not stop him, and he selflessly gives Sam information about unique methods of an exceptional type. Discuss all the issues and making sure that everything is in order, they decide to return to the classroom. Meanwhile, heated discussions are taking place in the class about what caused the explosion and what the teacher is now doing with the careless student. Sam enters the classroom and, returning to his seat, sighs sadly, because initially he wanted to live an inconspicuous life, and now he has gotten himself into something again. Severus also returns to his place and says that the practical part of the lesson will now begin. For this, he calls his assistant. In a fashionable manner, the man greets everyone and says that his name is Dan Schneid. He is a first year of the Transcendental Type Speed class. Currently, he has already opened 3 chains of genetic abilities and has an E rank. The group immediately begins to whisper and say that at such an early age, this is already incredible. Severus wants to use an example to explain to students the main disadvantage of the hidden type and asks if anyone wants to become Dan's opponent. He warns that it will just be a little sparring and he might as well wear protective equipment. But to everyone's surprise, Dan says that he has only one condition: Sam Levins spar with him. The teacher is interested in why the choice fell on this particular student, and besides, combat practice is carried out voluntarily. Dan admits that since such a strong student appeared in the Faculty of Erudition this year, he really wants to conduct a practical lesson with him. Sam is under pressure from all sides, because if he doesn't come out to spar, then everyone will consider him just a coward. But to everyone's surprise, one of the students also volunteers to try to practice. The young man introduces himself as Frank Galm, and he is the owner of 2 chains of genetic abilities of an exceptional type. Dan agrees to feed this guy first. He asks if the teacher agrees to their sparring. Severus agrees, and pressing a button on the remote control, they find themselves in an impromptu ring. He warns competitors not to overdo it. Even in exhibition sparring, you can get injured, so he wants them to be careful. The report is in, and the fight is declared open. Frank warns that he has quite powerful fire, and his opponent needs to be careful. But it looks like he should have been more careful, because Dan very quickly knocks his opponent down. To the surprise of the students, the fireball that Frank had been holding at the ready flew out of the ring. But Professor Severus orders not to panic and puts out the fire. Dan, sitting astride his opponent, says that in a real fight he would already be dead. Frank wants to try again. They go to the corners again, and Dan says that this time he will give him 1 second to attack, because the exceptional type is very troublesome in the attack. Having learned from his past mistakes, Frank realizes that he first needs to step back. The second round has begun. Mr. Galm keeps his distance and waits for his opponent to decide to attack, because then he will face a retaliatory blow. This time the young man manages to dodge the enemy attack for a short time. But unfortunately, everything ends. Just like in the first round, Dan turns out to be faster and wins again. Severus thanks Frank for his participation and notes that, using the example of this battle, they could observe what the main weakness of the hidden type is. The teacher invites others to try themselves in a duel, but Dan remembers that he never sparred with Sam Levinson. Sam decides that since his classmate says wish like that, he wouldn't mind practicing with him too. Going down the steps, the hero thinks that this fight would have happened anyway. There is no point in hiding. Now he will teach this Dan a lesson in front of everyone. Let them know that it is better not to mess with him. While walking upstairs, Frank decides to warn Sam to keep his distance and mentions that his left leg is weaker than his right. While his opponent is warming up in the ring, Dan decides to record their fight on camera. Sam, noticing this, was only glad, so he could see the ins and outs of their battle. The fighters take their positions, and the next round is declared open. Dan attacks first. Sam realizes that Frank was not lying about the enemy's speed. He is moving very quickly. But suddenly, before the enemy wanted to hit Sam, he seemed to disappear into thin air. An object resembling a pyramid hovered in the air for a second, and while Dan hesitated, it crashed right on his head. Having risen, the enemy cannot understand what it was, perhaps a spiritual incarnation. But do first-year students really study this? Watching the fight, Severus realizes that even though the technique was done roughly, Sam Levins in his eyes is becoming a real genius. But Dan does not sleep, and flying towards the enemy, grabs his hand and kicks him in the face. Mr. Schneid does not hesitate and returns to his starting position in one jump. This is done to gain momentum again and deliver the finishing blow. Despite the fact that Sam, using telepathy, clearly sees all of Dan's attacks, his body is not able to keep up with his reaction. The hero already understands that he will have to spend all his free time on training. Despite Dan's variety of techniques, his telepathy can still pick up the trajectory of his movements. Sam launches a spiritual embodiment at him again. The enemy mocks, because he is sure that now he will not fall for this trick. But having dodged once, He did not expect that the blow would come from behind, and again his face would be crumpled. Jumping high into the air, Dan wants to throw a powerful punch, but Sam blocks it. With hatred boiling in him, he continues to kick with all his might and finally breaks through the enemy's defense. Sam flies to the side and hits his head on the arena dome. But even this is not enough for his opponent, and he again hovers over him and delivers the decisive blow. Sam turns out to be the loser, and Severus hurries to stop the fight as soon as possible, saying that Dan has gone too far. Dissatisfied exclamations are heard in the audience. They do not like the cruelty shown by Mr. Schneid. Dan notes that the fight comes first, and then the training. Because they are genetically modified people, they will face a lot of dangers, so you always need to give your best. Sam, who woke up, also thinks so, but is his opponent strong enough? The young man says that if he has enough courage, he can see his opponent to the end. Only this time he would actually try his best to knock him down. Sam agrees to a rematch, but decides to check with the teacher if this is combat training. Then he can use all his abilities. Teacher Severus turns out to be not against the fight and gives the go-ahead, and Sam wants to know if in this case he can use his special ability. Dan just grins in response and says that there is no problem. The main character already feels that superiority is on his side and asks the audience for a couple of metal balls, since he forgot his own at home. This comes as a surprise to classmates. Some think that the tone will use a bomb launcher. Marie, sitting with one of her classmates named Lily, asks to lend her necklace, to which she unconditionally takes off and gives away the jewelry. The girl is very grateful to her for this. Miss Sank runs up to the arena and hands Sam 3 pearls. The young man says that this should be enough for him. He warns his opponent that he has already spared him twice, but if this time they really fight to the fullest, then he should be more careful. But behind this mask of confidence, Sam actually fears that Dan's speed is too fast, and there is a good chance that the enemy will dodge his balls, so he must find a way to increase his throwing speed. Dan is already in position, and also wishes his opponent to be more attentive. He takes off and rushes at Sam, shouting that he will beat him until his opponent gets up. At this moment, a spiritual embodiment is already flying towards him, aiming to cause damage to the enemy. But Dan manages to get his bearings and breaks his spiritual cone with a powerful blow, saying that now it won't work. Sam doesn't give up. This time he doesn't waste time on trifles. He's already creating a lot of cones. But even this is not a hindrance to the opponent. He again destroys each of the projectiles launched at him. In response to Dan's exclamations that he wonders how much longer his enemy will last, Sam releases another batch of charges. Mr. Schneid dodges the blows again, but he understands that sooner or later these cones will hit him, so he needs to somehow get out of this circle. He wants to win some space for himself and therefore, pushing off from the ground, soars into the air. Now being, as he thinks, in a more advantageous position, he shouts that Sam will not fool him. The young man grins and takes out his 3 treasured balls and is already preparing to load them. Undoubtedly, Dan is very fast for a prohibitive type, but without support he cannot be so nimble. The enemy realizes with horror that his enemy deliberately directed the cones along such a trajectory. Sam has already collected enough energy and, concentrating the power of his hand, he releases all 3 balls into flight. Dan is so unlucky that one of the balls flies directly into his groin with ultrasonic force. The enemy turns out to be knocked out and now, languishing in pain, holds on to his bells. The classmates begin to applaud and shout about how beautiful Sam made the teaching assistant. Severus is not amused at this time. He conveys a message to the ambulance so that they urgently come in, since there is a student with a serious injury who may need surgery. The doctors quickly arrived and placed the victim on a gurney, making a preliminary diagnosis: a sprained ligament. The meniscus and the synovial membrane were seriously damaged. The rest will be known after the operation, but it is believed that even the operation can leave consequences. The medical worker asks Severus how it all happened. The teacher covers his face with his hand and replies that first of all, everything possible must be done to cure the student, and he will write a report on the incident later. The doctors agree and take the victim away. Frank decides to approach Sam, who is sitting at his desk, and find out if he regrets that he beat Dan up. But the young man doesn't regret it at all. If he had given in, he would now have ended up on a stretcher. Severus informs the audience that there were some unexpected incidents in today's lesson, but it was quite educational. He believes that this should not be given much importance, since they are freshmen, and after the next 3 months, any serious injuries will become a daily routine for them. And of course, their university provides professional medical care, so students don't have to worry. The teacher announces that the class is over and now he will send them homework. At the same time, students were glued to the screens of their tablets, where videos had already appeared of how an upstart from an out-of-this-world institute was beaten during a combat exercise. Sam is finally back in his room and can take a breather. During this day, people had already started making fun of him on the internet because of Gilbert's handout. The young man blew up the flask in a steam match, and the end was a duel with Dan Schneid. Suddenly, a notification from his roommate arrived on his watch. It turned out to be a list of house rules, which regulated how much and when to clean, what is forbidden to wash in a machine, when you can bring guests, and who is not allowed under any circumstances. At the moment of reading this boring list, an unfamiliar young man entered the room, asking the hero from the threshold if he was Sam Levins. This young man turned out to be his roommate, a third-year student named Liam Asker. Sam says hello and thinks to himself how handsome his neighbor is, who is also a university idol. Liam immediately says that if his neighbor does not agree with the rules, then they will need to go to the manager and change his room, but the main character turns out to agree to the conditions prescribed to him. Looking at his new neighbor, Liam notices that the young man looks rather shabby and wants to know if he is injured. Sam reluctantly reveals that he got hurt during combat practice today. The elder immediately interrupts him and points out to the hero that he looks like a squeezed lemon, and he is afraid that he will not survive even a 3-month period of protection. The main character remembers that Teacher Severus mentioned something about a 3-month period. Liam decides to give his new neighbor some healing ointment and recommends using it when changing the bandage. The young man thanks him and asks him to tell him more about the 3-month period that he himself mentioned. Mr. Asker grins, folds his arms over his chest, and says that Sam really doesn't know anything. Every genetic evolution university encourages students to improve with each other. Keio University is no exception. Those who come out on top in the competition will receive more training resources. Every year, a list of the 100 best students comes out. First place is the Dragon, the top 10 are the Tigers. For each place, a separate reward is given. Sam is surprised to see a D-rank energy capsule because it's $100,000 out of the blue. Liam says that the so-called 3-month protection period means that the freshmen will not be bothered by competition for 3 months, but after 3 months, the competition will be completely open. But there are especially gifted guys, like Sam, who strive to break the rules of the university. The main character does not quite understand what they are talking about. The older neighbor says that every year, because of the competition, students get seriously injured, become disabled and expelled, and sometimes die. This is not uncommon. Heading towards the exit, Liam says goodbye that Sam has already become a target, so now no one is interested in his problems, and if he wants to survive, he must train properly. Left alone, the hero thinks about everything he heard. He assumed that it would be difficult to get along with the elder, but he never expected that Liam would be a man with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. But his words about the target worry Sam about how things could have turned out this way. At the very least, Gilbert and Dan have a grudge against him, but one way or another, these show-offs have already been filmed, and he was at least able to learn about their strength. All these thoughts give him the idea to look at the training methods that Master Severus gave him. Sam hopes that the methods will include skills such as affinity with metal. Finally, evening came, and the young man took a shower after such a busy day. Leaving the bathroom, he felt as if he had been reborn again. And he hears that the clock on his bed is starting to ring. Sasha is trying with him. Having answered the call, a comrade's angry speeches came from the receiver, saying that he had seen posts on the internet with the crippled Dan and wanted to know what Sam had managed to do again, while Sasha stated that the hero should contact the one who posted these videos on network and gives his number. The main character decides to go online and see what they write about him, and seeing how the whole story has been distorted to the point that he is threatening all the students of the prohibitive type and maiming people, Mr. Levins is shocked. With all the details simply left out to make him look bad, Sam decides to tell this senior that his posts are incomplete and that it is wrong. He contacts a student named Romeo Fritz, introduces himself to him, and informs him of his dissatisfaction. He wants the students to see the whole truth, as it really was, to which the senior student asks if Sam wants to settle everything, and he announces a price of $500,000. If he gives him that amount, then Romeo will agree to change everything in the posts. After waiting a minute, the extortionist bursts into loud laughter and says that he is just joking. He would not dare to rob a poor student, and in general there is nothing wrong with his posts. Romeo sees no reason to change them. Sam, hearing this, tries to shame the senior student because Mr. Fritz is a public figure, and how can he think that it is right to spread false rumors? Romeo points out that Dan Schneid really wasn't mutilated by Sam, asks him to point out where the author lied, and says that he's too busy and the call will end there. Having completed the call, Romeo leans back in his chair and laughs at how naive young people can be. Sam remains unhappy after such a tense conversation. His enemy turned out to be really cunning. His loopholes cannot be recorded. The hero comes up with the idea that he can try to complain about his work, but at the same time he understands that Romeo can continue to work on other conspiracies, and this way he will not get rid of the infection. But still, some measures need to be taken, and Sam begins to get ready, thinking that since his opponent did not want to be kind, then he should not blame him for his rudeness. At such a late hour, he decided to go to the discipline department, entering the foyer and being greeted by the secretary. Just as he wanted to communicate his desire to write a complaint, the head of the department, Tim Skem, who was already familiar to him, entered the foyer to find out what was happening here. Sam reports that someone was using the university's website for blackmail and extortion. Tim confirms that these are very serious violations. He already roughly knows what the matter is, but now he needs to go to a meeting, and the head promises that after a while he will take up this matter. Mr. Skem orders the secretary to block Romeo Fritz's account first, and mentions that further punishment will be handed down after the meeting. By this time, an extraordinary meeting of the Kier University of Genetic Evolution had already begun. Rector Ador wants to know if everything is in place. He has reported that with the exception of Tim Skem and several committees who have gone on assignments, everyone is here. The reason for their meeting today is two students, Sam Levins and Dan Schneid. Ador knows that everyone is already aware of the events and asks everyone to express their opinion. The deputy dean of Stormhold decided to speak out first. He believes that Sam acted extremely harshly with Dan, crippling him, so Levinson needs to be given a serious punishment. Helia Schaffer, on the contrary, believes that this was an ordinary combat training, and Dan himself provoked the young man while also brutally attacking his opponent. Moreover, Sam restrained himself twice, and his contract was justified. Vice Rector Tom repeats that the problem is not a counterattack, but that he crippled Dan. Deputy Information Department Denver believes that the young man should not be punished too harshly, but he certainly cannot be left without punishment. Salvatore Haynes believes that Sam Levins had bad intentions. The bad thing is that he took the fight tape. Because of this, they had a problem. So the Office of Academic Affairs believes that this young man should bear the main responsibility. Ador listened to all the deputies and managers and now wants to find out what Teacher Severus thinks about this. Sweating with excitement, he admits that he too is responsible for this incident because he did not follow their fight. The rector loses his temper and begins to shout at the professor because he has a huge responsibility. After what happened, he did not reprimand Sam, but allowed the situation to develop further. In addition, he should have immediately contacted the information department of the Hidden Institute and posted the full video of the battle on the internet. But due to his negligence, such a commotion occurred. Ador thinks that Severus wanted to glorify the student of his institute, but first of all he should support the students and not engage in conflicts for personal gain. The rector also wants to know, after they finish, the opinions of his colleagues on what to do with Severus. Opinions are divided. Some believe that the teacher is to blame, but Sam should not go unpunished. Tom suggests giving them a warning for the future. Ador asks the question, if the students of their university do not want to resist the deliberate humiliation of their rivals, then why are they teaching them? He bursts out with a speech that even if those students who resist are punished, will other students maintain the spirit of resistance in the face of powerful enemies of the future? The rector suggests that Severus take on the main responsibility. Regarding other students, let the teachers of their respective faculties limit themselves to educational conversations. All those present fully agreed with his decision. Towards the end of the meeting, Tim approached Ador and brought him a completed full report on the incident. Having glanced over the report, The rector throws the tablet with it to Denver and asks him to look at it for himself because he did not expect that this could happen at their university. A door says that a student named Romeo used his popularity to blackmail and extort money. 3 cases were confirmed, and the video itself is in the Denver Information Department. The head of the university offers Denver to go to the front instead of the director if he copes with his duties so poorly. Meanwhile, Romeo taunts Sam because the freshman thinks that if his number is blocked, he won't be able to do anything. Hearing knocks behind the door, he decided to go up and open it. A man appeared from behind the door, handing the senior student his ID. Having mentioned his name, the people introduced themselves as employees of a special department of the intelligence department. They had an order to arrest Romeo for extortion and blackmail, and they asked him to go with them. A scream is heard in one of the dorm rooms early in the morning. It turns out that all the videos that the students filmed were deleted, and they will now not be able to make money from it. The students notice they are notified that they could be prosecuted for the video and their use of blackmail and extortion. Professor Severus is removed from his position as vice dean, and the university states that it encourages rivalry among students so they can create strong heroes. That same morning, Sam continues to meditate and persistently train his genes. Having finished, he falls tiredly onto the bed. The last 36th base point of the first level has finally been opened. Usually it takes at least 6 months, but he did it in 4 weeks. Sam feels that although his spiritual power has not skyrocketed, but the intensity has increased significantly, he is confident that in the next battle against Dan or anyone else, his spiritual cone will not break so easily. Jumping up sharply, he decides to test his skills and see the progress of telepathy. He feels that while his range is about 6 meters, it is more than his room. Sam tries to look a little further, and now he sees the older neighbor's room. Right now he is training. The young man can even see his martial arts books, but to his surprise, he feels Liam's gaze turn to him, and Sam clearly hears him being called a bastard. Mr. Levinson feels as if he was thrown out of his visions. He does not understand how this could happen. Liam immediately comes into his room, clearly not liking the freshman's tricks. Sam tries to apologize to him, pointing out that he just tried it out of curiosity, but the elder does not listen to him and only notes that if in 1 month he exceeded the 4 meters mark, then that is not bad. But he still warns him that the freshman must be careful, otherwise he will receive a response for any negligence. The main character swears to him that he will be extremely careful from now on, and after hesitating awkwardly, he wants to find out what genetic abilities Liam has. The senior student declares that he not only has genetic abilities, he has an ancient martial art called Lion's Roar. Adjusted to his gene points, this art is capable of resisting telepathy. Sam is surprised. He is hearing about this for the first time. Liam says that there are many types of genetic abilities. Also embarrassed, the main character asks his neighbor for a book that he saw. He himself would also like to learn a little of his martial art. Liam agrees, but on the condition that he himself goes to the room to get her and bring her to Sam, reminding the neighbor that under no circumstances should he enter his room, much less spy on him. The hero willingly agrees to everything. As a result, the books ended up in his possession, and he began to read them all day long. Even if it was a busy street, he did not miss the opportunity to pick up a book and start studying a new martial art for him. While sitting in a class on erudition, the book also did not leave his hands. The knowledge from there was really useful. Now he, for example, learned how great practices were reduced to ordinary meditation. After reading about this, Sam even felt a little nostalgic because his dad taught him to meditate. He only remembered that during meditation, a person should be completely relaxed, take deep breaths or something like that. The young man decides that he will ask his neighbor about this as soon as he finishes reading the book. Suddenly, a classmate ran up to him and offered to go have a snack together, saying that he was treating him. Sam is a little embarrassed and says that he will probably be poorer with him. Hearing their conversation, the rest of their classmates also decide to join, because when will they have lunch with their already famous prefect? Sam, delighted at this reaction from those around him, agrees for them to all go together. But can everything in his life be so simple? As soon as he decided to go to lunch with the team, students entered the classroom, looking for him with clearly not very good intentions. Having found Sam, the leader of this gang introduces himself as a third-year speed class named Jeffrey Cyphrin. Mr. Levinson wants, so why did they need him? To to which Jeffrey declares that he wants to fight him. The third-year student tries to explain that they are not like Dan Schneid, and they do not want enmity, but Sam does not believe their words. He replies that they started it all for the sake of revenge. Other students who came with Jeffrey claim that they have nothing to do with that identical person, because Dan was too self-confident and wanted to become famous. Mr. Sifrin decides to get straight to the point. The Dragon and Tigers rankings are coming up soon, and since Sam's fighting abilities are very unusual, they want to fight against him to hone their fighting skills. Having heard this, the main character doesn't even really know whether to tense up or relax. It turns out that the students are preparing for the ranking of Tigers and Dragons. Jeffrey invites him to fight in the training building. If the opponent is worried about safety, they can also ask the teacher on duty to be the judge. They are even willing to offer him money. Sam suspects that they have already prepared the money from the very beginning, but despite all the persuasion, he refuses. He simply doesn't want to waste his precious time on this and is getting ready to leave. Seeing their opponent leave, they throw their last trump card at the students and offer him an E-rank capsule. They notice that Sam has stopped at the entrance and begin to raise the stakes, offering even more capsules for each of his exits. Turning to them, the hero clarifies whether he will receive the capsule if he loses, and the whole gang gives him a positive answer. As a result, they will move into the fourth hall of the combat training building. All the students admire the technological equipment of this room. The observing teacher warns that this is just practice and tells the students not to hurt each other. He especially addresses Sam, warning him not to turn out like last time. Mr. Levins wants to know who will start first, and Jeffrey volunteers to be first. The third-year student turns to his comrades and asks them to carefully watch their battle and then sum up the results. The fight begins, and Jeffrey warns that he will now begin to attack. Sam gives him advice not to attack with all his might at once. Mr. Sifrin rushes into battle, shouting that people of the transcendent type must always attack with all their might. The companion says that they studied the video of the fight with Dan, and the hidden type should keep his distance during the fight. So in the fight against Sam, he should close the distance as quickly as possible. Jeffrey mentions that he noticed that during the fight with Dan, Sam would direct spiritual cones in special trajectories to make the enemy jump up. The third-year student gathers strength and, reducing the distance as much as possible, tries to strike the enemy and crashes into a spiritual wall. The enemy admires Sam's spiritual skills, but believes that in the face of absolute power, any tricks are ineffective. Jeffrey strikes again, and his fist begins to penetrate the enemy's defense. He was ready to rejoice at his incredible strength, but his fist again hit the barrier. The young man doesn't understand where he came from. Did Sam really create two barriers so that he wouldn't notice it? The main character stands happy, because having such tactics is in the order of things. Have such tactics to compensate for your weaknesses. Jeffrey is trying to restore his arm. He has the complete feeling that the barrier was made of stone. The observer comes up and examines his injury, and advises that if there is no fracture, apply ice and use ointment, and otherwise give yourself an injection, and the hand will heal in 2 days. But the young man does not care. He wants to know whether he can continue the fight. But the teacher raises and announces that Sam Levins won this fight. The next round begins, and one confident young man is called up. A couple of minutes later, he was holding his chest and lying on the floor while Sam was declared the winner. Next, the third-year student's comrade in arms was defeated. Mr. Levins was again on strike. Well, the last of the company fell under attack and also ended up losing on the bench. As a result, Jeffrey gives Sam a box with the treasured capsules and thanks him for the experience gained, offering to practice some more. The main character looks after the departing senior students and thinks that they are good guys, and he earned quite a lot, but he could kill time sitting in the laboratory. And then it dawns on him that he forgot to clean the laboratory. He starts running and ends up even overtaking a group of his classmates who were watching his fight. As a result, he managed to clean the laboratory, he filled in all the necessary solutions, and all of today's tasks were completed. But suddenly he smells a distinct smell of blood coming from the office at the end of the corridor. Does someone really want to fight him again? He throws the canister aside and rushes straight into the office. Looking pretty shabby, Annabelle admits that Sam is a very good cook. The young man admits that as soon as he smelled blood, he thought that someone had gotten in here, and he was also worried about where the professor had been all these days. In addition, he notices that the girl is very badly wounded, and he continues to be bothered by the question of what happened to her hand. Annabelle notices his curiosity and decides to show him what she was doing and why her fingers did what they did. The girl already knew that he would ask her about it, so it was time to start the experiment. Walking along the long corridor, she notices that if he had shirked less, he would have already found this place. Annabelle leads him to a huge flask, where a complete copy of it floats unconscious. Sam slowly realizes that the teacher could use this clone for treatment. He directly decides to ask the teacher this question, and she confirms his guesses, adding that not all of these clones are needed for treatment, but also for research purposes. The professor says that in addition to her clones, there are also clones of Sam. Mr. Levins doesn't understand when they managed to take his DNA, but everything turns out to be as simple as shelling pears. They took him when he received his pass. Annabelle asks him to deploy modules numbered 10 and 50 in the large hall. They will soon begin the experiment. Sam obediently agrees to everything, and the teacher decides to warn him not to be too surprised by the presence of 40 of his clones. The professor tries to explain to the young man in as much detail as possible about how the remote control works and what to do in case of an emergency. The main character finally saw the army of his clones, and this made him feel uneasy. In addition, it seems to him that cloning technology is not very popular now. Annabelle explains that there are only 2 cloning laboratories in the world, and one of them is here. The main character is wondering where their institute gets such rare resources and whether it is worth spending these resources on it. Sam wants to somehow repay all this. Even if it is just an experiment, the professor asks him a question whether he has heard about the new Gene People project. Their number 14 institute is also a branch called FAD. They mainly do some genetic research, although they have a lot of research results. Some of them no one has been able to surpass, and there are also people who hate their research results. And now the professor gives Sam the choice to decide whether he will join their direction or not. The young man is unconditionally for this idea, because then his future will be more exciting, and there are advantages that he will not find anywhere else. Since the hero agreed, Annabelle shows him the queen bee, which is capable of controlling tens of thousands of workers, has spiritual power. Moreover, it is of great value, and now her head is in front of them. Scientists wanted to inject the spiritual gene data of the queen bee into the experimental body to obtain enhanced gene mutations, with the possibility of obtaining the queen bee skill. Mental control, the ability of the queen bee to control tens of thousands of worker bees. The chain of mental control is the ability to remotely control worker bees. Mental flagellation, where the queen bee uses this to attack and even kill worker bees, and is also the only offensive ability. But this method is too simple and crude, so the probability of genetic rejection is more than 90%. Sam now understands why so many clones are needed, and the professor repeats whether he wants to try to participate. Annabelle advises him to remember that even though he enters the clone's body, all the pain he experiences will not be alleviated even by half. The young man agrees with everything, and the teacher orders him to go through and sit in a chair. She further says that this device will connect him with the clones. When she says the word start, he will release all his spiritual power and transfer his consciousness into the clone. Sam agrees, and Annabelle presses the lever. The experiment begins. Suddenly, a half-naked clone of Sam falls out of one of the flasks onto the ground. The professor tries to contact him to find out how he is feeling, if there is discomfort or loss of control. The young man replies that everything is fine. He does not experience any discomfort, and moreover, freely controls his body. Annabelle orders him to go to a place under the glass window of the control room, where there is a through-hole. He must stick his hand there when he is ready to inject. At the same time, the girl begins to record that experiment number 01 with the black crown queen bee has begun. Now the injection stage is underway. The observation time is 30 seconds. Sam had already taken the injection by this time and was now starting to feel a little sleepy, which he immediately reported to the professor. To his surprise, all his senses stopped working at once. His vision went dark, and he found himself lying on the floor. The recording continues. Miss Prince reports that brain death occurred during experiment 01. 10 seconds have passed. She asks the original what the body felt during death, but he could only remember a headache. Annabelle decides to begin the second experiment. Another clone comes out, unaware of what executions await his new body. Sometime later, the floor of the research laboratory was littered with the bodies of Sam's clones. due to failed experiments. Annabelle decides to try the experiment one last time. They open one of the flasks again, administer the injection. The teacher wants to figure out what is wrong in their research, but to her surprise, the last clone remained alive and they succeeded. Mr. Levins, sighing heavily, takes off his helmet and tries to rise from his chair. Miss Prince runs up to him and tries to find out how he feels. Staggering, Sam approaches her and, unable to resist, falls into her arms, saying that his spiritual power feels like it has increased by at least 25%. The professor wants to know about his abilities, whether he has acquired any powers. And she was right. The young man actually received 2 new abilities. One of them is a chain of mental control and, much to the surprise of the teacher, a mental whip. Annabelle grabs her charge by the scruff of the neck and rushes him to try out new skills, while Sam just wants to rest and eat something to recuperate. His professor was not a monster, so she fed the student. Sam admits that the experiment was too tedious. The girl praises him. He achieved excellent results with less than 40 clones. At this moment, a robot assistant flies into the room and offers Annabelle a glass of water, at the same time pointing out that she needs to pay attention, because when Sam saw her clone, his pupils and heartbeat changed dramatically. He ends this monologue with the assumption that Mr. Levins is most likely a bad person. Sam tries to explain everything, but Annabelle interrupts him and says that this is Flaber, a special supercomputer at their research institute. He couldn't see Flaber before because he has an unhealthy interest in secret observations. Sam now has only good thoughts in his head. In addition to 2 cloning devices, he also has his own artificial intelligence. Apparently, it's good that he entered the Institute of Research Institute number 14. Flaber begins to shout that he feels the young man's heartbeat quickening, and perhaps he is thinking about something bad, and the main character is no longer so happy about this piece of iron, and is already ready to call this pile of metal a mentally retarded intellect. Annabelle just sighs and decides that if Sam has the strength to argue with Flaber, then they will continue the experiment. The girl also reports that from now on he receives special privileges, second only to her own and some teachers. They stand opposite each other, and the professor orders the young man to attack her. Sam concentrates and, to everyone's surprise, he manages to pull out a mental whip. It almost hits the professor. Annabelle orders to do this again, because today is the first time erudition received this skill, so they must test the combat effectiveness of the skill on her. The young man tries to strike again with the whip, but as the teacher notes, he does not have enough power, because he still has less spiritual strength than she does, so attacking below the neck is useless, but it may work on others. She notices that he used very little spiritual power. With experience, he would be able to use 1/10 or even half of that spiritual power at a time to make the attack powerful. For now, they stop there and Sam wilts, having failed to impress Annabelle. The girl comes up to him and says that his results are not bad, and calls him their genetic miracle, the only one who acquired 2 skills at once. Everyone else, including the founders, only acquired 1 skill each. Annabelle advises Sam to rest while she writes the report. If they can identify the basic gene center, the mental control circuits, then the fruits of their class will increase, but so far they are lacking. The young man himself should know how difficult it is for the erudition class to train, and the liquid of the black crown queen bee can help them with this. Besides, the corpse of the queen bee is extremely difficult to get, so the professor does not know when they will be able to recruit new volunteers. Flaber expresses his dissatisfaction because Annabelle said that Research Institute number 14 was just her and Sam, forgetting to mention him. The girl apologizes to the artificial intelligence and approaches the young man to give him a gift for his work. Having opened the box, he cannot understand what it is, and at first assumes that he was given a keychain. Having given a little hint to his student, Sam finally understands that there is a flying sword in front of him. He had only seen this in films before. Since the hero received a chain of mental control, according to Annabelle, he can easily control the sword and even offers to try it out. The young man, full of determination, agrees to another small experiment. He tries to carefully lift the knife into the air and already feels that it takes a lot of strength. Annabelle calms him down, saying that, in the end, he will gradually get used to it. She suggests that the theoretical distance of mental control could be up to 500 kilometers, but with his current spiritual strength, he could try 100 meters first. Sam tries and gradually succeeds in holding the sword in the air and sending it further and further. He has already reached a distance of almost 100 meters. The teacher now advises him to try to return the sword in the same condition. The sword suddenly turns back and lands next to its new owner. Annabelle was a little scared by his maneuver and tells him not to act rashly, and after returning to train, better control, especially the moments associated with acceleration, deceleration, and turns. Suddenly, Miss Prince received a call on her mobile phone, and she answered the call instantly, ending the call. The girl calls Sam with her because someone is waiting for them. Walking along the corridor and continuing to practice with the sword at the same time, the hero is curious why the professor has such a serious face and who the caller could be. They come to the office of Deputy Rector Helia Schaffer. Annabelle assumes that he didn't just invite them to have tea here. He replies that she should know that this applies to last time. The professor repeats that Helia should know that a new employee has appeared at their research institute number 14. The entire warehouse is full, and there are no places left. The deputy replies that he immediately felt Sam's aura. I can't even believe that he is a freshman, and since she is done with him, then she should allow other university employees to use the modules. Annabelle refuses, because the next step will be the full development of Sam's clone for further medical examinations. There is also long-term research that also needs to be carried out. Helia still begs to allocate at least one module. This begins to bother Miss Prince, and she threatens that if the teacher mentions it again, then the conversation will go differently. The man states that she still has no choice, because she should know the rules and regulations of the university. Her research has not been fruitful, and if she does not want to give them the cloning equipment, then something may happen to the funding of her research. Annabelle wants to know how much they want to cut the budget, and Helia reports that at the moment they want to cut funding by 80%. It turns out that many people have been wanting to use this laboratory for a long time, including military structures. Helia promises to contact Annabelle and advises her not to worry. Sam, walking out the door with the teacher, wants to know how much money the institute needs to operate normally during the year. In the deputy's memory, funding for this institute has never been less than $50 million a year. The young man wants to know if it was because of him that they began to put pressure on the professor. Helia, patting him on the shoulder, declares that he is just the reason and nothing more. Their arms are getting longer and longer, and even the founder's idea of cloning attracted their attention. Previously, Teacher Annabelle did not work alone. Some left, and some betrayed them. Helia wishes Sam to grow up quickly and help his beloved professor. The protagonist wonders how he can help her, but the deputy says that there are many ways to help, such as new research and performance evaluation, but there is a more direct and effective method. And by this effective method, he means the ranking of dragons and tigers, the 10 best students who were at the beginning of the ranking. If a freshman gets into the general list, then this will be recognition of the contribution of their research institute. Annabelle, leaving the office, notices that only Sam remains, and having learned that Helium's teacher has left, recommends that the hero go train using a flying sword, while not forgetting about his duties in cleaning the laboratory and cultivation warehouse. Sam wants to know what she will do next. The professor reveals that she will complete several tasks in order to receive funding. Now the proposal about raiding the dragon and tigers did not leave the hero's head. He needed to think and choose the appropriate tactics. While thinking about this out loud, he did not notice how Sasha approached him, and now he wanted to know what tactics were being discussed. He called Sam, but he didn't hear him, and when his friend approached, he heard him muttering something about tactics, and began to think that these were his Don Juan tricks again. The hero asks if his friend has a desire to train. Sasha thinks this is funny, because he ranks 89th in the ranking of sophomores, so it will not be easy to defeat him. Noticing the grin on Sam's face, his comrade explodes and says that luckily for him, he was just heading to the battle room, and now he will show what he is capable of. Entering the hall, they notice a girl who is clearly not happy with their appearance. Sasha brings Sam closer to her and introduces her as her girlfriend named Sierra Kantz. She immediately says not to call her anything. She is a sophomore. Sierra doesn't understand why he came here. He was also late. Sasha begins to make excuses that he met a friend who wants to spar. The girl assumes that a freshman is strong enough if he trains with someone who is older. Her friend reminds him of that video with Dan and says that it was Sam's work. Sierra calls the young man a newly hatched chicken who was able to defeat a strong opponent. Having moved away from the guys, she takes out brass knuckles from her skirt pocket and says that she wants to fight with this chicken. This confuses Sam a little. He is not particularly eager to fight with his friend's girlfriend, and Sasha, meanwhile, shouts out that she took 32nd place among the sophomores and asks not to overdo it. Sierra asks the enemy to get ready, and they take their positions. The protagonist commands that he is ready, and she can begin. The girl gathers her strength and jumps into the air as Sam creates many spiritual shields around himself. The lady deftly breaks through all the shields with her weapon, taking the young man by surprise. He could never have expected her to be capable of such a thing. Having landed, she punches her fist through the stone floor. Where Sam stood a second ago, he managed to jump back. A rapid thought process begins in the hero's head. Is it really the strength of the sophomore rating, the speed of strength, and even the skills that are completely different from those of Dan Schneid, Jeffrey Sifrin, and others? It seems that using spiritual power alone is not suitable against senior students. He would also really like to experiment with controlling the mental chain, but now he has nothing at hand, and the flying sword is too dangerous, so there is only one thing left. In his moments of thought, Sierra attacks again, trying once again to break the enemy's shield. Sam warns that now he will be forced to offend her. The girl just laughs at him and breaks through his defense again. She herself is looking forward to what kind of technique he can use in this state. To her surprise, the young man decides to use a mental whip against her. Hitting her with it, he immediately knocked out Sierra. Sasha immediately runs up to her and tries to find out if she needs to take her to the doctor. Raising her head, the girl and the guys fall into a stupor. Sierra looks as if she doesn't understand where she is and what's happening to her. Sam could not even imagine that the mental whip would be so strong. He is frightened by the facial expressions of his defeated rival. The young man tries to apologize to Sasha, complaining that he has not yet understood this technique so well, but his friend interrupts him mid-sentence. He says that the current generation of transcendental types become stronger by being injured, so he does not consider them to be at fault. Sam understands that there is nothing more for him to do here and wants to leave, and his friend strangely begins to urge him on, saying that he will take care of Sierra himself. Glancing behind him, the main character sees the sophomore licking his lips maliciously. He understands with horror why Sasha allowed him to knock her out. This guy used such a vile method to make the girl defenseless. As soon as he turned away again to walk away from here, he heard the voice of Sierra, who ordered him to stand and told Sasha not to let the young man leave. Hearing this, Sam stopped. The girl told him to wait because she had one thing to do with him. The main character, confused, wants to find out what they need and hopes that Sierra feels better. She hands him the phone and offers him a look at the match between the students of the Indian Federation and the Star regions of Korea. He sees how the screen shows a fierce battle. The representative of Korea is throwing something like spiritual cones, and the Indian is dodging them. But it was not to be. The enemy took out a saber, and closing the distance as quickly as possible, cut the enemy's neck. A team of doctors immediately runs out onto the field, hoping to save the competitor. Sierra wants to know after watching this fight if Sam felt something. While the hero clearly did not understand anything, what kind of match it was, why the participants were so cruel. Sasha decides to clarify that in a real battle such tricks are allowed. In fact, during dragon and tiger competitions, sometimes deaths occur. The risks are very high. The young man thinks that the participant from India deliberately hurt his opponent. Sierra reveals that this man's name is Azari. He is extremely talented and is in the top 10 in the ranking of the dragon and tigers among sophomores. Recently, universities have begun exchanging students. Last time, a member of the Federation eliminated 6 second-year students. Their next destination will be their Kier University. The match will be held here, which means that the students participating in the exchange will also be selected from the second year. Sam does not understand what they are getting at. He is a first year and cannot help them. Sierra guesses that he must have noticed that the student from the Korean areas just froze in place for a while, and doesn't he think it was the same with her? Sam finally realizes that she might mean that Asari also has mental attacks. The girl continues to say that mental skills are very rare and unusual, so it is difficult to defend against them. According to her teacher, there are only 2 ways to cope with a mental attack. The first is to open a chain of genetic abilities to enhance spiritual strength or mental protection, but the second method is much simpler. This is hardening, so to speak. Mental fortitude. The more mental damage she receives, the more resilient she will become. Then she will not be knocked down after the first attack, like today. And so she wants to use Sam's ability to strengthen her ability to resist mental attacks. At the same time, he can hone his skills on her. No matter how cruel it is, he really lacks practical experience now, and in the end, he agrees to her proposal. Sierra is so happy with his agreement that she immediately offers to beat her and Sasha right now, but the guys are against it. First, it's better to let her rest now. Watching how Sasha awkwardly tries to offer her help to the girl, and she is too proud and therefore barely hobbles towards the exit, refusing his services, Sam notices that this is a pair of boots. The young man understands that he needs to think about an offensive attack and of course gain practical experience. Walking along one of the buildings, Liam doesn't even pay attention to the girls who don't take their eyes off him and whisper about how cool he is. But he is suddenly attracted by a familiar voice. Sam happily greets him. The hero immediately rushes to tell him that he has read all the books he gave him, but now many questions have accumulated in his head. But Liam asks him to slow down, because at the moment he is in a hurry. Sam wonders where his neighbor really needs to go. A senior student is scheduled to give a lecture on ancient martial arts, and upon hearing this, a neighbor suddenly blocks his way and demands to take him with him. But Liam explains that if the student does not have an invitation, then he needs a recommendation. This only further stimulates the freshman's interest, and he promises that if a friend takes him to this lesson, he will clean for 2 weeks. And such a neat guy like Liam, understandably, could not refuse such an offer, and in the end, agrees to take Sam with him. They got to the main building by airmobile, and Mr. Levins wondered how much it cost. Liam replies that it's not that expensive, something around 2 million. Sam reasons that it is good to have a rich family. His neighbor supports him. He himself undoubtedly comes from a rich family, but he earned all this himself. Liam tries to explain to the freshman that he must understand that times have changed. They are genetically modified people at the pinnacle of evolution. For ordinary people, 1 or 2 million is an exorbitant price, but for them it is a reward for 1 or 2 tasks. Obviously, the difficulties and dangers of a mission are also unimaginable for ordinary people. But when you are strong and meet the requirements of the university, you can also complete these tasks. Entering the classroom, Liam continues to talk about the fact that today, Seth Rogen, vice chairman of the Association of Ancient Gene Martial Arts, is giving a closed lecture, and since Sam wants to dispel his doubts, he should first listen to the lecture, and then they will see if he understood something. While standing looking for a seat, a girl notices a local idol and willingly calls him over, saying that she has saved a place for him. She says that she came here at 5 o'clock in the morning and managed to take the 2 best places. Liam thanks her and invites her to sit in Sam's reserved seat. The young man immediately understands that this is a very bad idea, noticing the look of the person in love. Liam sees that his friend does not want to sit in this place and offers to sit in the other remaining free ones. Sam decides to sit down in the place reserved for Liam. The idol asks the girl to choose where he will sit, either next to Sam or on the opposite row. The lover will especially allow Liam to sit with a guy than with those hungry wolves from the neighboring rows. This is what she did, giving way to him and sitting down in his prepared row. Sam managed to sweat all over from the exertion. This girl, in his opinion, simply has a murderous aura. He decides to ask his neighbor why he refuses, because everyone dreams of being in his place. But Liam only throws out the phrase that he won't understand him. Finally, Seth Rogen comes to the podium. He says that everyone who has gathered here today already has an understanding of ancient genetic martial arts, so he will not talk about these well-known things. Liam glances briefly at his neighbor and cannot understand when he already managed to take out a notebook and began to write down. The lecturer announces that today they will be discussing energy fields. In fact, they prefer to call them internal ki, or true ki. Seth invites interested students to try what he just talked about right now. After all, the secrets of cultivating the energy field of ancient gene martial arts are not suitable for everyone. The student must act based on his capabilities. So if someone present feels ki, he can press the button under the armrest of the seat. Sam questions Liam, and it turns out that this is the main technique. He wonders how long it took his neighbor to feel the ki. Liam rolls his eyes and doesn't want to compare himself to his neighbor because he's a genius and managed to master this technique in an hour, at which time Sam begins to feel something. Noticing this, the senior student does not hold back. He wants to know if Mr. Levins felt something and receives a positive answer. The inspectors approach their places since Liam pressed the button. The employees look at Sam and do not believe that in 15 minutes he was able to feel something. Noticing Mr. Asker sitting nearby, they lower their irritated tone and find out that it was he who pressed the button, and he has complete confidence in his neighbor. Liam suggests approaching the venerable Mr. Rogan and seeing everything with his own eyes. Lecturer Seth at that time was sitting calmly in his rocking chair and listening to music. The attendant brought the young people and briefly outlined the situation to him. Mr. Rogan is intrigued by this news and asks Sam to let him see it so that the young man can feel the key as he did then. The main character agrees, and in just a couple of seconds he was able to feel that same key, which greatly surprised the old man. He asks Liam if he taught this young guy. The older student replies that no, he was just studying his books. Old man Rogan rejoices when he hears this news and calls Sam a good seedling. Seth approaches the young man and offers to join their association of ancient martial arts. The main character apologizes and refuses him, since he is already a member of a school called Gene Miracle. Having heard this news and comparing all the facts, the old man suggests that if within 7 days, Sam can open the place where vital forces are concentrated and condense a mass of internal ki. In this case, Seth will make an exception and personally take on his training. The guys couldn't believe their ears when they heard these words. Leaving the classroom, Liam says that he could not even imagine that his freshman neighbor would learn so much today. Sam thanks him and says that this is all only thanks to his help. The main character's watch receives an alarming call from Sasha. Annabelle did not answer his calls, and he also recommends reading the news quickly if he is not aware of what happened. In popular queries, a bacchanalia is happening. The first of the queries comes out with news about a hot woman professor who is being challenged by a man named Hiroji from the Indian Federation. Sam does not understand what is happening. He immediately rushes to look for Annabelle and finds her in the training laboratory. The professor doesn't understand why he visited her at noon. Does he really have something to do with her? Sam immediately begins to tell what he saw in the search engine queries, and Annabelle was already aware of this. They are trying to provoke her, and the students are very worried about her. The young man wants to know how the teacher is going to respond to this. He suggests that she take a photo of her hand and send it to Hiroji. After getting comfortable, Annabelle asks if Sam wants to make her admit defeat and bow her head. The young man tries to say that he didn't mean that. The teacher, of course, herself understands that he's just worried about her. She says that this time she suffered at the hands of Hiroji. Their school also studies mental attacks, but Hiroji cannot capture the Black Crown Queen alone, so he resorted to dirty methods, caught the teacher by surprise, and when she had no strength left after killing the queen, and now challenges her when she is injured. But Sam reminded her that she had to teach him a lesson. The main character had never seen such a look from the professor before. This time she was really angry. Sam immediately promises that as soon as he gets such an opportunity, he will definitely hit this Hiroji in the neck so that he will not say anything more about her. She felt better in her heart from his words, but for now she could only rub her eyes and wait. But she must remind her student that kindness to the enemy is, first of all, cruelty to oneself. After leaving the laboratory, Sam thought about this whole situation and the professor's words. And when Sasha and his friend approached him in time, Mr. Levins was just about to disturb his friend. Sasha is happy about his friend's requests, but now wants to introduce his friend named Christopher Kai. He provides some specialized goods for students at their university. Sam and Christopher shake hands, and the new acquaintance notes that Sam's name is already like a clap of thunder at their university. And Christopher decides that it's better to say less and do more. He takes Mr. Levin's order out of his pocket. It turns out to be a whole bundle of metal balls. Now that Sam has this, he won't be afraid to remain unarmed if his flying sword is taken away from him. Just as he wanted to reach out for payment, Christopher decided to find out if the young man was really going to participate in ranking matches. Hearing that it is true, the merchant says that he has a good idea. Sam will quickly and easily solve his problem, but it will require a small expense. The whole trio sent the dragon and tigers into the battle arena of the raiding matches. At this time, fierce battles are already taking place there. 2 young men are fighting in the ring. A couple more powerful moves and a new winner is declared. Christopher notices how Sam looks at everything with admiration and understands that the guy is seeing such a sight for the first time. He takes the banner and says that he thinks Mr. Levin's name will appear on it soon. Taking the sign, Christopher begins to climb up the stairs. People see him come to the top of one of the arenas and recognize him as one of the local merchants. A photo of Sam appears on a small screen, and next to it there is information that he is challenging the second-year students of the Dragons and Tigers ranking. The crowd is clearly not happy with this trick. They are annoyed by the self-confident first year. As expected from a professional businessman, getting attention by using viewers' hatred is quite clever. Sam tells Sasha that he will go then, and his friend supports him and says that he has already prepared. The young man enters the arena where Christopher stands with a sign and calls on the sophomores to fight him. The first person to come appears. He enters the arena with a baseball bat and hands Christopher an E-rank capsule as an entry fee. Tolka applauds the emerging sophomore named Kemish. They sincerely wish him victory. He takes 94th place in the ranking, and now the rivals meet and the fight begins. Sam watches closely as his opponent begins to accelerate to hit him, but timely released metal balls cool Hamish's ardor and knock him down. He approaches the loser and says that he could not imagine what level the second-year students were at. Everyone in the stands heard his derogatory words about the second year. A group of students are discussing what a stupid kid he is, and in any case he has nothing to do with either the third or fourth years. One of the students turns to the leader of their community, Killian Ferb, to find out what the second-year Tigers should do about it now. Kemish returns to the podium in disgrace until his friends understand how the first year defeated their comrade with one blow. He explains that he was not careful, and these balls are faster than bullets, and the angle of attack is very strange. Kemish could have died. The young man admits that he is not sure that he can beat him again and warns everyone to be careful. People start talking about whether someone else will come out. Now the person must be rated higher than Hamish. Hearing these conversations in the crowd, Christopher has a clever idea. He takes the loudspeaker and announces that with each subsequent section, the reward in the form of E-rank capsules will only increase. A student named Heinrich nevertheless decides to enter the arena. He has 29th place in the ranking. He tells Sam that he used to underestimate him, but now he realizes that he is worthy and will fight him. Having taken a fighting stance, the enemy still wonders if Mr. Levinson needs rest. Sam gives a negative answer, which leads Heinrich to think that his opponent did not spend much spiritual strength in the last fight. The battle began, and a couple of charges of balls were immediately launched at the enemy. He finds it incredible to control them, but that is why it is easier for him to defend. Heinrich decides that he needs to find the right moment and attack him when his controllable range is reduced. He skillfully hits each ball, knocking them back. Manipulating an object using mental force means that a single connection is established between the object and the manipulator. And as soon as the object is attacked, the spiritual force begins to devour its owner. Having understood all this, Henry was already rushing towards the enemy, tasting the feeling of his victory. But as soon as he approached Sam, he dodged his attack and smiled and said that the fight was over. Using a mental whip, he knocked out his opponent. Looking at this battle scene, all the spectators in the hall froze in silent shock. Killian, seeing this, wishes that this guy had shown up 10 days ago. He would have paid him to use mental skills on him to increase his stamina. One of the henchmen jumps up and asks the leader what will happen next. At this rate, Sam will disgrace the entire second year. Killian orders him to go and fight. He is just up to the task. They will not let the first year think that there are no strong students in the second year. The comrade agrees and immediately soars into the air, hurrying to overtake other comers. Sasha, looking from the podium, points out to Sierra that Killian actually sent Brad to fight. The girl notices that Sam is behaving quite provocatively. Meanwhile, Sam was mourning the loss of his 2 expensive balloons and was wondering whether he should ask for compensation for them. Suddenly, an E-rank capsule flies into his hand, which means that a new opponent is on the scene. He introduces himself as a sophomore named Brad and says that he is ranked 7th. Reaching into his quiver for an arrow, he says he hopes for a good fight. Noticing that his opponent is an archer, Sam tenses up a little. The long-range attack is a hidden-type sworn enemy, but distance is very important for an archer. This arena is unsightly for him. It looks like the battle will be difficult, and as he expected, Brad asks him to change the arena, since it will be inconvenient for him to fight in this one, and Sam agrees to this condition. Everyone is excited about this battle. Many are looking for better places to capture it. The desired arena was found and the battle began. Brad immediately trying to gain as much distance between them as possible. There is also a live broadcast of this fight in the rector's office. Adore wants to know the name of this interesting student who challenged the second-year students. Helia tells him that this student's name is Sam Levins. He is a first-year student in the erudition class. Professor Annabelle is his supervisor. Adore wonders if they found a suitable candidate for the enhancement experiments. Helia replies that if they had not, he would not have mastered the mental whip in such a short period of time. The rector thinks that the mental whip is a sign that the old businessmen have decided to raise new geniuses for themselves. He sees that this boy is special. None of them did anything like that in their time. Now the youth have become more resourceful. Even quite capable students have appeared in the erudition class. Helia fears that after this battle, even E-rank capsules will not help him recover. Adore says they shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. In the laboratory, meanwhile, Annabelle was also watching the progress of events in the arena. Even Flaber decided to stick to the screen. She also noticed that the enemy would be an archer and understood how truly difficult a challenge it would be. Wanting to tighten the bow, Brad asks his opponent if he feels comfortable in the new arena. He notes that this arena really suits his opponent more than himself. Killian decides to tell both of them not to overdo it and orders Brad to take the blunt arrows. He says that he is not interested in how strong Sam is. The main thing for him is that he does not harm Brad. Tomorrow he has an important fight with students from other universities. These speeches confuse Brad a little. He tells the leader that he is confident in his abilities. Sam promises that he will try not to hurt his opponent too much. Then Sasha decides to enter the arena, and he says that long distance is indeed the sworn enemy of the hidden type. But by asking not to hurt Brad, Killian is already forcing him to admit defeat. The leader's argument becomes the blunt arrows that his comrade will use. Sasha is not happy with this argumentation. He found something to compare. He put pressure on one and forced the other to hold back. They continue to argue further, having already left the arena. The opponents are ordered to get ready, and finally the long-awaited battle has begun. Finding himself almost under the dome of the arena, Brad prepares to fire one of his arrows. But in contrast to it, Sam has already created several spiritual shields, one of which has already been attacked and broken into fragments. Even despite the rubber arrows, the energy of the flight is still strong. At this rate, he is afraid that he will not be able to cope. The arrow still penetrates all his levels of defense, and Sam has to quickly dodge it. Those caught on video don't understand why the freshman doesn't use his mental attacks, but one girl suggests that they might just be learning about each other. Brad tests Sam's reaction time to determine the most appropriate position, and Sam is trying to grasp the rate of fire and the strength of the enemy's attack as much as possible. It is worth recognizing that both have very developed tactical thinking. Mr. Levins finally begins to attack and releases the balls. He is able to control them even at a distance of 20 meters. Brad thinks that he needs to increase the distance again and tries to find the distance while dodging the enemy's attacks. Carrying out a series of attacks, Sam forces his opponent to lift himself higher and higher. Brad suspects that his enemy is trying to drive him into a dead end, but what he may not know is that all transcendental archers must be able to fight in the air. Sam directs his guided balls at the fired arrows, but for some reason none of them hit the arrow. He cannot understand how this happened since he knows how to control silver balls well. The hero understands that it is too late to dodge, and the last thing he can do is take cover under the shields and block the attack. The arrow was launched with such force that it was able to penetrate all 3 spiritual shields. Sam's friends can't believe their eyes when they see this sight. The main character lies motionless in the arena. He clearly did not expect such a strong attack. The TV presenter tells her partner that everyone is asking about stopping the fight live. But instead, the girl addresses people live, calling them idiots. She asks them to forget about this fight. Even the 4th-year students did not have time to notice anything. This time, Sam suffered from a lack of combat experience. No matter how accurately he chooses the trajectory, there will be subtle deviations when he hits. Brad used a quick attack to fire 3 arrows in quick succession. This tactic was to have the first 2 arrows hit Sam's spirit power, thereby causing his 3rd ball to deflect slightly and use it as a breakout. In fact, in the last battle, Heinrich actually hit Mr. Levins's spiritual power. Obviously, the freshman was not aware of this and therefore lost. But to everyone's surprise, everyone notices Sam getting to his feet, wondering if he can continue the fight. Everyone is wondering why he is holding his ribs with his hands. Didn't an arrow hit him in the shoulder? To which another commentator says that it is worth paying attention to the shields that Sam created. He specifically used an arc-shaped shield, which is a tricky trick, so he was hit in the ribs. This time, Sam realizes that he was inattentive and did not expect the enemy to undertake such tactics. However, this style of aerial combat must be a huge strain on him. Brad is amazed that his opponent was able to get up. He underestimated him. Sam sees that the enemy already wants to end the battle as soon as possible, so he will try to disarm him again. But his opponent is also not asleep and has already fired several of his arrows one after another. Everyone again glued their eyes to their monitor screens to find out who the winner would be in the end. No one knows what trump cards both sides have in store, but now the fight is already heating up, and if Brad is still thinking about saving his energy for tomorrow's exchange match, then it can be said that he is a complete idiot. Now victory belongs to the one who can be the first to break the deadlock and use his trump card. Otherwise, this battle will come down to a war of attrition, and then Brad will most likely be defeated due to the number of arrows. The enemy himself understands all this, but in front of him now is truly a real monster. This freshman has a huge amount of spiritual power and maintains offensive and defensive postures at the same time. He doesn't even know where to start looking for a gap. He can use his trump card, but it all depends on whether Brad can recover before tomorrow's fight, and this will only hinder the team. To his surprise, the balls are already reaching him, and this is a distance of at least 30 meters from the arena. Sam at this time realizes that he has almost got him. Now all the enemy's attention is focused on the distance of his attack, and the next step will be to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. He starts shouting to Brad that distance shouldn't bother him. These words distract the opponent, and he does not notice how a ball flew from the side and injured his hand, in which he was holding a bow. Brad loses his balance and begins to fall from a bird's eye view. Sam has already rushed to catch his enemy, but fortunately Killian manages to catch him. The leader turns to the enemy and menacingly says that he asked not to hurt Brad. Help from Sam arrives at the arena, and Sasha immediately tries to intervene, saying that their comrade-in-arms was aiming at the bowstring, and Brad was simply unlucky. The whole gang of sophomores has arrived and is helping their friend up. The commentators themselves did not really have time to understand anything, just like the audience. Brad tells Killian that the tendon on the back of his arm is completely torn. One of his comrades begins to scold Sam, saying that he has no sense of collective honor and that their comrade was needed for tomorrow's fight with students from the Indian Federation. Sasha replies that their own weakness is to blame for this. He believes that Sam acted more than humanely. Brad admits that he was confused by the balls, and at the same time he wanted to increase the attack distance. The young man did not expect an attack at that moment. Sasha again enters into controversy, saying that even their comrade-in-arms admitted that he did everything he could, and again they begin to blurt out the same fact that Brad was wounded. Sam stops his friend, defiantly turning his head until his friend understands what's going on. And just when the sophomore thought that his words had finally reached these fools, a flying sword appeared near his neck. Mr. Levins, tired of these accusations, took serious measures. Finally, Killian commands his friends that they've had enough of this. He orders Dave to take Brad to the medical center instead of this altercation, so that he can undergo ultra-precise surgery to stitch the tendons together. Now the leader decided to ask Sam about his injuries. It turns out that the young man's ribs were broken. Killian realizes that he can't be impulsive and blame him now, since it was an even fight. The leader admits to the freshman that he underestimated him and that he himself wants to fight him, but not today. Sam reciprocates and says that he is waiting for him in the arena. Killian is amazed by his bravery and also looks forward to their battle. The leader also understands that even with surgery on Brad's tendons, it will take more than 10 days of recovery. And the exchange battles are tomorrow, and based on this situation, he decides to invite Sam to their team to replace their crippled comrade. And if the freshman agrees, then Killian, as team captain, will be able to solve some of his problems. Sam immediately agrees because it only benefits him. He came today to challenge the elders, only to qualify for tomorrow's competition. And tomorrow he will participate on behalf of his professor Annabelle Prince. Killian, hearing about all this, falls into a stupor. He heard about Professor Annabelle and that Hiroji challenged her. Sam explains that his teacher was injured and is having a hard time fighting, so he wants to enter the competition on her behalf. The leader is satisfied with his explanations, and he bids him farewell until tomorrow, saying that he will take care of the training side. Sierra didn't like Killian, with his eternal talk about principles and collective honor, and Sasha is already advising Sam to use a flying sword during their training. Mr. Levins abruptly remembers that his balloons were broken, and he rushes to Christopher to see if they can be repaired. He says that they cannot be restored and can only be recycled as material, but this will still cost money. As a good businessman, he charges a considerable amount for repairs, and Sam can only agree with it. Christopher also decides to show him a video of their fight, where again the commentators call him Soy Superman and the Ball. His friends immediately begin to tease him, calling him a silver sword along the way and telling him that it's time to refresh himself. Suddenly, Sam himself begins to shout out that he is a silver ball, and everyone around them is a silver ball. After watching the fight, Rector Ador says that he will allow the boy to participate as a temporary replacement. But nevertheless, he orders Helia to still remind the boy about one important aspect. Despite his kindness, if he had acted more decisively, the match would have ended faster, and he would have suffered much fewer losses. If he was so careful in tomorrow's match, he would certainly suffer. Ador thinks that nowadays people are not able to stand firmly on the ground, so they must be reborn as soon as possible. Only then will they be able to resist. And in the University Hotel of the University of Care, a meeting of students of the Indian Federation is taking place. The teacher tells the students that he has finally received a list of whom they will compete against tomorrow. 2 of them have been replaced. One of them is a girl named Sierra Khans, a second-year transcendental type. According to information this afternoon, she has reached the 18th level in the second-year dragon and tiger ranking. She is good in close combat. Her style is characterized by active and brutal attacks, and she has experience fighting hidden type masters. However, she is a replacement and doesn't represent anything major, the most significant change being Sam Levins. He is a freshman, an erudition class, a hidden type. The teacher interrupts the student with a mixture of exposing the freshman as a threat to them. The professor loses his temper and shouts that he's the only stupid one here, and invites them to watch a video from today's match. He turns to a student named Azari, so that she, as the owner of the hidden type, says something. The young man noticed that he deftly uses a flying sword, and his range of action is very large. As for his mental attack, he doesn't think that his strength as a whole is great. It can be said that this is a formidable opponent, and he will need to prepare carefully. The teacher believes that by overestimating the enemy's strength, they will be able to prolong their lives and become a nightmare for their rivals. And from now on, within half an hour, the professor needs everyone to come up with at least 3 different battle plans for this Sam Levins. He also needs options for who is best suited to fight him. In the end, he will personally choose who will have to fight Sam. Sam comes to Annabelle and tries to make excuses for today's fight and why everything turned out this way. The teacher gets up and begins to scold the student. She said that by doing good to the enemy, he only harms himself. If this was a real battle, then most likely Sam would have died. The young man tries to explain that he and Brad study at the same university. He couldn't just go and kill him with a flying sword. Isn't that too much? Annabelle also wants to know why Brad didn't admit defeat even when Sam hit his bow twice. His opponent knew that he would be kind to him. Besides, his opponent is a sophomore in 7th place in the ranking and has more experience. The girl wants to know what her ward was thinking about. She also wants to open Sam's eyes. Because of Brad, in these 1.5 years, 2 students became crippled. In addition, several dozen students were seriously injured. Mr. Levin should know that no one would definitely feel sorry for him. After listening to all this, the hero comes to the conclusion that he really needs to become harsher and more attentive. He thanks Professor Annabelle and promises her that he will definitely change. As soon as Sam walked out the door, Flaber decided to ask if she was too strict with the student, but it turns out that Rector Ador asked her to convey this, and she herself agrees with his words. Annabelle learns from Flaber that the last 4 clones remain. The girl orders to begin preparing for Plan 37, since she has little time left. The girls are in the educational building. Marie is worried about Sam's health, and Lily tries to calm her down, saying that his injuries are minor and modern medicine is very developed. But to their surprise, they notice Sam Levins, alive and seemingly healthy in the crowd. From afar, Marie shouts out her friend's name, and coming closer, they greet each other, and the girl invites them to sit down. Sitting down on a bench, Miss Sank offers Sam a bun for breakfast, which turns out to be just right, by the way, because the young man trained all night and even forgot to have breakfast in the morning. Marie also wastes no time asking them to take them to the inside of the arena so they can watch the match, since the outside is too far away for them to notice anything. Sam wasn't even aware of this privilege. Miss Sank says that, theoretically, a participant in exchange battles can take one person with him, but the hero has a question. How then will he cheat them both? Marie begins to feel embarrassed and thinks that the university should show leniency. Out of nowhere, Killian comes to them and says that this will not be a problem. He also received data about the students from the Indian Federation, their strengths and weaknesses. He hands the tablet into Sam's hands and says that all the information about the opponents is there, and recommends that they carefully analyze everything. Killian points out that special attention should be paid to Azari, since Sam is the second participant and he will be put against Azari. And he reminds the hero that he has half an hour left to think about the battle plan. Rector Ador entered the building, and Salvatore almost from the threshold announced that there was bad news for him. 20 minutes ago, they received a message from the exchange delegation from the Indian Federation. 2 of the participants had stomach problems last night and had to be replaced. Only their names are known about the new participants, so in this case, their pre-thought-out strategies and plans go nowhere. Ador turns to the second-year students with questions about whether they are afraid of their enemies. Maybe they are not strong enough if such news puts them into a stupor. Sam is the first to raise his hand and loudly says that they are not afraid of anything, and the crowd immediately begins to chant behind him. This news makes the old man happy, and he wants to talk about the essence of today's competition. Ador believes that you need to live and kill. Killian doesn't like this, because this delegation is of national importance. Won't death cause problems? The rector is happy about the question asked and begins to say that there are 3 things. Fear does not mean sweetness. Second, if the interlocutor drinks his jacket, and then they have nothing to fear. The second-year students quickly pick up the slogan and chant that they will go kill. The competition is declared open. All spectators want to take the best places for viewing. The presenter invites the heroine of the Gene University, Care, to the stage. People in the stands are not particularly happy about this presenter, but they reassure themselves that today everything will be different and his chatter will not take much time. He hereby announces the start of the competition. To his left is a second-year student from Shinen University named Azari, and opposite him is a second-year student, Sierra Kantz. The first exchange match between Care and Shinen Universities, Sierra versus Azari. The gong is struck, and the fight begins. The rivals begin to get closer, which surprises Sierra because her opponent is not a hidden type. She assumes that the range of the opponent's mental attack is not great. Azari decides to warn his opponent that he can be rude to girls. Sierra manages to land the first blow, but Azari successfully blocks it. Smiling at his enemy, Azari reveals that his opponent has pure explosive power, but right now her power is useless against him. Sierra can't believe her ears. The hidden type is not able to withstand a direct blow from the transcendental type. Seeing the misunderstanding in the girl's eyes, Azari decides to help her, and she understands that there will be a counterattack. In this case, she decides to move away and slowly test the enemy's range. She jumps away from him at a fairly large distance. Having already seen the capabilities of his opponent's power, Azari wants to demonstrate what he is capable of. His beams are aimed directly at her. She tries to move further away because she has already counted a distance of about 7 meters, but she feels that his attack is not as strong as Sam's mental whip. Azari is surprised by her durability. He did not think that she would be so strong. Sierra says that his attacks are not strong enough to break her. Since the girl decided to attack again, she finds herself grabbed by Azari's hand. She did not expect the hidden guy to fight her with such determination. Wanting to carry out another attack, Sierra didn't even really have time to understand how the young man was able to cut her hand so quickly and decisively. One of his weapons turns out to be a genetic skeleton. His left hand remained without any harm. She decides to use her brass knuckles and successfully delivers a couple of blows to the smug enemy. This stunt makes Azari very angry, and he begins to launch a series of attacks and eventually knocks his opponent to the floor. The young man does not hesitate and sticks the tip of his gene skeleton into her chest. A shield is activated around the girl while her opponent sits on her and hits her with all his might. Pausing for a second, Azari realizes that his blows are no longer landing. Turning back, he sees how one of the teachers cast this shield to keep Sierra alive. The doctors had already arrived at the arena and placed her on a stretcher. Sasha wanted to run to her, climbing into the arena, but Sam stopped him, saying that now she should be entrusted to the doctors. But he still runs up to his chosen one, and she is even able to whisper something to him. Having said goodbye and going up to his friends, Sasha says that Azari's mental attack has a thread-like form, more than 12 times per second, a maximum distance of 7 meters, and the power of the most recent one is explosive, half. This was conveyed to him by Sierra. The guys begin to puzzle over what this half means. Sam assumes that she meant half of his attack power. Sasha decides to follow his wife and leaves the arena. Killian understands that Azari is unpredictable. Before he only used very powerful mental attacks of a hidden type. What is unexpected is that he used gene weapons. The time for the next fight is approaching, and now it's Sam Levin's turn. The leader wants to know if he needs any help. Sam actually has a request. In the middle of the competition, there should be 2 interviews with journalists. And how about giving him the floor? The professor approaches Azari, who is quenching his thirst, and says that now everyone knows about his genetic skeleton. And now they will have to toughen up plan number 3 a little. He orders them to put on the device and beware of Sam's flying sword. Having put on the device, the student wonders whether it is true that his mental attack will be ineffective against such an enemy. The teacher explains that his mental skills are not strong. Moreover, Sam Levin's mental strength may be on the same level as him. A live report from the arena begins, conducted by a journalist named Kaylee, who says that 2 participants have just shown them a wonderful fight, and now they will interview the next participants. She approaches Sam and wants to know if he is nervous before the fight. This is his first competition, but the young man replies that he is looking forward to the fight. Kaylee wants to know the reason. The hero tells the story of Professor Annabelle, who was seriously injured during one of the tasks, and he, as her student, feels an obligation to respond to Professor Hiroji's provocation. After hearing a snippet of this interview, Hiroji is furious to learn that Sam is Annabelle's student. The arena is prepared for the next fight, and Sam rises to the top in advance. Hiroji orders his apprentice Azari to kill Mr. Levins. Sam begins to attack first, releasing the already well-known balls, but Azari successfully upholsters them with the new device that the teacher gave him. Flying objects do not stop circling around him for a second, not even allowing him to really change the distance. Journalists believe that this fight will be more fierce, and for now the participants are just testing each other. Everyone sees that Sam has not yet taken out his flying sword, but for now he is only fighting back with balls. Kaylee says that Azari's entire attention is focused on Sam's flying sword. In defense, he only tests the strength of attacks and the speed of his opponent. The second commentator wonders why Sam doesn't use his sword. The girl came to the conclusion that at a distance of 10 meters, neither the silver balls nor the flying sword pose any particular danger, but now the power of these objects is different. Since Sam deliberately spins it around himself to cause centrifugal force, but it is not yet clear what he is going to do now. Azari has already cursed his opponent. Does he really want to distract his attention with his flying sword in order to knock him out with silver balls? Since his opponent wasn't going to use the flying sword, then he'd get rid of his fucking balls first. Sam realizes that the enemy has finally fallen into his trap, and he launches a flying sword at Asari. Even at night, Hiroji said that his opponent was a beginner, and several chances for victory turned into failure because of his kindness. He gave instructions that if Sam takes up the flying sword, he will try to inflict minor injuries on them, thereby forcing the enemy to admit defeat. At such a moment, you just need to try to dodge the attack. Azari wanted to know why it was necessary to dodge the first attack. Everything turned out to be simpler. The sword has one weak point. The student deftly dodges the attack of a flying sword. Everything turned out as Hiroji said. The biggest weakness of the flying sword is that the attack power is not enough, and it lacks maneuverability. So after the first unsuccessful attack, it is useless. And the greater the speed, the more difficult it is for Sam to control him. Now he will not even be able to pull out his sword. Azari has already gotten close to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. But to these words, the young man only smiles and says that his opponent is right. But so what? Hiroji yells at his student to be careful and look behind him. Asari only manages to direct his peripheral vision when a silver ball pierces his neck. Doctors examine the young man's body and say that the brain membrane is damaged and he will not survive. Sam turns to Professor Hiroji, saying that he seems to be better at chatting than teaching. One journalist is perplexed. Like most of the audience, Kaylee folds her arms across her chest and assures that Sam Levins has deceived them all. Previously, everyone thought that the flying sword was the young man's main trump card, so they only paid attention to it, and the participants from the Indian Federation also thought the same. But in fact, the final movement was the ball being cut in half. Journalists noted the level of Sam's preparation and tactics. The main character begins to receive hundreds of notifications about the replenishment of his subscribers on social networks. Hiroji can't find a place for himself and tells his students that they have a new rival. He wants them to teach these monkeys a lesson in their next fight. While Sam was sitting in the stands waiting for the next fight, Ryo's teacher was heading towards him. He begins to praise the young man for a good victory. The main character thanks him for the fact that the teacher does not accuse him of killing his opponent. Ryo tells him not to be afraid. As long as he is within the walls of the university, he can fight safely. The teacher hands him 2 flasks and invites him to use them to restore his strength. Convinced that it is a free gift, Sam drinks the entire contents in one gulp. The gifts don't end there. He is given a set of new silver balls. Ryo tells the young man to try hard because the university will not allow such a loss. The break is over and the host asks who will be leaving Shinen University next. A student named Shakuro enters the arena. With his whole appearance, he studies wild confidence. Ryo's teacher freezes in place and Sam wants to know what he knows about this student. The teacher mentions that Shakuro has a hidden water type in class, but he is worried about something else. He is a 3rd year, and the battle with Sam may not be according to the rules. The judge asks the young man to explain the entire situation. If the explanations are not worth it, they will be forced to change him to another participant. Shakuro greets everyone and explains that due to a training accident, he was absent for 1 year, so he is technically a 2nd-year student. The crowd expresses their displeasure, realizing that this will not be a fair fight. The representative addresses the judge, saying that they may not have noticed this problem before, so they have already contacted the right people to complete the information about the 2 new replacements. The representative agrees to require all additional information for the judge, but this will take time. Ryo is unhappy that they are citing a lack of documents, which can be found in 15 minutes if desired, and Sam is only now realizing that the 3rd year is pretending to be a 2nd year in order to fight him. The teacher suggests that they had thought this through in advance. They decided to temporarily take him in as a replacement after watching the video of Sam's flying sword. Mr. Levins believes he cannot be intimidated and is ready for this battle. Ryo reveals that Shakuro is good at skills such as Ice Shield, Ice Spikes, and Ice Spear, and he also specializes in long fights. The main character understands why he needs these bottles of water that he brought, a really inconvenient ability. The judge says there are no problems with the paperwork, but if someone insists on appealing, both participants will leave the arenas and others will take their place. Sam shouts that they all agree to participate in further fights. After all, the students of Care University do not need all the mouse fuss. The young man said this especially loudly so that Hiroji would definitely hear these words. The teacher looks at him with a brutal look and thinks that now he is definitely not a tenant. The fight begins and Shakuro wastes no time, immediately emptying the contents of the previously prepared bottles. Sam, of course, has already sent his silver balls around the arena, which are trying to crash into the enemy's ice blocks. Journalists will join in the discussion. The 3rd match began with the familiar fast attack. As everyone could see, Sam and Shakuro control their forces with incredible precision. Kaylee notes that compared to the transcendental type, which relies on physical attributes, the hidden type is more volatile and unpredictable. To minimize predictability, Sam must attack as quickly as possible so Shakuro doesn't have any extra energy. The enemy begins to use ice spikes. He is good at attacking and defending at the same time. This is to be expected from a 3rd year. Sam doesn't understand how he managed to make so many spikes from one bottle of water. Is he really not saving energy at all? But the young man notices one peculiarity. The enemy uses mineral water to absorb moisture from the surrounding air. Seeing Shakuro frozen in place, Sam realizes that after this series of attacks, he is preparing for the next step. He was not mistaken in his guesses. When he steps on puddles of water, he begins to kick them into the air so that the drops scatter. And then in the air, it immediately crystallizes these droplets, turning them into sort of small, sharp needles. Sam tries to keep his distance and at the same time dodge the needles flying at him. The main character decides to use the balls to break a couple of these annoying needles. But to everyone's surprise, the balls turn out to be encased in ice blocks. They fall to the ground and Sam feels the mental connection is broken. He needs to quickly start acting, estimating the distance. He understands that about 8 meters will be enough for him. Sam takes out another metal ball from his pocket and throws it towards the enemy. Shakuro thinks that his opponent, still quite green, first apparently wants to break through his ice shield and then attack with a sword. Just as he wanted to send a couple more of his blocks back, a certain substance exploded above him. The drops and smoke that fall on his skin from this explosion begin to burn terribly. The young man tries to somehow escape from this deadly cloud. Finally, one of the teachers helps erect a shield over the poor young man. As soon as the smoke screen parted, the ball rushed towards Shakuro, who really couldn't even orient himself yet. And this turned out to be a fatal mistake for him. Like the first opponent, his head is also pierced through by a ball. The young man falls to the ground dead. The battle is over. Kaylee immediately explains that Sam crushed his balloons to catch the enemy off guard, making everyone and him think that the balloon fragments caused damage to Shakuro. But in reality, it was different. Sam tried to ensure that in the conditions of sudden house, a gap appeared in the enemy's defense. It was these tenths of a second that gave the hero the opportunity to disrupt the enemy's rhythm with a mental whip. And he also blatantly hung a flying sword in the air to attract the attention of the deputy judge of the Indian Federation, so that in the end, he could kill Shakuro. Comparing all these facts, it is safe to say that Sam was determined to kill his rival. While Shakuro's lifeless body was being carried away on a stretcher, the stranger sitting next to Ador mentioned that he would like the student who won this round to be his student. The rector decides to say that he is already late. The stranger wants to find out who managed to appropriate this talent for himself. Ador replies that this student already belongs to Annabelle Prince from Research Institute number 14, to which the man decides that he will not reap this fruit. The head of the university admits that he also had such thoughts. The stranger laughs. They are both in the same boat and without a chance. But to this, Ador answers with a grin that this is a student of his university, so he is also his student. The man thinks that the old man is saying this on purpose to warn him, and did not attract the attention of Research Institute number 14. And at the same time, he is tormented by the question of whether the student has finished competing or continues to participate. Hiroji looks at Sam angrily and is already thinking that next time he will definitely kill him. But at this time, Mr. Levins had already photographed the departing enemy and published a post about how he left his students high and dry and let his opponent flee. As the head of the Indian Federation prepares the next student, Rio decides to praise Sam and say that even the judge appreciated it. He reports that they have very little information about the next enemy named Rakat. He was originally an awakened C-rank mutant who killed an F-rank gene mutant. Sam interrupts him and says that he did not promise to fight further. Rio is a little embarrassed and feels bad that he was overly impressed with his fights. The mentor decides to find out if everything is okay with the student, and if he needs a medical team, Sam replies that his spiritual system is a little tense. It would not hurt for him to rest a little. Killian supports him, saying that it's their turn to show themselves, and Rio notes that he actually wanted to take him out of the arena to anger Hiroji. Sam notes that he is delighted to see how Hiroji wants to send his strongest student to fight him, but he will not even give him a chance. The judge interrupts them and wants to know if the student will continue. The main character reports to the judge that due to the consumption of spiritual energy, he chooses to rest until the next match. Hiroji, hearing this, becomes furious and swears right in front of his students, calling Sam a bastard. Marie, sitting next to her friend, shows him how the enemy is beside himself with anger. This sight cannot but please the student. Lily offers Sam various capsules, painkillers, and hemostatic serums. The young man thanks her for her help and asks for E-rank capsules. After drinking the medicine, he wants to take a nap and asks Marie to wake him up if something happens. She replies that he can relax. The judge announces the 4th round between Racht from Shinen University and Met from Care University. Meth is under stress. 2 people died before his eyes today, and 1 participant was injured, a premonition that this fight will not end well. But Sierra managed to warn him, and he should not disgrace himself. He begins to attack and shoots ground spikes across the arena floor. But it seems that this does not affect the opponent at all, He, like lightning, dissolves and moves out of the path of the oncoming attack. This seriously scared Meta. He immediately began to form a stone shield on his body, and he did it just in time, because Rakat appeared to his right and was already trying to pierce him with a sword. But the enemy's strength was enough to split the stone hand into several pieces. At this moment, thoughts flashed through Matt's head that this could be the end of his life, but he overcomes himself, thinking that now he has no right to lose. A blade was about to pierce his neck, but the blade rested against some kind of shield. To avoid another casualty in today's tournament, Jean-Paul placed a shield between the students, and he declared the winner of the fourth round, Rahata from Shinan University. Despite the victory of the student, Hiroji is angry because his student did not kill the enemy. Killian tells Ryo that he will go into the next round, since Rahat's tactics still mainly consist of melee attacks. People in the stands begin to whisper. They notice the tension in the air. They see how things have become tense between Sam Levins and Hiroji. But suddenly, all the conversations turned and began to sound only on the topic of Annabelle coming, whether she would answer the challenge that was thrown at her. The teacher at this time looked at her ward, how he was peacefully dozing after a difficult battle in which he wanted to defend her honor. The time has come for the next round, and Marie decides to irritate her comrade because Killian will now fight. Sam wants to know nothing. He's only slept for 10 minutes and wants to know what's going on. Lily tells him that Rahat's ability is likely a sudden surge of transcendent-type genetic abilities, mentioning that he cut off Meta's arm and he is now in the infirmary. Sam immediately understands that this Rahat is not an ordinary one. In the arena, he cannot even notice him. With his abilities, it is as if the enemy can disappear into thin air. Killian deftly avoids the purple lightning strikes and is finally able to fight it off. Thus, the young man was finally able to throw his opponent to the other end of the arena. The head of the second-year students tries to strike back at the enemy, but Rakat soars into the air, having time before the collision. Killian immediately rushes after him. He understands that the enemy cannot be allowed to catch his breath. His abilities are too dangerous. He accelerates through the air and puts as much force into his blade as possible, and he succeeds. Rakat flies away with force to the opposite side of the arena. Turning over in the air, he landed on the floor. He was not at all surprised by such maneuvers from the enemy. This is what he expected from the celebrity from the list of the dragon and tiger's cane. This only provokes him, in which case he should definitely give his best. The fight continues, and Rakat hits Killian in the shoulder with a dagger. Feeling a wild pain in his hand and falling back, with the last of his strength, he hit his opponent's hand with all his strength. This force was enough to break Rakat's arm and twist his elbow in the opposite direction. But even this was not able to restrain him. In an instant, he cuts off Killian's hand. Mad with pain, the young man, with the last of his strength, raises his sword and throws the enemy away with a blow. Seeing this, Jean-Paul was about to declare Rakat the winner, but Killian objects. He believes that he is still combat ready. The enemy adds fuel to the fire by calling Killian a damn monkey. He rushes at him with a sword, but he disappears into thin air again. Jung shouts for them to stop immediately. Rakat was already behind and raised his blade over the enemy's severed limb. The young man with a devilish smile on his face tells Killian to get ready to say goodbye to his hand forever. The opponent rushes back, while Rakat's blade again rests against the protective field. Jean again applied measures which made Hiroji unhappy. He believes that one of the judges is maliciously interfering in the fighting competition. The spectators in the stands are unhappy. They do not understand why the mentor of dishonest students has the right to protest. The judge asks Jean to give a reasonable explanation for his intervention in the fight. He replies that he noticed how a member named Rahat deliberately wanted to mutilate Killian's limb, and he was trying to prevent the students of their university from becoming permanently disabled. Hiroji begins to scream loudly. For them, this is not malicious intent, but tactics. This makes the judge think that, according to the rules, they can only intervene if the student's life is in serious danger. After reflection, he nevertheless declares Rakat the winner and admits that Jean-Paul broke the rule. But he also wants to know if both sides of this fight have any objections. Ryo says through gritted teeth that they accept the chief judge's decision. Students from the Indian Federation, hearing this, begin to jump on the spot with happiness, realizing that they have finally won this round. Killian trudges through the pain towards the stairs, realizing with annoyance that he has lost. Having gone downstairs despite the pain, he does not forget about his manners and bows to the judges. To his surprise, he hears the exclamations of the people. They call him a real man. After recovery, they already want to spar with him. These speeches cheer up the young man a little. It seems that this is not a complete defeat. Sam sees him on the screen, expresses his admiration for him. Marie notices his uplifting spirit. The main character says that he is now ready to go out because he and the teacher have a new tactic. Hiroji wants to know if his student will continue the competition. Rahat replies that he can, but his broken arm will cause him some problems. The mentor will not be stopped by such a trifle. He wants to inject him with an injection of stimulants to improve his condition. He orders that whoever the next player is must continue to take them out of the game. Rio warns the students that Rahat's combo skills are very strong, and this battle will likely be fought to the death. One of the sophomores volunteers. She has explosive power, and she asks to be allowed to try out. Rio rejects her candidacy since she has a fire class, and in battle she will most likely lose her head. The next student believes that if he has the same long weapon as Killian, then he can enter the arena. For Rio, this is simply funny. He shows all his dissatisfaction with his ward. Even Sam, who volunteered, did not suit him. In his opinion, the student's head would also fly off his shoulders. The young man objects and refers to the fact that he has the ability to telepathy. He can sense Rakat's movements. Rio is surprised by this and immediately wants to know more about it, but he is more interested in whether Sam is confident in his tactics, to which he is given a positive answer. Journalists are discussing who will join the battle next. They notice how confidently Sam, who has already proven himself, rises into the arena again. For Rakat, his appearance means nothing anyway. No one can see his sudden outbursts. But to his surprise, the enemy simply stands opposite him and defiantly spreads his arms as if hinting to attack him. The start of the battle is announced, and Sam immediately uses his silver balls and flying sword. Rahat disappears. Mr. Levins realizes that he must first summon the spirit cone as a defensive measure. Against a speedy opponent, he may only have one chance. If he wastes this chance, the next attack will be much more difficult. But suddenly he hears a strange sound to the side of him. It turns out to be Rakat. He was struck by an invisible something. The enemy falls in front of him with a crash, as if his entire body was instantly paralyzed. Sam doesn't understand anything. How could his opponent be so unlucky? Journalists do not understand what is happening. Has Rakat really been defeated by a ghost? The commentator suggests that Rakat himself relied on speed. And besides, Sam materialized a spiritual cone from the very beginning of the round. Rakat did not have time to feel this, and when he wanted to repeat the old trick, it was as if a bird collided with a plane in the air. The judge also recovers from the shock and declares Sam Levinson the winner of the round. While the doctors are running to take the victim away, Sam comes down from the arena with a strange feeling. He does not have a feeling of victory. Former opponent Dan Schneid also watched the broadcast of the fight. He understands that the reason for Rakat's loss was the spiritual cone. Mr. Schneid understands what kind of enemy he has made for himself. He thinks that Sam still showed mercy in their battle. In the park, the young man also watched the broadcast and immediately dialed Gilbert's number after the fight. The man, without even really having time to say hello, Gilbert starts shouting from the phone to find out if he saw the broadcast. Mr. Mulligan says that now they need to pretend that they never had a conflict with Mr. Levins, since his grandfather Gilberta said that it is better to be friends with people like Sam. He also believes that there is no future from friendship with disorderly people. The young man, having heard this, understands that he is considered that very disorderly friend. In the next round, the second-year student from Care University again wins. Hiroji is already starting to lose his mind. They have lost again. The score is 6-3 and not in their favor. Seeing his happy opponents, he understands that if they come back like this, he will certainly be punished, and he needs to do something to get back into the game. His vengeful thoughts are interrupted by a journalist who wants to hear his opinion about today's competition. Hiroji says that this exchange match between universities helped reveal shortcomings in his teaching. Despite the regrets, they learned a lot. He explains that his regrets stem from the last time he challenged Annabelle Prince, but she refused and avoided him. The journalist says that most likely the refusal was due to Professor Annabelle's injuries, so she sent her student to fight in the competition. Of course, the enemy knew about her injuries, but now this is the only way he can save his reputation. He hopes that after his return, the authorities will not punish him too much. But to everyone's surprise, he hears Annabelle's voice, who asks if he challenged her. Looking at him with her imperious gaze from above the stands, she announces that she has come to fight. The professor's unusualness does not end there. She takes a step and begins to walk through the air. Hiroji can't believe it. Seeing this trick, he realizes that it seems that her abilities have increased again. She hovers over the arena and offers to continue the challenge he gave her. The enemy understands that if he refuses now, he will not only lose his own face. Hiroji pretends that everything is fine and she is just in time. Meanwhile, Annabelle has descended from heaven into the arena. One of those present notices that Professor Annabelle used to have silver hair, but now it is white. These are noticeable signs of evolution. Perhaps she has undergone a complete transformation. Adore decides to clarify this question with Helia, since he is closest to Research Institute number 14. But even he does not quite understand that this is the only assumption. There is definitely no evolution here. A couple of weeks ago, she certified V rank and could not do that quickly break through. Having overheard this conversation, the man understands that the characteristics of genetic changes do not include white and long hair. Perhaps Research Institute number 14 has begun to study a new direction. Adore laughs and decides that this could be the usual accumulation of Research Institute number 14 because they are eccentric in their direction and have always been ahead of their time. The man is not happy with the news about the progress of this direction of the university. Sam runs up to Annabelle and wants to know how her hand is. The professor calms him down, saying that this will not affect the battle in any way, especially since they have a hidden type. They do not often use their hands in battle. She also says that the change in her hair color is due to a sign of genetic variation that does not affect the body in any way. The young man is still worried about his mentor, but she just grins and calls it all a mouse fuss. Helia stands on the platform with a senior consultant and honorary deputy leader of the Indian Federation exchange team named Profo. Mr. Chaffray says that he and the invited Profo will lead the competition, and they want to hear the consent of the participants. The judge once again makes sure that the participants definitely need this combat battle and announces the start of the battle. After the signal, Hiroji immediately takes off and begins to move rapidly. The enemy doesn't hesitate either. Energy circles begin to spread out from her feet across the arena. Hiroji notices how these circles are overtaking him, and he did not foresee this at all. The enemy stops and directs a blast of his power directly at Annabelle. Having met, the two forces produce a powerful explosion, leaving the entire arena in smoke. When the smoke clears, Hiroji sees his opponent unharmed and has erected a shield around herself. The enemy decides to go ahead and wants to hit the shield, but Annabelle deftly avoids the blow and says that she did not expect him to make any progress in 20 days. Hiroji orders her to shut her mouth and is horrified to notice how her hair begins to sparkle with blue lightning. But he manages to react and puts a shield in front of himself while Annabelle strikes. But the professor's power turns out to be more powerful. The shield shatters and he flies back from the shockwave. From the fragments it forms thin needles, which deliver the next blow to the enemy. Having pierced the body, these needles begin to explode, causing Hiroji incredible pain. Annabelle begins to gloat and says that he can consider her to be repaying the debt for the previous surprise attack. Explosions occur throughout his body, and he begins to scream that she is killing him. Profo, seeing his employee being killed, takes action and draws a line between the rivals. Annabelle calms down and says that the next time he wants to challenge her, he can contact her through official channels. She turns around and leaving adds that otherwise he will seem like an even bigger clown. The audience applauds and calls the professor a goddess. They fully support her. While the medics are taking away the wounded man, Profo turns to Annabelle and apologizes to her. He should not have stopped the fight, but Hiroji's life was at stake. And as an apology for his employee who offended the professor, he will provide 5 mutated creatures unique to the region of the Indian Federation. After hearing this, Annabelle moves away from them, simply agreeing to his gift. Sitting at lunch, Sam begins to receive notifications about the receipt of funds that the university sent him. He remembers how Annabelle praised him, but at the same time forced him to write a big report about it. Sam clearly didn't think that after a tense battle, he would also get homework. Christopher enters the room and greets the young man. The main character invites the guest to go to the table. The guest was not at a loss and immediately received permission to pour himself a glass of wine. He says that he saw his fights live today. Sam laughs and says that there is nothing special about it. Christopher invites him to get straight to the point because he called him here for a reason. Mr. Levins admits that he has earned a lot of points and needs help exchanging them for money. His friend, as a businessman, is very happy about this deal, but Sam still advises him not to sell the points. He says that he has information that on foreign battlefields, merit points are hard currency. He also wants Sam to start by telling him how much money he needs for the month. The main character shows 5 fingers with a smile, and he needs 500,000 or even more. Christopher, hearing such amounts, was horrified. He offers him 3 plans: short-term, completing individual tasks, and participating in underground tournaments; medium-term, missions to clean up the enemy; and long-term, these are personal operations. Having already 1 million subscribers, he can earn money from advertising. Even one advertising project can earn him a ton of money, so he thought it would be a good idea to start his own company and prepare for the long haul. But Sam was attracted by the medium-term idea. His friend mentioned underground tournaments. In the underground arena, you can earn tens of millions in one night, but the risk is relatively higher, where the death of a person is something common. Christopher asks to inform him if he accepts this plan. Sam thinks this is a good opportunity for a strong man to earn some easy money. Now he needs to focus on his training without worrying about other things. After meditating, he found that he was able to open another basic dandian with surprising ease. Seeing the sunrise outside the window, he decides that he needs to go to the Venerable Seth and tell him about it. Sam arrives at the main building of the Martial Arts Association. Seeing a young employee, he remembers him as a flying swordsman who was calm in yesterday's battles, and he asks to show how a sword flies. The hero doesn't really like this idea, and he asks if the flying swordsman is not allowed entry. The employee laughs and wants to know why he came to the association. Sam says that he would like to see the Venerable Seth Rogen. The employee first wonders why the young man came right now, and realizing, he attacks Sam with questions about whether the student really opened the dandian, to which the hero laughs and gives a positive answer. He walks further down the corridor, and the employee cannot believe that a person is capable of dandian in 4 days. Sam turns around and asks to come with him and show him which room Seth is in. Arriving at the Venerable One, he also at first cannot believe that a first-year student was able to awaken the basic dandian in 4 days. Sam replies that, to be honest, he opened it in 1 day. He was too busy to practice before that, so he only started last night. Seth smiles and thinks that it's only a day. That's pretty good. The servant is shocked by his words. Why is his master not surprised that the young man awakened dandian in 1 day? The hero also does not understand why the master does not show surprise, while the old man is thinking that Sam is still too young and it is too early for him to talk about it. But the wisest man decides to ask whether the young man wants to become his student. Sam wants to know if he can learn something useful with regular students. Seth was clearly surprised by this question. Their cultivation method could be learned by ordinary students. But it is not so easy to learn the energy field, the so-called Vajra tide. This is a secret skill aimed at protecting the body. There are only 5 levels in the entire lab site. No more than 10 people have learned this. And Seth mentions that, coincidentally, he is also one of the people who owns it. The young man's eyes lit up at what he heard. He just lacks defensive skills. Mr. Rogen noticed this and already understands this talented person in his school. By accepting him, he will be able to show off in front of other old people. He says that in the past, when he received disciples, he had to hold a 3-day banquet and invite famous martial artists to witness the event. But now it is not like that. If the disciple agrees, he can simply bow to him. Sam, without hesitating for a second, falls at the old man's feet and asks to become his patron. The mentor extends his hand to him and says that the founder of their school is called Philip Friends, and that in the future, on a foreign battlefield, the young man will hear this name. The main character finds himself at a banquet in honor of Care University's victory in the exchange competition. Annabelle approaches him and wants to know how his interview went. Sam is glad to see the professor and replies that it was unusual. They watch as the vice-rector of their university takes center stage, and the professor adds that she asked Sam to be given the title of junior researcher, and in return, he will send his financial inspector to their research institute. Sam is worried that this is an attempt to interfere with the finances of the research institute. Annabelle asks him not to worry about this, but rather to take care of himself. Having said this, she leaves, and the young man remains embarrassed. The professor is really strict with everyone. but he himself understands that he really needs to hone his abilities more. Retreating to a corner of the banquet hall, he calls Flavor to discuss something with him. A projection appears, and the disgruntled artificial intelligence wants to know why it was called. Sam explains that the teacher asked him to hone his abilities a little more. Flavor immediately understands what he is talking about and assumes that the young man is talking about underground tournaments. Surprised by the system's awareness, the hero asks to collect information about the participants in underground tournaments. Flavor agrees but sets two conditions: to buy him 100 superconducting class ZA thermostats for the reaction field, having learned about the cost of hundreds of millions. Sam is horrified by such a request. The intellect assures that this task is for him from 3 to 5 years old and voices the second condition. The young man must take it with him by wearing a wireless earphone to the tournament. Sam begins to wonder whether the amount that is required of him, even in installments over several years, may not cause any difficulties. As a result, he agrees to his terms and suddenly hears someone addressing him. A deputy director named Jin approached him and noted that the young man in reality was much more energetic than on the other side of the screen. Sam greets him, and Jin wonders if he really is Professor Annabelle Prince's student. He also heard that now this student is also a junior researcher at Research Institute number 14. The hero confirms all his statements. Jin assumes that in the future he will have to help Annabelle, and Sam is counting on this. The deputy reminds him of how the young man was doing a research project on mental strength and wants to know how progress is being made. Mr. Levins is at a loss, since the teacher did not give him the opportunity to familiarize himself with this project. The man just shrugged and, as he left, told them to work hard, because this long-term research project was of great importance. Sam notices how, as he leaves next to the man, a dark human silhouette appears. He assumes that this could be his bodyguard. Jean asks the shadow if his interlocutor was lying. The shadow confirms that Sam was telling the truth and seems to really know nothing. He also mentions that the young man felt his presence, although his extrasensory senses are rudimentary, but still quite strong and capable of catching him. Leaving the banquet hall, Christopher calls Sam to find out how it is at the festival and whether the hero will go to the agreed place. Sam says with full confidence that it's a matter of strength. Christopher is glad to hear this. He knew that his comrade would agree, so he waited for him near the entrance to the banquet hall. Having boarded the ship, he wants to find out where the tournament site is, but his friend turns it into intrigue. They headed towards the pier, and after flying a little more, they noticed a large tourist liner, where they landed on their flying ship. By nightfall, people were already having fun here, talking, dancing, and playing in the casino. While the employee leads them to the right place, Sam admires everything around him. This is his first time in such a place. Before that, he had only seen this in films. Christopher tells him not to believe the films, because where they are now is a real paradise at sea. The doors swing open in front of them, and they see another battle arena. A friend tells Sam that they need to go to the recreation area for match participants. The security at the entrance does not want to let them through, saying that outsiders are not allowed to enter. Christopher says that they are certified participants. He checks the documents and tells them the amounts for various winnings. They go to the recreation area. A friend invites Sam to choose a nickname for himself, something strong and bright. At this time, Flavor begins to offer options in his ear through his earpiece and insist on the nickname Hellwolf. Artificial intelligence begins to threaten the young man. If he does not use a nickname, he will play a recording in his headphones with an endless dog barking. Sam hesitated a little and awkwardly called out to Christopher. As his face turns redder by the second, he says that his nickname will be Hellwolf. As expected, Sam Levins is making a splash in the arena. Several opponents have already been knocked out. The crowd in the stands is going crazy. They are ready to throw their money and bet on the newcomer of the tournament. During the break, Christopher brings him water and says that the young man has earned a fortune, 5 million. But Sam says that at this rate, they won't earn 10 million. At the moment, the coefficient is too low. They need to find a way, otherwise they will not reach this figure even if they win 10 rounds in a row. Of course, initially he thought that 8 million was simply an unattainable number, but now 5 million are on his map. After some thought, Christopher admits that his friend is absolutely right, in which case they should challenge the champion. But Sam has heard that you need to win 10 games in a row to challenge. The comrade says that this is true, but in 5 rounds, Mr. Levins won in the first 5 seconds. Now, even if he enters the arena, he most likely will not have an opponent who wants to fight him. The hero thinks that Christopher is exaggerating, but he points his hand at a group of people in the recreation area, as if hinting that there are only boobies left there. The guys in that company heard his words, and they felt very embarrassed for their helplessness. Sam suggests that in this case it is better to try to negotiate with the organizers. Christopher volunteers to help his partner in this important matter and decides to take on this assignment. When he returns, he says that the job is done. The other side also seems to have no interest in continuing in the same spirit, and now they are contacting the champion. The people watch the participants and continue to cheer actively. The next round is announced between Hell Wolf and Fire Lotus. No one expected such a turn of events. Meanwhile, Christopher is trying to push his friend for the reporting fight. Opening his eyes, Sam wants to know what he missed. He finds out that the champion is already in place, and his name is Fire Lotus. And now is the time for Flavor to report the information he has on this participant. He finds out that the enemy has a hidden type, has made 13 victories in a row. There is an assumption that he is stronger than Shakuro. Having heard all this, he orders his partner to place bets and prepares to raise money. The participant's readiness is announced over the loudspeaker. Sam realizes that his opponent is very impatient. Walking to the exit from the recreation area, the thought was spinning in his head about how difficult it is to make money. A cute hologram appears on the stage, a girl in a chic bunny costume. She asks to greet the 19-year-old hidden type genius who has decided to challenge the hidden type champion. And then she announces the champion who maintained a winning streak of 30 fights. She asks everyone to call the Fire Lotus to the stage as loudly as possible. Out of nowhere, a young man jumps onto the stage, leaving behind fiery tongues of flame. Sam thinks Flavor mentioned that his opponent is secretive. He happened to have a short-barreled weapon with him. At first, he will obviously have to keep his distance. The presenter asks everyone to get ready, because the battle of the year is about to begin. Spectators believe that the Fiery Lotus should put the upstart in his place. Lotus immediately jumps back up to increase the distance between them. He fired his weapon several times, but luckily Sam was ready for it. But his bullets were able to bypass the barrier in the form of balls. The hero understands that the enemy is attaching his fire ability to the bullets. In reality, its flame turns out to be a deadly weapon. Sam manages to dodge the blows. As expected from deadly underground tournaments, his enemy is indeed strong, but he also has an ace up his sleeve. The previously launched silver ball was already rushing towards the back of the Fire Lotus's head, but to his amazement, the enemy with a deft movement deflects the projectile flying at him. Sam doesn't understand why Fire Lotus moves like a transcendent type. He seemed to have relaxed and underestimated his genetic abilities. In an instant, Mr. Levins finds himself trapped, surrounded by a ring of flames. His opponent thinks it's too easy and his attacks are very mediocre. Against students who have no real combat experience, his attacks are possible and good. But now they are in underground battles. Every detail here is a matter of life and death. Sam's tricks are very obvious. Lotus reduces the distance to a minimum and points the trigger at his head. Mr. Levins, sitting on his knee, admits that he underestimated the words of the real fight. Outside the university is truly the best place for a real fight. The protagonist muses that the Fire Lotus uses the explosive characteristics of flames as its main driving force, having achieved what only a transcendent type can do. The enemy was about to pull the trigger, when suddenly a silver ball suddenly broke apart next to his foot. But this little misunderstanding only distracted him for a second, and now he is ready to put his plan into action by pulling the trigger. A deafening explosion occurs. The entire arena becomes invisible due to the smoke. The Fire Lotus lets go of the burnt cannon and does not understand what happened. Sam explains that when he pointed the gun at his head, he used mental power to use the spirit rod to block the barrel of the gun. This does not bother the opponent, because even unarmed, he hopes that his opponent does not expect an easy victory. Taking a breath, Sam wants to know if his opponent thought it was strange, seeing how Lotus moved like an over-the-top type. He did not distance himself from him and chose close combat. The fiery enemy suggests that Sam would not be able to follow his movements even if he moved away. This is incorrect reasoning. Hellwolf explains that his teacher showed him an interesting move. He realized that he had a strong opponent in front of him and decided to go for this experiment. Lotus is beside himself with anger at how this upstart dares to experiment on him while being on the verge of death. It looks like Sam doesn't take him seriously at all, and this makes his opponent terribly angry. He again gains fiery power and is ready to knock out the enemy. Mr. Levins looks at him with a piercing gaze and stops the fist flying at him. His body freezes and severe cuts begin to appear on his skin, as if invisible blades are piercing him. Sam mockingly says that his opponent didn't notice where the silver powder went after the balls exploded. The powder entered his body through a wound on his hand. The balls are made of silver tellurium, and the more the opponent used his abilities, the better the silver powder in his body would explode. Now that he can't use his powers, he looks like a fish on a cutting board that needs to be chopped up. Since Lotus helped Sam with the experiment, he will spare him, and now his choice is to give up or die. The enemy begins to analyze their fight, first with Hellwolf detonating his gun, and then using silver powder to block him from using his fire abilities. He sighs and, having accepted everything that is happening, realizes that there is no choice. He gives up. The hologram announces that tonight's winner is Hellwolf. The young man did not even suspect that his data had already been conveyed to one important manager. This cruise ship underground tournament manager's name is Rex Serby. He found out that today's winner is named Sam Levins, and a few days ago he was showing off his talents at a university exchange match. He is wondering if he can make money from this young phenomenon. The secretary reports that Sam's agent declined the offer to continue the game, the reason being that the participant's mental strength is too depleted, so he will not be able to fight. Rex immediately understands that the young man knows how to retreat beautifully, but one way or another he will spend tonight on the ship, and he also asks the secretary to upload the video and see what can be done with it. After much fighting, Sam was finally able to wash away the burden of that day in his soul. Looking at himself in the mirror, he realizes that he received a lot of benefits today. After he returns back, he will have to train a lot. On the table, Flaber's voice was heard from the communication clock. He reports that he received 2 messages that the supercomputer had read his personal data and sent it over an encrypted network. Sam begins to be bothered by this information. Someone on the ship received information about him. He wants to know if Flaber can track who this information was sent to and receives a negative answer. But the second message was with the text that Sam had become a target for pirates called black-marked ants, and the car they arrived here in was damaged. It shows a 3 times magnified image of the car and slows it down at 3 times the speed so you can see it better. With this, Flaber was able to notice a special intelligent nano-robot. Depending on the scope of application, they can be used for maintenance, location determination, engineering work, and much more. Sam wants to know a specific location, who is targeting them. Artificial intelligence says that among all sea pirates, blood ants take second place. However, the blood ants are a loosely organized group. Each corps member will absorb the lower lines to form predatory squads of different sizes. And the reason why this disparate organization was able to take second place is precisely because of their developed intelligence. Relying on their intelligence, they can not only carry out precise robberies, but also avoid captivity. After learning about the hierarchy, Sam assumes that the black-tagged ants are subordinate to the blood ants. The hero urgently contacts Christopher and wants to know how much it costs to hire a personal security guard. The partner gives the amounts with 6 zeros and at the same time asks what happened. Sam says that he received information that one of the blood ant squads was targeting them. Hearing this, the business partner says that he will pay 70% of the cost of security. They need a strong person capable of protecting them. After these words, Mr. Levins decides that if they need a really strong person, he can call someone. The next morning, ships set out for our heroes. The boss of the Black Ants commands everyone to be invisible. A colleague reports that the pursued vehicle has slowed down. It seems that the hero is trying to stop the car. They report that a man on a flying skateboard got out of the car. It looks like he was going to inspect it. The attackers assume that the car has broken down. The boss commands that they begin to surround the target. You need to prepare to attack. He gets out of the ship and asks Christopher if he needs help with the car. The young man asks if his interlocutor understands repairs. He cheerfully replies that of course he can help with this, but in his head he is already rejoicing. Everything turned out to be simpler than a steamed turnip. At his signal, all his associates begin to approach the car. One of the gang leans out of the window and starts firing a cannon, shouting that these idiots will be buried at sea. But the terrorists' joy was short-lived. Their heads were pierced by rays of energy. Energy beams emanate from the car in all directions, and they are aimed straight at enemy ships. The gang leader is trying to escape from these attacks. They clearly miscalculated. The beam still takes the invader by surprise, and he finds himself in a hopeless situation. It was Annabelle's doing, only she could create such a frightening attack. The boss understands that if everything is left to chance, he will be finished. He urgently needs to find a way to escape. He is amazed by the high speed of this woman's attack. He will not have time to escape even if he flies into the sea. He sees Sam and realizes that he must kidnap him. This should definitely make this scary woman stop. But the thoughts of this attacker no longer matter. His head was also holed. The last thing he could see was a flying sword that entered his skull. His lifeless body fell into the sea. The guys look and realize how easily the enemies were attacked when they were distracted. Christopher thinks the actual battle looks much cooler than the live action. After Sam learned about the impending storm, he immediately contacted Professor Annabelle to tell her what she knew about blood ants. The teacher immediately understands that something is wrong. She wants to know what is happening. The student admits that he earned some money, after which he was targeted. Annabelle realizes that the matter smells of frying and wants to know where Sam is. She is ready to come for him. Looking at the sinking ships, he was horrified, of course. He knew about the terrifying power of his teacher, but he never expected that she would deal with the enemies so easily. Annabelle says that she will be on the lookout, and we order the boys to buckle up. She wants them to take supplies, equipment, and anything else that they can pick up and take away. The girl turns around and asks why Sam is standing like a pillar. It turns out he doesn't have a flying skateboard. He decides to use his mental power and makes a rectangular platform in the air. Standing on this makeshift skateboard, he struggles to maintain his balance. Finally, he succeeds. He breathes out a sigh of relief and admits that it might be quite simple. He continues to lay out these slabs in the air and heads straight for Annabelle. He decides to ask the teacher if he can stand on a flying sword in the same way and fly. The professor asks not to distract her. Annabelle flies to the place where the corpse of the black ant boss fell, and with the help of force, she pulls the dead man out of the water. And to the surprise of all the guys, she throws him aside with all her might. He lands on their car with a crash. The teacher tells the students to pack him up as this man has the biggest reward. Christopher, hearing this, perked up and began to push the criminal inside. If there was a reward for him, then the villain definitely shouldn't be released. Annabelle announces that she is returning and climbs inside the enemy ship. The girl tells her charges that she has things to do, and as soon as they can sort things out here, she wants them to return. As her ship sailed further and further, the guys began to panic. Arriving in the city, Christopher wants to find out what Sam wants to do next. His friend plans to take food to Professor Annabelle in the laboratory. The partner complains he also hasn't eaten anything since the morning. Sam asks him not to complain, because he still needs to deal with the corpse in their trunk. And this is not the easiest task. There are so many corpses of dead pirates and, in addition, 3 flying cars. At this time, Sam asks the stall for a small portion of shrimp dumplings, a portion of fried sweet potatoes with Dutch beans. Flavor helps his order, saying that although Annabelle has a light taste, she sometimes eats spicy food. He adds another serving of chili beef stir-fry to the request. Sam also wants to know what secret Annabelle knows about Flavor, and the artificial intelligence reveals that she always wears jeans, but in fact, she likes to wear skirts. As proof, Flavor sends him a photo of his professor. Sam immediately begins to lose his head from such beauty. The main character says that if Annabelle finds out about how the artificial intelligence is taking pictures of her on the sly, she will kill him. Flavor promises to drag Sam with her if their teacher finds out about everything. Mr. Levins ends the call and decides to check his mail. A flood of various notifications have arrived in his mailbox. Now he has D-rank powers. There are about 8 million in his personal account, and as soon as Christopher surrenders the pirates, there will be more than 10 million in his account. Arriving at the laboratory, he went to look for Annabelle to give her lunch. But when he enters the office, he finds the professor in the company of another girl. A stranger notices him and asks if this young man is the genius of their research institute number 14. Annabelle, seeing a silent question in Sam's eyes, decides to introduce the girl. This is Amelia Paulman, a financial control officer assigned to their institute in the future when receiving supplies and declaration of property. First, the professor signs, and then Amelia handles the transfer. The girl does her best to put on a cute face and extends her hand to greet Sam. But the young man simply ignores her and continues to look only at Professor Annabelle. He puts a bag on the table and says that he brought lunch for his teacher. Emilia wants to know if they have a lunch break, and Annabelle wants to invite her to share the meal with them. But Sam didn't count on one more person, so he took only one pair of sticks. A few days later, Sam notices that Amelia doesn't seem like she's going to interfere too much with their work. But her behavior begins to greatly bother the main character. Every day she comes to the institute in sexy clothes and beautiful makeup. It doesn't look like she's working at all, like she has other intentions. The girl even invited him to go for a walk several times. Sam understands that he needs to find a way to cope with her, otherwise it will be difficult. Emilia runs up on him from behind and asks if he is free on Saturday, and also asks him to help her carry her luggage to the university. Even though he feels awkward, he agrees and asks her for the address and promises to be there on time. Emilia breaks into a smile. Finally, Sam takes the bait. A 19-year-old boy at the dawn of his strength will definitely not be able to resist her charm. Her boss was the rector, and he asked her to take possession of the research materials of Research Institute number 14. In the current situation, she would be able to complete the task even ahead of schedule. Mentally, she apologizes to the boy. She will have to take advantage of him to get a quick promotion and increase in salary. It's like a new guy, but none of the previous ones helped her with a promotion. And besides, Sam Levins is 19 years old, about 5 feet tall, and he is very handsome. On Saturday, he finds himself in Annabelle's cabin. The professor is surprised because she knows that the young man was supposed to help Amelia move today. At the same time, the girl is preparing with all her might to meet the young student. Hearing a knock on the door, she approaches and is surprised to see that several strong men are standing outside her threshold. She tries to put a smile on her face and understand what is happening now. The guys introduce themselves as workers from a shipping company who are supposed to help her move. Emilia has already called Sam a bastard because these 6 strong men are clearly his work, but her gloating takes over since he refuses to obey her, then she can force him. Several days pass and the heroes decide to meet at the combat training center. Sam met with friends, and to all their questions about what he did after the competition, he gives a simple answer that he was researching his abilities. Sasha suspects that their comrade wants to test his new abilities on them. The hero calms him down, saying that he just wants to practice. Sierra wants to know if the young man wants to try out a new ability, which of them will he fight first? And Sam again chooses Miss Cance. In the end, her abilities are a little more suitable for experiments. The girl agrees with this situation. She also wants to know the fruits of her training. She wants to know with what force she will need to be attacked. The opponent tells her to attack with all her might. After making sure that everyone agrees, the girl begins the fight and is already heading towards Sam. Watching the opponent, the young man realizes that she has become much faster, and it is not as open as before. It appears that Sierra's training during this period was also quite fruitful. But he didn't waste any time. He was able to stop her first blow with the help of a force field. Sam begins to scream heart-rendingly, and the shield, as if with an ultrasound, repels the opponent. She feels severe pain in the hand with which she hit the shield. Her chosen one is already rushing to her aid with a first aid kit. Mr. Levins did not expect the energy field to be so effective twice, but it is very tedious and requires more research. Sierra admits that she did not expect that he had already learned the force field, because even among the second-year students, there are not more than 10 people capable of this. Sasha believes that since their friend is injured, they need to stop there. Later, there will be enough time for experiments. Sierra agrees and invites everyone to go eat together. But to Sam's horror, he remembers that this evening was planned in a different format. Annabelle warned that Christopher had invited them to dinner, and since this place was far away, she offered to pick him up by car at 18:30. The main character checks his watch and realizes with horror that it is already 6:30. Running away, he shouts to his comrades that he already has an appointment for today, and he will definitely treat them next time. Sasha wanted to stop him, but notices that a slightly embarrassed and wounded Sierra remained next to him. He immediately thinks that it was his friend who created such a good opportunity for him to be alone. Sam ran out into the street and with a bit of hope wanted to think that they were still waiting for him, and they were not in vain. Behind him, Annabelle's car was already preparing to land. Landing nearby, she orders him in a stern tone to get into the car. Other students passing by also see this. They immediately recognize the stars of the previous competition and begin to shout out their enthusiastic exclamations. Hitting the road, Annabelle says that she feels like her ward's spiritual strength has almost dried up and wants to know why. Sam admits that he trained and accidentally overdid it. The teacher advises not to go out in this state in the future. It is dangerous, in her opinion. He must set personal boundaries for himself. For example, if his spiritual strength is less than 30%, then he does not go out. Seeing that the professor is speaking quite seriously, Sam replies that he understands and will be more attentive. Having arrived and settled down in the restaurant, Christopher invites Annabelle to drink wine. She refuses and says that she will not drink alcohol, just like him. She wants to skip the politeness and get straight to the point. Christopher agrees and volunteers to start. He reports that he sold 3 cars and took a reward for the pirates, shows the map, and says that there is now a total of 7 million on it, including taxes paid. He also adds that they will have to receive 133 merit points for destroying the pirates. He wants to give the card to the professor. In Christopher's opinion, everything related to the division should be decided by her. But Annabelle says that she doesn't need this. They can share as they want, but she wants the young man to answer her one question. He hits himself on the chest and says that, of course, he is ready to answer the question, let alone 2, 3, and so on. The girl wants to know why the black-marked ants started hunting them. This question made the guys feel embarrassed and frozen with awkwardness. Sam takes everything into his own hands and begins to paint this exciting story. Annabelle wants to clarify because it turns out that in order to buy educational resources and gain practical experience, her ward participated in underground battles, to which she receives a positive response. She tells the students that if they at least earn money and merit points, they can go to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Christopher objects. He heard that extraterrestrial battlefields are very dangerous. Annabelle says that he means the central zones, but the outer field is not a problem. The key is the number of places. The locations on the extraterrestrial battlefield are mostly in the hands of the military and some bigwigs, and if students want to go there, then they can rely on their own strength. Seeing the surprised faces, she explains that she meant the rating of the dragon and tigers. After all, being in the dragon and tigers ranking for 3 months is the only chance to get a place for free. Besides, she thinks that Sam can take first place in the comprehensive assessment of freshmen, and then Severus must give permission. Annabelle is serious. They've come too far over the years, and if Sam succeeds this time, she'll make them spit back everything they swallowed. A few days later, the student returns to their research center. He wants to find out from Amelia whether the employee will be able to sign documents directly in the future. Otherwise, this takes a lot of time. The girl replies that this is a rule of the Institute of Genetics, so no, after all, the nutrient media and consumables are provided by the Institute of Genetics. She repeats that she can't be careless. Sam agrees and asks her to hurry up. Amelia wants to find out from him where Director Annabelle is now. The young man replies that she went out on business, and he himself does not know the details. Hearing this news couldn't help but make Miss Paulman happy. She goes to the locker room and, taking off her robe, realizes that she doesn't have much time left. Continuing to change into a sexier outfit, she hopes to definitely take possession of Sam today. She doesn't even know how long she would have to wait if it weren't for today's lucky chance. Walking over to the closet, she decides to add the finishing touches, a bow around her neck and her time-tested perfume. Leaving the locker room, she took a bottle of water with her, and on the way out she handed it to Sam, who had previously stood with his back to her, and having decided to take a drink, at the same time asked if she had managed the move. Turning around, he saw what the girl was dressed up in. This made him splash out with all the water that he managed to put in his mouth. Sam wants to know why she's looking like that now, to which Amelia just smiles and says that she was hot, so she changed her clothes. The main character is dissatisfied. He understands that this girl never gave up trying to seduce him, but to his surprise, he suddenly feels ill. Clutching his chest, leans against the back wall with a roar and drops the bottle from his hands. He does not understand what is happening to him. His head begins to buzz and his heartbeat quickens. Sam begins to blurrily see individual pictures before his eyes, either plump lips with shine or an appetizing neckline. Finally, he manages to see the whole picture. The charming Amelia stands in front of him and hands him candy. Looking at her, he cannot understand whether she has always been so beautiful. After pinning him to the wall, she tells him that his blood sugar is quite low, so he needs to eat candy to replenish his energy. Amelia was about to shove the candy into his mouth, but Sam gathered his strength and threw her hand away so that the candy fell out of it. The young man can't come to his senses. He wants to find out what she did to him. The girl replies that she just wants to have a good relationship with Sam, and he shouldn't give that up. Entering this part of the building, a stranger with a bucket found this picture. After looking at this for another second, the girl decides to pour cold water from a bucket on Amelia and Sam. But that's not all. The next step was a kick that flew right into Miss Paulman's face. The stranger does not stop and continues to kick the girl, wailing what a shame it is. She tells the now knocked out Amelia that she shouldn't seduce anyone, and how dare she do anything to Sam Levins. The young man, meanwhile, became even more confused. The voice of this long-legged, creepy girl seemed familiar to him. She tells Sam that if it weren't for her, he would obviously be in trouble. But the young man has not yet fully recovered, and she has to grab him by the arm so that he does not fall. Sam wants to know how he was tricked, and the stranger explains that Amelia used aphrodisiac perfumes containing very strong pheromones. At that moment, the door behind him opens, and Professor Annabelle enters the room. The stranger admits that she has already told her everything. The teacher immediately goes to Amelia, who is lying on the floor, to check her pulse. Annabelle notices that there are nano cameras attached to the clasp, the necklace, and everything, and they are still working. The stranger with a proud look says that as long as she is here, they don't have to worry. The cameras won't be able to send a signal. The professor wants to hear Sam's opinion on how he thinks it's best to deal with her. The young man believes that in order not to send financial employees to them again, they need to cremate Amelia and replace her with a clone. Hearing this, the girl begins to break out in cold sweat and hopes that this is all just a joke. Annabelle turns her head. She believes that this option is all-encompassing. Clones don't last long and there are significant long-term risks. She sits down and wants to know for what purpose she communicated with Sam, and recommends that she not be cunning, because she is not against using unconventional means of extracting confessions. Amelia reveals that the provost wanted her to get close to Sam Levins in order to control him and get their institute reports. Annabelle asks if this is all she wanted to tell them, and the girl begins to abruptly repeat that she is not lying, and this is all that was entrusted to her. The stranger states that, based on numerous biological data, the probability of justice is 99%. Annabelle picks Amelia up off the floor and says they need to talk and Sam can go. While the female trinity left, the young man received a call from Teacher Severus on his watch. He wants the hero to come to his office because he wants to announce something to him. Arriving at the teacher's office, he wants to know why he was called. Severus hands him a notice that he is a first-year covert student who has missed 52 classes over a 3-month period, and the University of Genetics stipulates that if a student misses more than 30 classes during the defense period, he will receive a warning. Sam decides that this is some kind of mistake because he wrote an application for leave. Severus praises him for writing the application, since without him it would have been more than a warning. But the young man objects to him. He remembers that according to the rules, before issuing a written warning, a verbal reprimand is first required, and he did not receive such a warning. The teacher sees that it seems that the student is well acquainted with the rules. He invites Sam to take a closer look at his communicator. He sent him 2 SMS messages on the 5th of August and the 2nd of September. The hero actually sees messages in which the teacher calls him to class. Even though these messages were intended for reminding, they did not provide for punishment. It looks like Severus is digging a hole for him, but he cannot figure out why his teacher needs this. But remembering his conversation with Annabelle, he finally understands. This is all to keep him from participating in the Dragon and Tigers ranking. He wants to know if Severus thinks it's fun, but the teacher claims that the warning is only to force Sam to improve his attitude towards studying. But the 3-month punishment period passed quickly. The young man says that the teacher is right, and 3 months have passed very quickly, but he wants to add something else to him. Slamming his palm on the table, he explains to Severus that he is very stingy, especially when someone picks his pocket and steals things under his nose. The teacher says he should calm down because they didn't take anything from him. But Sam knows that once the warning is issued, he will be deducted a bottle of E-rank capsules every month. Leaving the office, he tells the teacher that they themselves wanted all this. Sam's last words were that Severus would regret it, but the teacher just laughed. For him, it was a childish threat. Walking down the corridor, the young man reflects 2 months ago, during the battle with Dan Schneid, the teacher gave him unique low-rank training methods for an exceptional type. He planned all this for this moment. If this is so, then the entire flow is controlled by the transcendental. This is an internal competition between erudition and the transcendental. He stops at the large window to watch people training outside, and it gives him an idea. In that case, then everything should be fine as long as it uses some external matching methods. Coming out into the street, the students immediately notice Sam and begin to whisper about the already famous flying swordsman. Someone shouts out and immediately wants to invite him, burst out, some just to ask for advice, and others just to look at the flying sword. Sam says that there are a lot of them and they will absorb all his spiritual power. He cannot defeat them all at once. In the crowd, he is offered to choose his opponent himself. The young man likes this idea, but he offers to choose several opponents. Hearing this, the crowd begins to shout even louder so that the student notices them. The first thing his gaze falls on is the guy in the hat, and he chooses him. The stranger is incredibly happy about this. Sam is trying to select several contenders. He hopes that they will not disappoint him, because it is not often that someone gets the opportunity to fight him. The main character believes that he needs to choose 3 more, otherwise he will not feel any pressure. At this time, a teacher comes to the site. He wants to know what is happening here, and one of the opponents reports everything to him. Having learned that Sam will be 1 against 4, the teacher begins to worry a little. One of the students suggests that the teacher call Professor Severus, since there are quite a lot of people. The student is reminded that they need to be more careful and better inform the associate dean. The student announces that a training battle of 1 against 4 will now begin. They start, and all 4 of them start to surround Sam. They decide to attack him according to the set plan. Someone begins to use earthen spikes, and the abilities of lightning and fire come into play. Sam protects himself from these blows with his strong mental shield. Having repelled enemy attacks, he responds to them with his silver balls. But his rivals were ready for such tricks and set up shields in advance. The first student chosen shouts mockingly that the fire and earth attacks were just a way to distract him. Their final move is to make it so that he cannot stand still. When a person loses concentration, even the strongest psychological qualities can momentarily falter. But even this one moment will be enough for them. While the ground under Sam's feet gives him no rest, his opponents decide to attack at the same time. The leader commands that they all concentrate and take advantage of Sam's lack of support. They must not let him gather. When all the attacking forces met, a large explosion occurred and clouds of smoke rose into the air. The students think that it's all over. They consider the attempt to go 1 against 4 arrogant. He was in vain looking down on the prohibitive type. But then the leader hears a familiar voice above him. Looking up, he sees an unharmed Sam standing above him. The student cannot understand where the freshman got such a high-ranking skill. During the exchange competition, he was not capable of this. Mr. Levins launches an attack, throwing a hail of balls down. They quickly begin to injure arrogant opponents. Professor Severus arrived on the platform, and he orders Sam to stop. The teacher turns to another teacher to find out if medical teams have been called to the scene and receives a positive answer. Severus wants to know why Sam came here, and the student tells him that he came for a practical lesson. He was punished for not coming to his classes earlier, and if he does not come again, he may be expelled. All students, having learned that the famous student was given warnings, begin to actively whisper to each other. Medical personnel have already arrived at the site and began examining the wounded. They report that all 4 received fractures of the femur, and it will take them about 15 days to recover. Severus begins to boil with anger. What 15 days? Tomorrow the raiding of the dragon and tigers will open. He understands that Sam did all this on purpose. Mr. Levins analyzes that now 4 freshmen from the Beyond type will now not be able to participate, and this is just the beginning. Now he's going to have fun 1 against 6. He wants to know if anyone has the courage to do it. The students begin to back down, seeing as 4 of their group were sent to the hospital by Sam. Severus orders everyone to disperse, replenish their energy, and prepare for tomorrow's dragon versus Tiger first-year ranking battle. Sam scoffs and asks the teacher what's the matter. He asked him to come to class, and now he doesn't allow students to fight with him. Why then was he given a punishment? The teacher tries to explain that he issued a warning to save his life and asks not to create problems for him, to which Sam considers this shameless. Why only Severus can create problems for him, but he cannot in return. The young man comes as close to him as possible and reminds him that if anyone takes his things, they will have to spit everything out, and promises that they will continue after tomorrow's dragon and tigers ratings. Severus decides to go to Mike Mitchell, another deputy dean, and tell the story that happened to Sam in the first years. Mike is interested in how many students will be in the top 100 of the dragons and tigers rankings. The teacher suggests that 20 people will be in the top 100, and only one student named Ian Richter will be in the top 10. The deputy wants to know if this is enough to take first place in the evaluation, to which Severus replies that it will be enough. And the only thing the teacher is worried about is the extraterrestrial quota. Mike believes that the extraterrestrial quota is not a cause for concern. After all, in the 4 years since he led the exceptional type, this type has always been number 1. If they win this year too, it will already be 5 wins in a row. After listening to the speech, Severus bows to him and promises that they will definitely take first place in the evaluation points this year. At lunch, Annabelle wants to know if the rumors are true that the teacher gave him a warning and then he beat up 4 of his students, to which Sam gives a positive answer. It would also not hurt her to know if he still wants to take revenge on Severus North. The young man also agrees, because the teacher constantly bothered him, so now he will bother him in return. Annabelle doesn't mind Sam standing up for himself, but reminds him that everything must be within the rules. Mr. Levins wants to know if the professor will do something to him if he goes beyond the rules. Her gaze immediately became harsher, and she advises that if he crosses these lines, he should immediately contact her. Fireworks and fanfare can be heard as the chief judge declares the 168th first-year Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament officially open. Now the participants had to take an oath. They swear to be honest and fair in this tournament. Christopher points out that many people in the stands are looking at Sam, but the young man is not bothered at all. The business partner invites his friend, in connection with such confidence, to also register. If within 3 days no one challenges him, then the place of the dragon will automatically go to him. But Sam thinks that there is no need to rush, and he reminds that it seems that Christopher wanted to leave the exchange in order to open an order and make a profit. The young man laughs and replies that the university will not allow him to do this. Their conversation is interrupted by a fight suddenly breaking out in the arena between the first participants. Looking at this, the main character understands that the freshmen's battles are taking place without much enthusiasm. In addition, opening battles take place simultaneously in 10 arenas. With 2 minutes per battle, the arena can host about 30 battles in an hour. Having considered all this, Sam finally decides to register for the Dragon and Tiger's rating for freshmen. The student shows this information to Professor Severus. They learn that he has challenged Clyde Salzburg, the 84th rank of the exceptional house. Mr. North frantically tries to understand why Sam needs this and what he is up to. Only a couple of minutes passed and the battle was over. Severus jumps from the podium to get to his wounded student as quickly as possible. Doctors conclude that the student has a penetrating wound to his leg without damage to the artery, and his femur is also broken. The student will have to undergo surgery. Seeing one of his bright students being taken away on a gurney, the teacher realizes that Clyde will not be able to participate in the next fight. He looks angrily at Jean-Paul and a puzzle forms in his head. Sam wants to incapacitate students of an exceptional type. Before Severus even had time to look back, the young man won another victory in another arena. Seeing this, the professor rushes towards Sam, yelling at him to stay still. The young man wonders why the teacher is calling him. Does he really want to personally go into the arena and teach him a lesson? In this case, he can call Professor Annabelle to greet him. Severus asks him not to go too far, but Sam believes that everything is in order because he is officially participating in the opening battles of the rating. The teacher begins to lose his nerves, and the young man does not stop mocking him, saying that maybe he will write him another warning. Severus asks him to stop because this is not good for everyone, and he offers to apologize for his warning. But Sam doesn't need his apology because it's worth absolutely nothing. The teacher tries to restrain himself and repeats that there is no need to worsen the situation. Sam approaches the teacher and, taking him by the shoulders, says that it is very easy to stop him. First, Severus needs to cancel the first warning, and then they will talk about the next step. Yesterday, in addition, the young man received a notice of reduction in bonuses from the university. And if the teacher cancels his warning, then his bonuses will be restored. Looking after his student, Seaver becomes amused. Sam thinks too highly of him if he thinks that he is able to cancel the warning. The University of Genetic Evolution rests on these rules. This is not something that he or the young man can influence. But then the thought appears in his head that all this time Sam is just making fun of him, and he urgently decides to clarify a couple of questions with Deputy Mike. Christopher approaches his friend and reports that Severus North still has 13 participants left. The friend means that, most likely, this side will not allow them to fight further, or they will send a powerful character, Sam is not afraid of this because his goal has already been achieved. As for a powerful character, it's like training for him. Severus, meanwhile, reports everything that happened in the arena to Deputy Mike. He can't believe that among all the freshmen there is no one who can defeat him. The teacher replies that at least in this stream there are definitely no such people. Mike wants to know if another person has returned to them, hinting to Severus about one student. The teacher says that they talked to him before they boarded the plane, and enough time has passed that they can call him now. Everyone begins to head back to the stands after lunch break. Christopher wants to know if Sam will participate after lunch. The young man replies that he will enter the arena if only someone of the exceptional type takes a place in the rankings. The young man also observes that Professor Severus has returned to the stands in a fairly calm state. The student tells the teacher that Sam Levin still has not left. Severus asks not to worry, as he has a countermeasure. Christopher approaches his friend and reports that when he went to get food delivered, he heard that someone said that Bernard was back. But to his surprise, Sam has no idea who this person is now talking about. The comrade says that Bernard is a second-year dragon and a special student of Severus North. And besides, this student is currently ranked 91st in the main ranking of the Dragon and Tigers. Sam does not feel any better about this information. Christopher continues, not only was this ranking made when he was transferred into his second year, after which he went abroad for training and did not participate in the ranking tournament. For the young man, everything becomes obvious. If he returned in time for the tournament, then he was targeting Sam. The second-year students also decided not to miss today's spectacle. One of them even said that this year's first-year students were no good. They noticed that Sam Levins hasn't come out yet, and besides, there is no competition for the first-year dragon this year. The guys discussed that they heard gossip about how he quarreled with the teacher. Killian tells them to stop discussing unconfirmed information, which will only make the situation worse. Finally, Sam's name appears on the scoreboard, and the sophomores wonder where in the rankings he is challenged. To everyone's surprise, Bernard entered the arena. They realize that it seems that Teacher Severus spent a lot of money to invite him here. The whole company has an alarming question whether a freshman will really challenge him. Their questions fall away when Bernard and Sam find themselves face to face in the arena. But all the viewers are already in anticipation. People will clearly be able to see an interesting show. Everyone watching the live broadcast of the ratings also glued their eyes to the screens when they saw Bernard. Having learned that the flying swordsman has challenged him, everyone wants to see it live and rushes to the arena. The judges, having learned that there are no complaints on both sides, ask the participants to take their positions and prepare for the fight, which will take place in 3 minutes. Sam notes that there are suddenly a lot of new viewers. Bernard turns to his opponent and says that he does not care for what reasons he is challenging the overall ranking of the Dragon and Tigers. He has one last piece of advice for the young man. As soon as the battle begins, he asks him not to think about life and death. Sam understands that this warning is not a provocation at all. It seems the guy is also a demon of war. The young man pretends to be calm and stretching, thanks him and says that he is confident in himself. Bernard believes that, judging by his words, his return trip will not be in vain. Sam wants to say a few more words to the enemy, but he interrupts him and tells him that it is useless to influence him with chatter. But to the enemy's surprise, the words were not intended for him at all. Mr. Levins turns and addresses Teacher Severus, saying that he has a few words for him before the fight begins. He says loud and clear that he's going to take first place in the first-year rankings, and then Severus has to kneel before Professor Annabelle in the erudition department. While the crowd shares Sam's opinion and begins to wish him luck, Severus's students' nerves are already starting to give in. He can no longer watch it and wants to leave. But the teacher stops him and says that no one will take a single step until Bernard defeats the upstart. The student still wants to leave, and then Mr. North slaps him in the face, saying that now he should not think about personal success or failure. Now the interests of the entire exceptional type are important. Sam watches the whole scene from the arena while he awaits the fight. He turns to Bernard, saying that the stands are also noisy and asking if he's going to use Severus North's petty tricks. The enemy replies that petty tricks are useless on extraterrestrial battlefields. The judge orders him to get ready, but for some reason he is stopped by Jean-Paul. Jean, he says that the first of them is a second-year dragon, and the second wants to be a first-year dragon, and no matter which of them is irreversibly injured, it will be a loss for their university. Therefore, the rector decided in this battle, Severus and Annabelle, instructors of both sides, acted as judges for targeted assistance. After this information was announced, student representatives immediately arrived at the arena. They quickly stand behind their students in full combat readiness. In this fight, it is important that both sides adhere to the rules, and the fight finally announces the start of the fight. Immediately, a silver ball was already flying at Bernard, which he managed to dodge. The opponent notes that Sam started their fight quite quickly, but he is not lagging behind and wants to reduce the distance. Mr. Levins watches his movements carefully and begins to jump away from him as far as possible. Sam tries to dissuade the enemy, saying that he clearly looks down on him if he is not going to use his skills. Bernard decides to show him some of his abilities, and right before his eyes, his katana turns red and lightning begins to spark around him. Sam feels both tense and elated, having never fought against a thunder type. The audience also begins to see gigantic rumbles of red thunder and rocks flying in all directions. Both opponents have been fighting for half an hour. This is truly an incredible match. Everyone is wondering who will defeat them. At this moment, the situation is not going well for Sam Levins. Lightning strives to overtake the freshman, who himself caused this anger of Bernard. This is already starting to irritate him, and he decides to put a shield between them. But the second-year dragon's lightning cannot be contained by the first-year's shield. The defense shatters into pieces, and the shockwave throws Sam away. He manages to slow down and stay in the arena. The hero understands that the enemy has both strength and speed. His flying sword and silver balls do not have an advantage here. Old man Severus really made a good fuss by inviting such a rival. Bernard sees that his opponent is just sitting in the arena. He decides to ask if he will attack him. Just blind evasion, in his opinion, cannot be worthy of the title of first-year dragon. But since his opponent does not attack, he decides to end this battle. Sam shouts that defeating him will not be so easy and purposefully begins to send energy into the arena floor. Bernard suggests that he wants to use the energy of his lightning to recreate the silver thread. He admits that it is a good idea, but it will not stop him. Of course, Sam didn't think it would stop him, but one moment might be enough. The threads begin to bind the entire body of the enemy, and he himself begins to sparkle with anger. The sophomore screams at the top of his lungs as the threads begin to choke him. With flames and lightning spreading throughout his body, he doesn't want to be underestimated. He manages to extricate himself from his opponent's trap, and excited, he is already flying towards Sam to finish him off. He hits the floor with his katana, and a wave comes out of it, from which the enemy tries to escape. But Bernard quickly throws an electrified cobblestone after him, which hits Sam. The young man falls to the floor and immediately tries to get back up, but there is already a blade at his neck. Bernard offers him a choice, surrender or die. He is a little upset at Sam because he expected a good fight, but Mr. Levins bows his head and asks him not to worry because the match has just begun. The opponent is interested in what will be stronger, the upstart's throat or his mouth. He was about to cut off his head, but Sam stopped the blade, calmly taking it with his hand. Since Bernard also uses a sword, Sam thinks he must have heard about the Vajra energy field. Although Mr. Levins does not yet have the ability to protect his entire body, he is still capable of protecting a small part. The enemy did not expect such a technique from a beginner, because this is a secret method of protecting the body that is practiced by only a few people in the whole world. He begins to watch with apprehension as his opponent rises. He hears the young man asking if he is satisfied. Bernard bursts out laughing loudly. He is really very pleased with such an opponent. He asks to see how powerful his force field is as he prepares to deliver his final blow. Sam is ready for this challenge and already has his balls ready. They rush to meet each other, realizing that now their battle will end. Again, nothing is visible in the arena because of the smoke and lightning. Even the participants themselves do not understand what is happening around them. They find themselves standing with their backs to each other. Bernard notes that he did not expect that his silver pills and flying sword, which Sam is so proud of, would turn out to be just feints. His opponent replies that there are no rules that would prohibit using defensive skills for attack. Finally, Bernard says that he defeated him in this competition. Annabelle approaches Sam and wants to know if he is okay. The young man is normal, except that his spiritual strength is almost zero. The professor takes his hand and lifts it up, telling him to greet the cheering audience. The crowd chants his name and shouts that a freshman was able to defeat the dragon of a second year. A day later, Sam finds himself in a hospital bed. Marie and Lily come to visit him. While he eats a big chicken leg, Marie tells him to enjoy his meal, but Lily says that a first-year dragon should have good manners. The young man decides to be honest with them and says that hospital food is simply inedible. Marie asks what rating he thinks they won. Sam suggests that Lily came in 85th and Marie came in 95th. The girls are unhappy, in his opinion. They are completely weak. In fact, Lily took 49th place and Marie 89th. Sam wants to know when Lily became so strong. She explains that she and her friend joined a charity that provides access to the activation of special gene points, which is why such an increase in power occurred. The girls explain that this is an exceptional charity organization called Myth, known throughout the area. Seeing curiosity in the young man's eyes, Marie decides to invite him to join this organization too. Sam wants to know if this organization recruited them. Lily denies it and says they just decided he wouldn't mind. The main character decides that it is better for them to stop with this topic for now and return to it later. Professor Annabelle comes into the room and greets everyone. She wants to discuss something with Sam. The girls understand that it is better for them to leave and say goodbye to their friend while he thanks them for visiting. Sitting down, the teacher begins to praise the student because he did a good job. Thanks to him, the erudition department allocated 500 million to their research institute. Sam smiles and says that this is his responsibility. Annabelle advises him not to be modest because he is now a dragon of the first course. She gives him a document about increasing his benefits, the number of energy capsules and other things that will also be increased. Sam is delighted with the sums that lie ahead for him in the future, but Annabelle brings him back to Earth, saying that his own problems are more important now. The hero does not understand what problems he is talking about. She wants to know what he thinks about his fight with sophomore dragon Bernard. The young man understands that if he had not used silver balls and a sword as bait, and also an energy field, he would definitely have lost. Annabelle confirms that physical strength is the biggest problem now, and if he wants to return from the extraterrestrial battle alive, he needs to improve his physical and genetic healing chain. Sam decides to ask Annabelle about the Myth organization. The teacher is interested in Sazu and wants to know if they invite him to join. The hero replies that not at all. His girlfriend mentioned that they quickly help increase strength, and he refused their question about joining. Annabelle is glad that her ward refused, because the Myth and the Redemption of the Dawn appeared almost simultaneously, but seemingly took different paths in their development. She heard that the Myth organization has gained de facto control over the EU zone and the non-union zone. In the last few years, there have been tendencies to compete with large areas, and their intentions are very ambitious. But now Annabelle advises Sam to focus on training, and as for people, it's better not to mess with them now. That's all for her. She wishes the young man a speedy recovery, and reports that perhaps in a few days he will be discharged from the hospital. Analyzing all the battles completed over these months, the hero understands that he does not have the strength to wait, and it is really time for him to gain experience. The next morning, Annabelle came to the ward again to visit the student, but his things were not there, and a note was left on the table. It says that he left to gain experience and will return home only in a month. 100,000 mountains, 1 million mutated creatures await him ahead, and Sam is sincerely confident that this will be a good experience for him.